Chapter 376. The Hydra's 9 heads fought with each other, and a 3-meter-long swamp crocodile was torn to pieces in just a few minutes before being devoured by the 9 heads. Su Lin did not continue approaching. Although he had invisibility, it was not omnipotent. There were many ways to counter it. For example, some true dragons had true eyes that could see through invisibility and illusions. Some spells and magic tools could also achieve the same effect. After eating its fill, the hydra in the distance slowly swam into the depths of the swamp. This hydra was about 18 meters long and covered in a layer of dark green scales. Its head looked very similar to a dragon's, which meant that the bloodline of this hydra was closer to that of a dragon. Su Lin followed the hydra from afar and did not get too close. After walking for about 10 minutes, the hydra entered a pool to rest. After confirming the hydra's location, Su Lin and the others quietly left. They then began to search the west side of the swamp. This time, their target was the swamp giants. The swamp giants were actually easier to find than the hydra. After all, they were different from the hydra. The swamp giants had built a small tribe in the swamp, which was easier to find than the pool where the hydra lived. Soon, Su Lin found the swamp giants according to the markings on the map. These swamp giants had just finished their hunt. A 4-meter-tall, muscular swamp giant was carrying a creature that looked like a hippopotamus back to the tribe. There were 5 or 6 swamp giants in this small tribe. This swamp giant is the leader creature. At this moment, Hathaway's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He's a legendary swamp giant. Su Lin nodded and became even more cautious. It was no wonder that a legendary swamp giant dared to fight the hydra head-on. The hydra had 9 heads, which gave it a great advantage in a one-on-one fight. Facing the hydra was like being surrounded by several monsters. The leader of the swamp giants alone was not a match for the hydra, but with the swamp giants beside it, their strength was not much different from the hydra's. Originally, the best place in this swamp belonged to the swamp giant, but after the hydra came here, half of it was occupied. Now, both sides wanted to kill each other, but their strength was close and they were still in a stalemate. But this time, Su Lin planned to add fuel to the fire. Among the spells, there was a shape-shifting spell, which allowed the user to transform into other forms to fight. Of course, there were also some spells that were just for show, such as camouflage. Camouflage was not a high-level spell, but it had a special feature, which was that it could disguise a wizard as other creatures. Camouflage was different from illusion spells. Camouflage could disguise oneself very closely to the real body. Other than the real body's strength, it could even disguise one's scent. However, camouflage required a casting medium, which was to disguise something on a creature's body, such as hair, scales, and so on. With an idea in mind, Su Lin began to look for a suitable target. At this time, the swamp giants came back from hunting. About 3 kilometers away from the swamp giant tribe, Su Lin found a swamp giant who came back with prey. This swamp giant was 3.5 meters tall and should have just reached adulthood. At this time, it was carrying a long spear and a deer happily walking home. But this poor swamp giant did not know that it had been targeted by the sinister Su Lin. Tentacle entanglement. 5 or 6 3-meter-long black tentacles suddenly appeared from the ground and entangled the swamp giant in an instant. The swamp giant's reaction was a little slow after being attacked suddenly. Its body subconsciously wanted to break free, but it did not succeed. Su Lin's body flashed, and the purple dragon halberd in his hand carried a large amount of lightning power and instantly whipped the swamp giant's body. The powerful lightning power from the purple dragon halberd entered the swamp giant's body, and the struggling swamp giant's body suddenly became stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hathaway immediately cast hypnosis on the swamp giant. But to her surprise, the hypnosis did not work. The swamp giant was immune to her spell. Bang! Su Lin's body flashed, and the purple dragon halberd in his hand hit the back of the swamp giant's head. Then, the 3-meter-tall swamp giant crashed to the ground. Su Lin waved the purple dragon halberd and said, "You could have just fainted. Why did you have to have me use physical hypnosis on you? Hurry up and cast a few more spells on him. If he suddenly wakes up, things will be troublesome." Hathaway rolled her eyes at Su Len and deliberately dragged out her words. Got it. Then, flashes of light flashed, and various negative statuses were placed on the swamp giant. The swamp giant could not resist. After subduing the swamp giant, Sullen's plan officially began. Hessian collected some hair and blood from the swamp giant and then cast disguise on Su Len. With a flash of light, Sullen's body was wrapped in light. The next second, he turned into a 3-meter-tall swamp giant, exactly the same as the swamp giant that had fallen asleep next to him. How is it? Su Len stretched his body. Not bad. It's the same as before. That's good. This spell lasts for half an hour. It must be completed within this half an hour, Hathaway reminded him. Don't worry. Su Len waved his hand. Then, Su Len disguised himself as a swamp giant and walked toward the pool where the Hydra lived. The swamp giant was placed in a magic formation not far from the swamp giant's camp. Su Len was very fast and arrived at the pool in a short while. At this time, the Hydra was hiding in the pool and sleeping. Su Len snapped his fingers, and a huge fireball appeared in front of him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fireball fell directly into the pool. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the dark green pool water flew more than 10 meters high. Roar! Then, an angry dragon roar sounded. The next second, 9 ferocious heads rushed out of the water. However, as soon as they came out of the water, they were hit by a long spear. Blood splattered and a sharp pain came. The other heads of the Hydra swayed and bit at him. Su Len naturally wouldn't stay still. He dodged in a flash, and the long spear in his hand hit another head of the Hydra again. The Hydra, who had been disturbed from its sleep and had a bad temper, was hit twice in a row. It became even angrier. The pool rolled, and its huge body directly stood up. After seeing that it was a swamp giant who attacked it, the old and new hatred added up. The Hydra's 18 eyes turned red, and its cold and crazy eyes made even Sullen's hair stand on end. Acid spray. The next second, one of the Hydra's heads suddenly spewed a large amount of stinky acid. Sullen's expression changed, and he dodged to the side. However, as soon as he dodged the acid attack, another acid attack was already waiting there. At this time, Su Len couldn't care about anything else. If he was attacked, his camouflage would be destroyed. He dodged in a rather embarrassing manner, and then his body jumped to the right as much as possible. The Hydra's breathing came from behind him. Su Len felt the sour smell in the air, and then his body was enveloped by another acid spray. He still couldn't dodge it. The Hydra had too many heads. With so many heads working together, Su Len felt like he was fighting 1 against 9. This was cheating. How many times can you dodge with 9 heads continuously spitting out attacks? Unless he used teleportation to escape, there was no way he could dodge at all. The stinky corrosive liquid enveloped Su Len. At this time, a light flashed, and a translucent energy barrier appeared on the surface of Sullen's body, blocking all the acid outside. However, the area where the acid and the energy barrier came in contact kept making sizzling sounds. The Hydra's acid spray was not much different from the Black Dragon's acid spray. Although the amount of acid spray from each head was not as much as the Black Dragon's, the total amount was several times that of the Black Dragon's. The energy barrier on Sullen's body appeared on the surface of his body. This spell was cast quickly, but its defensive power was not enough when facing a legendary enemy. Although it blocked the acid spray, it looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. However, a short period of time was enough. Mage armor. Ice armor. 2 flashes of light blocked the Hydra's acid spray. Then, Sullen's figure flashed and rushed out of the range of the acid spray. The Hydra thought that it had killed the swamp giant that dared to disturb its sleep and attack it, but the next second, the swamp giant rushed out of the acid spray and once again hit one of its heads with the spear in its hand. After being attacked consecutively, the Hydra became even angrier and rushed forward with a roar. This time, Su Len didn't entangle with the Hydra anymore. His figure flashed and he ran away. Although the Hydra couldn't fly and its body was big, its movement speed was not slow. Its body moved quickly on the water. Seeing the Hydra chasing after him, Su Len did not panic. In fact, he was not running at full speed. Besides, he still had flash in his hand. He could leave the battle at any time if he wanted to. Su Lin used camouflage to lure the Hydra toward the swamp giant's tribe. The two were very fast. It only took about 10 minutes for them to get close to the swamp giant's tribe. When they ran quickly, they caused a lot of noise. The swamp giants in the tribe also noticed Su Lin and the Hydra. When they saw that the Hydra was chasing their companion, the swamp giants roared angrily. The swamp giant in the lead picked up its weapon and rushed out. At this time, Su Lin had run to their predetermined location, where the sleeping swamp giant was hiding. Su Lin's body suddenly accelerated, and in an instant rushed into the concealment formation and disappeared. Chapter 377. After Su Lin entered the magic array, he instantly disappeared and reappeared several kilometers away. At the same time, the magic array lost its effect and the swamp giant woke up from its slumber. However, by the time it woke up, the Hydra had already rushed over. The infuriated Hydra didn't notice the difference between the two swamp giants and directly attacked. The two heads bit at the swamp giant from the left and right. Before the swamp giant could react, it was bitten by the Hydra. In the next second, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the Hydra's eyes as its head exerted force and tore off the swamp giant's arm. Roar! The swamp giant felt intense pain as blood gushed out. However, as a rank 4 creature, it was an entire rank lower than the Hydra. Now that it was bitten by the Hydra, it had no chance to resist. In just a few breaths, the swamp giant was killed. The swamp giant leader, who was rushing over, saw this scene and its eyes instantly became bloodshot. It grabbed a boulder and threw it at the Hydra. Bang! The rock was like a meteor as it ruthlessly struck one of the Hydra's heads. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing their comrade killed, the swamp giants wanted nothing more than to cut the Hydra into pieces. They roared and charged forward. With 13 swamp giants and a Hydra, the entire battlefield became extremely intense. No one could approach the battle between the giants and the Hydra. The battle was extremely intense, but it wouldn't be easy to determine a victor. Although the swamp giants clearly had the advantage in numbers, the Hydra was much larger. Part of its body was hidden in the swamp, making it impossible for the swamp giants to attack it. Its 9 heads fought with different people. The swamp giants didn't have much of an advantage against such a large monster. However, both sides were already in a heated battle. Even if the victor couldn't be determined, both sides would suffer. Su Lin led the marauders and barbarians to secretly observe the battle from a distance. He wasn't in a hurry to take action. Instead, he took out a set of tables and chairs from his spatial storage and set them up. He took out all kinds of dried fruits and munched on sunflower seeds while chatting with Hathaway. Come on. Yes, that's it. You should chop off its head with an axe. Su Lin grabbed a handful of pistachios, crushed the shells with his palm, and ate them. It seems that these swamp giants are not going to make it. According to the size of the Hydra, this level of attack is not enough to kill him. Those swamp giants are in trouble. Hathaway leisurely leaned back on the chair and chatted with Su Lin. Indeed, Hydra's recovery ability is very strong. If this continues, Hydra's chances of winning are very high, Su Lin said after watching for a while. Hathaway picked up a bear biscuit and said, "Do you think we should help those swamp giants? After all, one swamp giant died because of our plan. It's a little different between the two sides. How can I help? Are you going to do it, or should I?" Su Lin rolled his eyes at her. Besides, if we do it, won't it be obvious to both sides that someone is watching from the sidelines and waiting to benefit? Oh, that's true. Forget it then. As for the swamp giants, I can only say sorry. I don't think they'll mind. Hathaway once again saw a swamp giant being sent flying by the Hydra. I don't think they'll mind. Anyway, there's a direct conflict of interest between them. Although this swamp is not small, it can't accommodate 2 legendary powerhouses. Yes, that's it. Give it a good beating. Su Lin waved his arms excitedly and shouted. We have to be careful when we fight in the future. By the way, do you have pistachios with you? Hathaway asked after eating a bear biscuit. Of course. Su Lin took out a bag of pistachios from his storage space and handed it to Hathaway. Thank you. I didn't expect you to have so much space in your storage equipment. Hathaway took the pistachios and gently broke them open and ate. Didn't you learn Mageweth engraving? You've also learned those arcane scars. You can try to make a storage bag with more space by engraving, Su Len said while stuffing things into his mouth. Yes, the Mageweth engraving method saves more space, and you can engrave more arcane scars. With more inscriptions, the space of the storage bag will naturally be bigger. Hathaway nodded. Is that swamp giant preparing to launch a sneak attack? He's so big. Does he think the Hydra can't see him? Hathaway continued after glancing at the battlefield. Although all 9 of the Hydra's heads were entangled, he still noticed the swamp giant. His body moved, and the tail hidden in the swamp suddenly swung out, sending the swamp giant who wanted to launch a sneak attack flying. However, the swamp giant's sneak attack was not useless. Another swamp giant took advantage of the Hydra's distraction to hit him hard. How long do you think they'll fight for? Su Len picked up a piece of beef jerky and ate it happily. I think it'll take at least an hour, Hathaway said after watching for a while. By the way, Frodo's cooking is getting better and better. This beef jerky is delicious. Indeed, the halflings are geniuses in cooking. Their food processing is simply irresistible. Hathaway agreed. He's almost emptied my inventory. I don't know how long he can stay in northern Battlefront City. Su Len spread his hands helplessly. Halflings usually didn't stay in one place for too long. They naturally liked to travel. This time, Su Len relied on various cooking methods and various creative ideas to make Frodo stay. When Frodo learned all the recipes, or when Su Len didn't have anything new, it would be about time for Frodo to leave. I've asked Frodo for a recipe. I'll make it for you to try when we get back, Hathaway said with a smile. Forget it. Last time you said you were going to make a delicious dish. Don't you know what happened in the end? Su Len glanced at Hathaway and said, Don't underestimate me. This time, I've learned from Frodo step by step. I'll definitely surprise you, Hathaway said confidently. I think I should prepare some gastric lavage, vomit-inducing potions and antidotes in advance. Su Len rolled his eyes and said. Hathaway heard Sullen's words and glared at him fiercely. Then she stepped on his toes and snorted arrogantly. She no longer looked at him. The battle was still very fierce. Both sides were obviously going all out. Judging from their posture, it was clear that they were going to fight to the death. The Hydra's injuries were very serious. One of his heads was obviously dead, and the other head had countless scars from the giant axe. Even the eyes of the middle head were pierced by expressions. The swamp giant leader was also seriously injured. 2 of his ribs were broken. The other swamp giants were also injured. In this situation, should we continue to fight to the death or prepare to retreat? Su Len said with a smile. He was now looking at the 2 sides fighting and had no intention of intervening. Although the Hydra seemed to be seriously injured, it was still difficult for him to die. The Hydra's recovery ability was very fast. If no one disturbed him, the Hydra's injuries would be almost healed in a short time. It's about time. Both sides have basically reached the final stage. We can make a move now. It'll be a big loss if we can't get the kill tonight, Su Len said with a smile. The Hydra is seriously injured, and the swamp giants are not doing well either. Get ready. I'll deal with the Hydra. You deal with the swamp giants. Su Len ordered simply. Hathaway nodded and said, Okay. A strong magic light appeared. Such a strong energy fluctuation instantly attracted the attention of both sides. The next second, Sullen's figure suddenly appeared beside the Hydra. Su Luan's body appeared in midair, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of thunder and lightning power. The powerful thunder and lightning power kept flashing, and a long halberd completely surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning instantly pierced into the center of the Hydra. Lightning spear. The dazzling lightning power flashed. The next second, the purple dragon halberd with boundless power instantly pierced the Hydra's head. The layer of dark green scales was easily pierced through like paper. The purple dragon halberd's momentum did not decrease. It directly penetrated the skull. The hard skull could not withstand such a powerful force. The purple dragon halberd pierced the Hydra's head. The powerful electric current flowed along the river and destroyed the Hydra's brain. Along with an incomparably mournful scream, the Hydra's head powerlessly drooped down. The other heads were slightly paralyzed by the powerful lightning power. Thunderstorm. A powerful lightning energy instantly exploded out, and just as the Hydra's body was about to recover, it was immediately struck by a lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket. Bolts of lightning quickly descended, and the Hydra's body was charred black. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a large amount of lightning jumped about on its body. Even the Hydra's powerful healing ability was reduced to a minimum under this lightning energy. Smooth slash. 5-inch Su Lin did not relax his vigilance. While the Hydra was attacked by the thunderstorm, his figure quickly streaked across the sky. The purple dragon halberd in his hand was constantly waving. The powerful force directly cut off several of the Hydra's heads. Blood splattered everywhere. There was an ear-piercing sound of metal and bone colliding. The Hydra was originally in a seriously injured state. After suffering such a fatal attack, its life force quickly slipped away. Its huge heads were cut off one by one. The Hydra's 18-meter-long body fell to the ground with a loud bang. If he wanted to kill the Hydra, he had to kill all of its heads. Su Lin seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while the Hydra and the swamp giant were both injured, and successfully killed the Hydra in one fell swoop. Chapter 378. Group Teleportation. When Su Lin suddenly appeared, Hathaway's silhouette also appeared in the sky not far away. 12 barbarian marauders appeared with her. As soon as these barbarians appeared, they immediately activated God's Descent. In an instant, 12 smaller giants appeared beside the swamp giants. Slow. Group Haste. Draconic Might. Group Enchantment Weapon. Rays of light shone from Hathaway's body, and an earthen yellow light flashed. The bodies of the surrounding swamp giants suddenly slowed down a beat. Following that, several rays of light shone, and the strength of the barbarian marauders rose to another level. The swamp giants were at the 4th rank, around level 16. They were a bit weaker than the frost giants, and they had just fought a fierce battle with the Hydra. Apart from the ones who had died, the rest were all injured. They were originally weaker than the barbarian marauders, and now they were all injured. The barbarian marauders at their peak were simply no match for them. The barbarian marauders at their peak bellowed and brandished their axes as they charged forward. The leader of the swamp giants saw his companions being beaten back and roared, throwing a huge rock at Hathaway. The watermelon-sized rock flew towards Hathaway like a cannonball. Bang! A figure jumped up high and waved the giant axe in his hand. With a bang, the giant boulder was smashed into pieces. It was Johnson. Your opponent is me. Johnson half knelt to reduce the impact from before and quickly charged forward. The leader of the swamp giants wasn't to be outdone either. Its eyes were bloodshot as it roared and charged forward. The two giants, one large and one small, collided with a loud bang. Although Johnson's strength wasn't inferior to the swamp giants after activating God's Descent, the swamp giants were much bigger. They naturally had the advantage in a head-on clash. So, Johnson's body kept retreating, but the swamp giant's body wasn't in a good condition either. The powerful recoil made his injuries even worse. Greater Spell Sequence. Bursting Fireball *3, Enhanced Spell. Icicle *3. 3 huge fireballs shot out in a row. The swamp giant that was fighting Johnson couldn't react in time and was hit by the 3 bursting flames. Rumble. A violent explosion rang out, and even Johnson, who was nearby, was pushed back by the explosion. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the 4-meter-tall swamp giant was blasted more than 10 meters away, its body charred black. Then, 3 icicles flew out, instantly piercing the swamp giant's body. Under these consecutive attacks, the swamp giant was unable to resist at all, and its aura had been reduced by more than half. Its injuries were quite severe. A magic staff appeared in Hathaway's hand. In the next second, a wave of energy came from the staff, and magic runes lit up one after another. Hathaway quickly chanted a low incantation, and the instant she finished, she pointed at the swamp giant not far away. Death's Finger, Enhanced Spell. A black energy full of death aura flew out of her hand and hit the swamp giant in an instant. The already seriously injured swamp giant's struggling body suddenly stiffened and fell down. Its life aura quickly declined, and its originally powerful arm powerlessly drooped down. The light in its eyes quickly dimmed and disappeared. In the end, its 4-meter-tall body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Death's Finger was an instant death spell. As long as the target wasn't immune to instant death spells, it had a certain chance of directly killing the enemy. Of course, the chance of using the spell was very low, but after the target was weakened to a certain extent by various spells or serious injuries, the chance of using it would become very high. It was simply too good for an enemy that wasn't immune to instant death spells. With the death of the swamp giant leader, the morale of the other swamp giants plummeted. They panicked and wanted to run away, but they were chased down and killed by the barbarian marauders. With the swamp giant leader dead, the whole family naturally had to be organized. It didn't take much effort to kill the Hydra and the swamp giants. The battle is over. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the chieftain monster, Hydra. Congratulations, host. Your hero Hathaway has successfully killed the chieftain monster, swamp giant chieftain. You have received 45,600 EXP. You have received items: Big Dipper Nectar X1, Magic Gem, Ruby, X5. You have received Platinum Treasure Chest X2. Your army has killed the swamp giant. You have received 5,300 EXP. You have received items: Magic Steel X5. Battle of the Venomous Swamp. May, year 1688 of the Huiyue calendar. A Hydra appeared in the Venomous Swamp and invaded the swamp giant's territory. You schemed to incite a battle between the Hydra and the swamp giant, and when they were both injured, you successfully killed 2 legendary monsters. Your name is widely spread in the northern wastelands. Your fame plus 20. Congratulations, host. You have killed the Hydra leader. You have received 1 legendary skill point. With the end of the battle, a series of system notifications rang in Sullen's ears. Sullen, I feel like I'm going to break through. Hathaway suddenly said. Breakthrough? You're going to break through to the legendary rank? Sullen looked at Hathaway in surprise. Hathaway nodded. Yes, I have a feeling. Sullen opened the system panel and looked for Hathaway's information. Sure enough, Hathaway's level had reached the edge of the legendary rank. Her EXP was overflowing, and she could advance at any time. Hathaway didn't level up now because she felt that it wasn't safe here. She wanted to go back to the Wizard Tower to advance to the legendary rank. Thinking about it, Hathaway had received the EXP from killing the Frost Giant Chieftain. This time, with the Swamp Giant Chieftain, she had killed 2 legendary monsters. Her EXP should be enough. That's great. Let's go back now, Sullen said excitedly. Next, Sullen and the others began to quickly search for the loot, mainly the corpses of the Hydra leader and the swamp giant. The Hydra leader and the swamp giant chieftain didn't have the habit of collecting treasures. Naturally, they didn't have a lot of wealth like the dragons. Sullen only searched briefly and left after finding nothing. The bodies of the Hydra leader and the swamp giant were too large. Whether it was Hathaway's storage bag or Sullen's storage space, neither could fit them. As for throwing them away, Sullen couldn't bear to do so. He could only make a few large carts to drag these things away and send them back to Northern Town to deal with them later. The precious materials were handled by Hathaway on the spot and stored in Sullen's storage bag and Sullen's storage space. After spending some time cleaning up the battlefield, Sullen and the others left the swamp. When they returned to Northern Town, the huge corpses of the Hydra leader and the swamp giant chieftain caused a huge uproar. These huge monsters were extremely shocking. Even the temples and churches were surprised by Sullen's strength. The corpses of the Hydra leader and the swamp giant chieftain were high-value magic materials that needed to be processed and preserved as soon as possible. These things were handed over to Alex and Karina to deal with. The first thing Hathaway did when she returned to the Wizard Tower was to go into seclusion. Since Hathaway was about to advance to Legendary, Sullen directly closed the Wizard Tower temporarily. Apart from Alex, Chris, Karina, and Grace, everyone else left for the time being. Hathaway's advancement to legendary was somewhat different from Sullen's. Su Len was closer to a warrior, while Hathaway was a pure spellcaster. She needed more elemental energy. After she entered the seclusion room, the wizard tower's elemental pool adjusted 80% of the energy supply to the room. At this time, the elemental energy in the room was so dense that it almost liquefied. As time passed, the energy in the elemental pool was quickly consumed. Because of the shielding circle set up in the seclusion room, the outside world didn't know the state of the room, so Hathaway's advancement didn't spread out. After waiting for about 3 hours, the door of the seclusion room finally opened. Hathaway walked out with a face full of excitement. As soon as the door opened, Alex couldn't wait to rush over and ask, "How was it? How was it? Did you succeed?" Judging from his expression, he must have succeeded. Chris, who was at the side, said with a smile. But why did her tone sound a little sour? "Legendary wizard, huh? How do you feel?" Karina asked. Hathaway smiled and said, "Successful advancement. I feel like I've seen the world again." Although there was only one rank between a legendary wizard and a great wizard, the difference was like heaven and earth. As a matter of fact, in terms of mana, the growth of the power of the will and the accumulation of mana from a beginner wizard to a great wizard was all about the accumulation of mana. Once a wizard reached the legendary rank, their soul would undergo a sublimation, and they would begin to come in contact with the essence of the world and understand the laws. This was the fundamental difference between a legendary wizard and a great wizard. When I reached the legendary rank, my soul seemed to come in contact with the source sea. It was a very strange feeling. When you all become legendary, you will feel it too. Hathaway briefly explained the changes of becoming a legendary wizard. Chris, Karina, Alex, and Grace all looked at her with envy. They were indeed very envious. One had to know that Hathaway's rank was the lowest back then, but now she was the first to break through to the legendary rank. They couldn't help but be envious. As a succubus, it was a little difficult for Chris to advance. She still had a third of her experience bar. As a sorcerer, Karina was also lacking a lot of experience. As for Alex and Grace, they weren't much better off. Congratulations on officially stepping on the path of a wizard, Su Len said with a smile. For ordinary people, the legendary rank was basically the end they could only look up to. But after becoming a legendary wizard, they understood that the legendary rank was just the beginning. Chapter 379. Hathaway becoming a legendary was a big deal for the northern battlefront city. It added a heavy weight to the northern battlefront city that was preparing to establish a new nation. Now that there was a legendary wizard, many things in the northern battlefront city could officially be put on the agenda. For example, the wizard tower spirit. A wizard tower spirit had to be at least a legendary rank before it could be made. Now that Hathaway had become a legendary wizard, it was time for the wizard tower spirit to be made. Only with a tower spirit could the wizard tower be considered a complete wizard tower. After Hathaway finished her advancement, Su Len also started to check his harvest. He had taken the Big Dipper elixir to increase constitution. Su Len's constitution had reached 44 points, and after taking the Big Dipper elixir, it increased to 47 points. The other magic gems and magic steel were directly stored in the warehouse. These two items were considered relatively precious magic materials. Small magic gems had auxiliary effects in many experiments, while large magic gems played a key role in many situations. They were also often used in some magic tools. As for magic steel, it had a wide range of uses. The outer shell of the steel golem was made of magic steel, and many constructs used magic steel. Su Len opened the storage space and saw 2 white treasure chests with a faint golden light. They were the platinum treasure chests he got from killing the Hydra. He chose to open the treasure chests, and there was a flash of light. The familiar sound of the system rang in his ears. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received 10 pieces of Oniac steel." "Congratulations, host, you have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received a legendary soul crystal. The light faded, and Su Lin began to check the items in the treasure chest. Oniac steel was also a type of magic metal, and it was more precious than magic steel. 10 ingots of it were 500 kilograms. This metal had good magic conductivity, and its texture was tough. It also had high resistance to various types of energy. It was a very good material. Including this one, Su Lin now had 2 legendary soul crystals. One of them was prepared to be used to make a tower spirit, while the other was to be used to make a legendary golem. A wizard tower naturally had to be equipped with at least one legendary magic statue. After putting away these things, he began to deal with the bodies of the Hydra and the swamp giant. The Hydra's carcass was huge, and its scales and dragon skin needed to be removed. The Hydra's scales were tough, much tougher than the ice Quetzalcoatlus' scales. The armor made from them would have a high defense, even higher than that of a normal white dragon scales. The Hydra had a large number of scales, and all of them could be used to make more than a dozen sets of armor. The Hydra skin was also very tough and could be used to make dragon skin armor and dragon skin robes. This kind of legendary material could be used to enchant even more powerful spells. Apart from the dragon skin that wasn't suitable to be made into magic robes, the rest of the dragon skin could be made into magic robes. Robes made from this legendary material had a high chance of reaching legendary magic items. Of course, the Hydra skin alone wasn't enough. Many other precious materials were needed. After the scales and skin were distributed, Su Lin began to divide the rest of the Hydra's materials. A huge monster that was 18 meters long had a lot of blood. Su Lin found dozens of containers to hold the blood. The Hydra's weight was 20 tons, and its blood was only 5 tons. The Hydra had 9 hearts, each of which was 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter and weighed more than 25 kilograms. The poor quality blood could be used to make magic ink, and the good quality blood could be used to purify blood or make dragon blood potions. The rest of the internal organs could also be used as ingredients for magic potions. As for the Hydra's fangs, they were all pulled out to be made into short swords or machetes. The venom sac could be used to make poison, and the remaining bones and meat had their own uses. If Su Lin was a necromancer, he could directly summon an undead Hydra, but now it could only be used as a magic ingredient. The meat could be used after being processed. This Hydra had a total of about 10 tons of meat. In order to preserve it for a long time, Su Lin arranged for the meat to be made into dried meat. After dealing with the Hydra's body, Su Lin began to deal with the swamp giant's body. The way he dealt with the swamp giant's body was similar to the way he dealt with the frost giant. Su Lin also purified some blood from the swamp giant's blood. However, compared to the frost giant, the swamp giant's blood this time was much less. The quality of the swamp giant's blood was also slightly inferior to the frost giant's. In the end, the swamp giant's blood could only be used to inscribe the bloodline Mageweth on the 4 barbarians. Su Lin planned to choose a few more barbarians to inscribe the Mageweth on them when he had time. In the following days, Su Lin became very busy. A large amount of blood needed to be purified. A part of the Hydra's blood was concocted into mana ink, which could be used to write scrolls. The remaining part of the blood was purified by Su Lin. The Hydra's blood contained a certain proportion of dragon's blood, which Su Lin used a runic array to purify. Su Lin only managed to extract a bottle of dragon's blood from the last ton of Hydra's blood. As for the rest of the dragon's blood, it could not be separated due to technical issues. The amount of dragon's blood in such a bottle was not even enough for one person. After the purification, there was only about 1% of the blood left. Although it was not pure dragon's blood, the Hydra's bloodline was not much worse than dragon's blood. This blood could be used to concoct a magic potion similar to the dragon's blood potion when combined with the Hydra's heart. Su Lin was not good at this kind of magic potion. In order not to waste the materials, it was best to let Hathaway make it. After Hathaway became a legendary, her skills in concocting magic potions had improved a lot. Making these potions was a piece of cake for her. In just 2 days, Hathaway concocted the dragon's heart potion using the Hydra's heart and blood. Dragon's heart potion, a high-level magic potion made from the Hydra's heart and blood that contained dragon's bloodline and more than 10 rare materials. After consumption, it can increase strength and vitality. There is a very low chance of awakening the dragon's bloodline. Note: the dragon's heart potion can increase strength and vitality by 1 point for constitution and strength below 40. For constitution and strength above 40, it will increase strength and vitality by 0.5 points. It will not be effective for attributes above 45. The potion cannot be consumed continuously. A total of 9 bottles of the dragon's heart potion were made. After seeing the attributes of the potion, Su Lin was surprised. The increase in attributes was expected, but the fact that the dragon's heart potion could awaken the dragon's bloodlines surprised Su Lin. The dragon bloodline warlock was a very powerful type of warlock. Not only did the dragon bloodline warlock have a strong body, but they also had the ability to cast spells. They were much stronger than ordinary warlocks. With this dragon's heart potion and the dragon's blood essence that he had purified before, he could cultivate a dragon bloodline warlock. Su Lin thought for a moment and took out a bottle of dragon's heart potion and left the laboratory. After leaving the wizard tower, Su Lin returned to the lord's castle. "Master!" Anna and Angela appeared at the door. They looked very happy. During this period of time, Su Lin had been busy and had not stayed in the castle for a few days. The 2 little half-elf maids lifted their skirts and bowed to Sun. "Welcome back." Su Lin smiled and hugged the 2 little maids in his arms. He then slapped their perky buttocks and let them go. "How have you been?" Su Lin asked. "Everything is good," the 2 little maids said with slightly blushing faces. Su Lin smiled and whispered in their ears, "I'll reward you tonight." Then the 2 little maids' faces became as red as apples, looking very attractive. "Oh right, where is Phyllis? What has she been doing?" Su Lin looked around and asked. "Madam Phyllis has been practicing martial arts. She should be in the castle's training ground now," Anna whispered. Su Lin nodded. "Send someone to invite her here. I have something to ask her." After a while, Su Lin saw Phyllis hurrying over. Seeing Phyllis's outfit, Su Lin's eyes lit up. As a princess, Phyllis was not just a pretty face. She had also learned the royal sword skills, but her strength was average. Phyllis had her long blonde hair tied behind her head. She was wearing a white hunting suit and a pair of riding boots. Her straight legs looked even more slender under the combination of the riding boots and the hunting suit. Her body looked slim and graceful, and there was a hint of heroism on her beautiful face. "Su Lin, you were looking for me?" Phyllis ran to Su Lin and asked with joy. "Yes, come with me. I have something to tell you." Su Lin took Phyllis's arm and walked upstairs. Phyllis's white jade-like face suddenly turned red. She whispered, "Su Lin, it's still daytime." Su Lin was slightly taken aback. Then he knocked her head in annoyance. "What are you thinking? I have something to ask you." "Oh." Phyllis nodded with a red face, but there was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. The 2 came to the room. Su Lin took out a bottle of Dragon Heart Potion and handed it to Phyllis. "This is the Dragon Heart Potion. It has a certain chance of allowing you to obtain the dragon bloodline and become a dragon disciple. Try it." "Dragon bloodline?" Phyllis looked at the crystal bottle in surprise. There was some red liquid in the bottle that kept shaking, and there were some sparkling stars in the liquid. "This is for me?" Phyllis knew very well that Dragon Disciple was a powerful extraordinary. "Yes, it has a chance of awakening. Try it and see the effect." Su Lin nodded. Phyllis looked at the crystal bottle and then looked at Su Lin. Then she opened the crystal bottle and drank the potion. As soon as it entered her mouth, Phyllis smelled a strong bloody taste. She almost vomited. Fortunately, she knew the value of the potion and forced herself to drink it. Chapter 380. After Phyllis took the Dragon Heart Potion, Su Lin checked Phyllis's attributes for a while and found that there were no other changes except that her strength and physique had increased by 1 point. Su Lin shook his head when he saw that there was no awakening of the dragon bloodline. "Good thing this potion can be stacked. I'll try again in a few days." Phyllis was a little disappointed, but she was relieved when Su Lin said there was still a chance. In the next few days, Su Len began selecting barbarian great axe berserkers to help them level up into barbarian raiders. This time, the giant's blood could level up 4 people. One of them was Boulder, and the other 3 were barbarians. Since he had a lot of experience, Su Len was very familiar with this kind of rune engraving. It took 3 days for the 4 barbarian raiders to finish. Other than Boulder and Johnson, who were heroic units, the rest of the barbarian raiders were still normal units. However, unlike the barbarians of the past, they were now called elite monsters. While Su Len was busy engraving runes on the barbarians, Phyllis also started her daily training. Ever since she was brought to the northern city as a tool for the marriage alliance, she felt a sense of crisis. She was very confident in her appearance, but after coming to the northern city, she quickly realized that she didn't have much of an advantage. There were more than one woman around Su Len who was prettier than her. Without the advantage of her appearance, Phyllis became a little nervous. She was worried that she would be sent to a random place. As a member of the royal family, she had heard too many stories about how the 2 sides of the marriage alliance would become strangers or even worse. Fortunately, Su Len didn't do that, which made her feel relieved. After living in the northern city for a while, she found that she liked life here. However, another thing made her worried again. She realized that none of Sullen's women were normal except for herself. From the wizard to the winged queen, from the succubus to the half-elf, she was the only normal human. This made her feel very disappointed. But after some time, she picked up the court swordsmanship from a long time ago. She didn't want to be a vase that would be casually discarded when she grew old. When Su Len saw her practicing her swordsmanship, he also found her a half-elf tutor. Just 2 days ago, Su Len had specially prepared a bottle of potion for her, which was said to be able to help her become a dragon disciple. However, after she took it, she didn't become a dragon disciple except for increasing her strength and body. This made her very disappointed. "Madam!" Just as she was in a daze, a middle-aged maid beside her bowed and said. Phyllis put the weapon back on the shelf, but the maid handed her a towel to wipe her sweat and said, "Have you sent the food over?" "It has been delivered, madam," said the middle-aged maid. "You guys go ahead and prepare dinner. I'm going to take a bath." Phyllis took off her tight hunting suit, revealing her white silk underwear. Her voluptuous body outlined her impressive curves. After changing into a loose bathrobe, Phyllis turned around and walked to the bathroom. The bathroom was steaming. Phyllis had worked out for a long time on the training ground today and was very tired. As soon as she went in, she took off her bathrobe, revealing her slender waist and plump buttocks. She reached out to test the temperature of the water, then raised her fair legs and stepped into the pool. Her curvaceous body slowly submerged in the water. However, as soon as she stepped in, Phyllis frowned slightly and whispered, "What's wrong? Why is the hot spring water a bit cold today?" "Someone!" Phyllis shouted outside. A series of footsteps came, and then a maid came in and asked respectfully, "Madam, what can I do for you? Why is the water a bit cold today? How long has it been since the water was changed?" Phyllis asked. "Cold?" The maid was a bit surprised. "Madam, the water was just changed." "Just changed the water?" Phyllis was a bit surprised. The maid took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the pool. When her fingers touched the hot water, she felt a burning sensation. "The water isn't cold." The water in the pool was slightly hot, and the temperature was at least 60 degrees. This temperature was a bit high for taking a bath. It even felt hot. Seeing that the maid's expression didn't seem to be fake, Phyllis seemed to feel that something was wrong. She knew the temperature of the hot spring water. When she soaked in the hot spring before, it was a bit hot, but today she felt that the water was cold. "Okay, you can leave now." Phyllis waved her hand and let the maid leave, but she still had some doubts in her heart. Although the water was a bit cold, Phyllis still soaked in the hot spring for a while. Bathing in the hot spring could restore her strength. She was a bit tired at the training ground today, but soaking in the hot spring would quickly restore her strength. After soaking in the hot spring for about 10 minutes, Phyllis stretched herself lazily. Her breasts rose in an exaggerated arc, which went down smoothly and then shrank quickly. After coming out of the bathroom, Phyllis put on a white silk nightgown and several maids brought in a sumptuous meal. After a simple dinner, Phyllis asked the maids to take away the food, then got up and went to the study. She wanted to read for a while before resting. The next day, Su Lin returned to the Lord's castle after completing the barbarian's rune inscription. Phyllis immediately came to see him. "What's wrong?" Seeing Phyllis hurrying over, Su Lin asked curiously. "Su Lin, there are some changes in my body," Phyllis said. Su Lin was a bit surprised. "Changes? What changes?" Phyllis was a bit embarrassed. "I don't seem to be afraid of heat anymore." Su Lin frowned slightly. "Not afraid of heat? Is this the awakening of the dragon warlock bloodline?" Thinking of this, Su Lin hurried over to check Phyllis's pupils. When a dragon warlock awakened their bloodline, their pupils would become different from that of a human. They would be closer to the pupils of a dragon. After careful observation, Su Lin found that there were no changes in Phyllis's pupils. "Come with me." After finding no changes, Su Lin did not give up. Instead, he led Phyllis to a room. Su Lin opened the system panel and found Phyllis's information. Soon he saw a line of small words under Phyllis's information: Dragon Bloodline Awakening. Level of Awakening, low. Su Lin was a bit surprised when he saw this line. Phyllis's situation was just beginning to awaken, but the effect was not good. Normally, when a dragon bloodline awakened, the dragon bloodline awakened would not be afraid of fire, their strength would increase, and dragon scales would appear. However, Phyllis only had the ability to not be afraid of heat, which was a far cry from a warlock's awakening. "Take off your clothes," Su Lin said to Phyllis as they entered the room. "Ah." Phyllis was a little surprised. Then her pretty face flushed red. "Su Lin, it's still dating. Is it okay to do it at night?" "What are you thinking?" Su Lin rolled his eyes at her. "I want to check the level of your awakening." "Awakening?" Phyllis immediately became excited. She grabbed Sullen's arm with both hands and asked, "I've awakened the dragon bloodline? Does that mean I can become a dragon warlock?" Su Lin felt the amazing elasticity on his arm. A delicate fragrance wafted to the tip of his nose. There seemed to be a fire in his heart, but soon, Su Lin suppressed it. "You have indeed awakened the dragon bloodline, but the level of awakening is very low." "Really?" Phyllis's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Hurry up, take off your clothes." "I'll check," Su Lin urged. "Oh." Phyllis hesitated for a moment. Then she undid her belt shyly. The silk robe slid down gently, and a beautiful jade-like body appeared in front of Su Lin. She had full breasts, a slender and powerful waist, and slender and straight legs. She was only wearing thin underwear. Although they had seen each other many times, Phyllis was still a little shy. Under Sullen's fiery gaze, Phyllis's body trembled slightly, and a layer of rose color appeared on her skin. "Turn around." Su Lin patted Phyllis and asked her to turn around. Then he reached out and touched her spine. Su Lin touched her tailbone bit by bit. He was checking Phyllis's spine. After awakening as a dragon bloodline, a pair of dragon wing bones would gradually grow on the human spine. At first, dragon bloodline warlocks didn't have wings, but as their level increased, the dragon bloodline would gradually awaken. At this time, a pair of dragon wings would grow on both sides of the dragon bloodline warlock. This pair of dragon wings wasn't as big as the dragon wings of a giant dragon and couldn't be used to flap them. Of course, they still had the ability to fly. Moreover, the dragon wings of dragon bloodline warlocks could be retracted. When they weren't in use, they could be put away. It was very convenient. Su Lin was now looking for the dragon wing bone on Phyllis's body. Soon, Su Lin touched a bone that was a little different from an ordinary spine. This bone was slightly protruding on both sides. This bone was the dragon wing bone, but it hadn't fully formed yet. Dragon wing bones would only grow on people who had awakened the dragon bloodline warlock's talent. As the dragon bloodline warlock awakened, it would gradually grow and eventually grow into a pair of dragon wings. "Is it done?" Phyllis couldn't help but ask when she felt Su Lin stop. "Wait a minute, it'll be done in a moment." Su Lin looked at the half-naked beauty in front of him, and the fire in his heart burned again. Phyllis turned her head and looked at him. She asked with some confusion, "Why did you take off your clothes too?" "Because I think you're a little shy." Su Lin smiled and reached out to hug Phyllis. "No, it's daytime now." Phyllis instantly understood. Her body subconsciously wanted to resist, but how could Su Lin let a fat sheep escape from his mouth? "What are you thinking?" "I'm just checking your body." Su Lin said righteously. "This won't do." Soon, some indistinct sounds came from the tightly shut door. Chapter 381. Are you saying that my awakening of the dragon bloodline is poor? Phyllis asked as she lay in Sullen's arms. Yes. Although you've awakened your dragon bloodline, the degree of awakening is very low, and your talent is not high either. Su Lin said as he played with the smooth skin in his hand. Then can I become a dragon bloodline warlock? Phyllis asked worriedly. Su Lin smiled. As long as I'm here, no matter how poor your talent is, you can still become a dragon bloodline warlock. It's not impossible for you to become a legendary warlock. Really? Phyllis asked in surprise. Of course. The two of them stayed in bed for a while before getting up again. After a simple meal, Su Lin brought Phyllis to the lab in the wizard tower. Although Phyllis's talent was very poor, it was not impossible to change it. The talent of a warlock was different from that of a wizard or a druid. A warlock's talent depended on the concentration of their bloodline. The easiest way to improve a warlock's talent was to increase the concentration of their bloodline. Su Lin had a few bottles of Dragon Heart Potion that could slightly increase the concentration of the bloodline. In addition, he also purified half a bottle of dragon blood. Although half a bottle of dragon blood was not enough for a person to awaken their dragon bloodline, it could still be used to increase the concentration of the bloodline. When they came to the lab, Su Lin took out another bottle of Dragon Heart Potion and gave it to Phyllis. After taking the potion, the dragon bloodline aura in Phyllis's body increased slightly. At the same time, her strength and vitality also increased a little. Next, Su Lin opened the bloodline magic circle in the lab. Light blue elemental energy slowly poured into it, and soon the whole circle lit up. "Take off your clothes and lie down," Su Lin said to Phyllis. But Phyllis obediently took off her clothes again and lay down in the center of the circle. Next, Su Lin took out a delicate crystal bottle, which contained more than half a bottle of bright red blood. This blood was the dragon blood he had purified before. Su Lin opened the crystal bottle and felt around Phyllis's spine. Phyllis felt a burning pain, and her body trembled slightly. Dragon blood was highly corrosive. According to the bards, bathing in dragon blood could make one invulnerable and strong, which made one's body very strong. There was some truth in this saying. However, the premise was that one's constitution was high enough to withstand the corrosion of the dragon blood. Moreover, in addition to its corrosiveness, the blood of the red dragon was like magma. Under normal circumstances, directly bathing in dragon blood would cause severe burns to a large extent. Although the blood of the white dragon would not burn, it would freeze people into ice. Phyllis's body trembled slightly and her muscles tightened. Obviously, she was in great pain. "Bear with it, it will be over soon." Su Lin looked at Phyllis, who was biting her lips so hard that they were about to bleed. Phyllis nodded with some difficulty. "As long as I can become a dragon disciple, I can endure any pain." Looking at Phyllis's expression, Su Lin nodded slightly. The bloodline transformation circle was not difficult, and Su Lin did not have a hard time operating it. Su Lin put the crystal bottle that contained the dragon blood on the experiment table and then took out some magic gem powder. With a snap of his fingers, a light flashed, and the powder instantly emitted a colorful light. Then, like a colorful ribbon, it flew up. Sullen's finger gently moved, and the ribbon quickly moved along with his finger. At this time, the dragon blood in the crystal bottle was also drawn out by a strange force. Strands of bright red dragon blood slowly extended from Phyllis's spine in the direction of Sullen's finger. The ribbon and the dragon blood quickly merged. Before she knew it, her entire spine was covered by the dragon blood. The dragon blood was the product of Sullen's purification. The dragon blood did not belong to a black dragon or a green dragon, but was similar to the color of the dragon blood in its initial state. Sullen's expression was very serious, and his eyes were sharp. His fingers moved quickly, and runes that seemed to contain mysterious power quickly formed in his hand. When the last rune was completed, Su Len picked up a magic staff and softly chanted. The surrounding elemental energy quickly gathered and formed a frightening magic wave. The last light flashed. Su Len gently pointed, and a huge amount of energy instantly poured into Phyllis's spine. A large amount of elemental energy poured into the laboratory and formed a slight elemental vortex. There was even an elemental siphoning phenomenon in the surroundings. The huge amount of energy in the elemental pool quickly poured out. Dragon blood baptism. Runes rose from the magic circle. These runes emitted a dazzling light and quickly merged with Phyllis's body. These runes carried a powerful force and quickly merged with the dragon blood. Then, they completely merged with Phyllis's body. Phyllis's body trembled slightly. Her eyes became blurred, and her body trembled slightly. After the burning and corrosive sensation disappeared, strands of scorching energy emitted from her spine and quickly circulated throughout her body. As this energy circulated, Phyllis's body was also rapidly changing. The power of the bloodline in her body was also rapidly increasing. As the energy continued to circulate, Phyllis's body became stronger little by little. Su Len was slightly relieved. A sense of fatigue came over him. Although the dragon blood baptism was not difficult, it consumed a lot of energy. All right, the ritual is completed. You can get up now. Su Len snapped his fingers and cut off the energy supply of the runic circle. The whole runic circle slowly dimmed. Done. Phyllis was a little stunned. Then, she got up and put on her clothes under Sullen's urging. Your body should be very strong now. The dragon blood baptism just now can strengthen your bloodline. You can feel the changes in yourself, Su Len said with a smile. I feel my body is full of energy. Phyllis said excitedly as she clenched her fist. This is just one of the changes. Su Len said affirmatively, the potential of a dragon bloodline warlock is quite amazing, especially a warlock with a strong bloodline like yours. If you can fully utilize it, it won't be difficult for you to advance to the legendary rank. Dragon bloodline warlocks were very powerful. They were born with great strength. After awakening their dragon bloodline, they would have dragon scales, dragon ability, dragon breath, dragon's constitution, dragon wings, and half-dragon transformation. In the beginning, dragon scales were only equivalent to leather armor. However, as dragon bloodline warlocks continued to advance, the defensive effect of dragon scales would continue to strengthen. In the end, dragon scales' defensive power would surpass that of plate armor, and it would also have a certain degree of magic resistance. Dragon ability allowed dragon bloodline warlocks to have strength comparable to legendary warriors. They could completely rely on strength to fight. Needless to say, dragon breath was a kind of power similar to dragon breath. This kind of dragon breath would gradually strengthen. Dragon's constitution would allow dragon bloodline warlocks to have a strong physique not inferior to warriors. Dragon wings allowed them to have the ability to fly. Half-dragon transformation allowed them to transform into some of the characteristics of dragons in battle. In the state of half-dragon transformation, the various strengths of dragon bloodline warlocks would be strengthened again. In fact, a powerful dragon bloodline warlock's close combat strength was not inferior to a warrior. Moreover, compared to warriors, they also had the ability to fly and cast spells. Although dragon bloodline warlocks' casting ability was weaker than that of ordinary warlocks, the gap was not big. Moreover, they also had dragon breath. In addition to these, dragon bloodline warlocks inherited the dragon bloodline, so their lifespan was also very long. The basic lifespan was more than 300 years. If they advanced to the legendary rank, their lifespan would be greatly extended. Dragon bloodline warlocks also had an enviable ability that was, their strength would slowly increase over time, even a little bit when they were sleeping. This ability was very similar to dragon sleep. Phyllis had obtained the dragon bloodline as a red dragon warlock. The first ability she awakened was fire resistance. However, as time passed, this ability would gradually strengthen. Finally, she would gain fire resistance. After Su Lin performed the dragon blood baptism on her, Phyllis awakened dragon ability. Her physical strength had been strengthened. Now, her strength attribute had directly increased by 3 points. If strength increased by 3 points every time she advanced, then Phyllis's strength would increase by at least 15 points. Of course, this was only the most basic. With some professional training, it would not be difficult for Phyllis's strength to exceed 35 points. Many legendary warriors after advancing to the legendary rank did not have the same strength. Okay, now go to the training ground to test your ability, Su Lin said after watching Phyllis move her body for a while. Okay, I still can't control the sudden increase in strength. Phyllis nodded. She had not yet adapted to the sudden increase in strength. Su Lin took Phyllis to the 5th floor of the Wizard Tower. This floor was the training ground of the Wizard Tower. There were a total of 30 training grounds here. They used the space expansion technique to expand the space. These training grounds were blessed with various protective spells and were divided into levels. However, the training grounds in the Wizard Tower could only withstand the spell attack of a level 4 wizard at most. As for more powerful spells, they could only go to other places to practice. In fact, there were basically no training grounds that could withstand legendary attack spells. Su Lin chose a level 2 training ground, which could withstand the destructive power of spells between level 0 and level 4. Phyllis had just become a dragon bloodline warlock. Although her strength had increased greatly, according to the destructive power, it was not at the level of a level 4 spell, so she could use all her strength. Catch! Su Lin took out a long sword and handed it to her. Now that your strength has increased greatly, you can try swordsmanship first. Then, get used to it as soon as possible. Phyllis nodded and took the long sword. As soon as the long sword was in her hand, she could acutely feel that the weapon was much lighter. In fact, it was not the weapon that was lighter, but her strength had increased. Phyllis had learned palace swordsmanship before, so she began to practice it as soon as she got the weapon. Chapter 382. Phyllis waved her weapon and then launched an attack on Su Lin. Su Lin gently flicked her weapon away with his wooden sword, and then casually knocked Phyllis's calf with his sword. Focus! Su Lin said in a deep voice. Sorry. Phyllis quickly got up, picked up her weapon, and got into a fighting stance. Ha! Phyllis once again waved her weapon at Su Lin, but of course, she was easily defeated by Su Lin. After a while of sparring, Su Lin had a rough idea of Phyllis's strength. To be honest, Phyllis's combat awareness was not high, and the palace swordsmanship she learned was not very effective. The palace swordsmanship was developed from the battlefield swordsmanship, and there was nothing wrong with it. But later, the palace swordsmanship gradually began to be improved in the direction of rituals and patterns. In the end, this kind of swordsmanship was inclined to the performance type and was not suitable for fighting. Phyllis, don't learn the palace swordsmanship in the future, Su Lin said. I'll ask the drows to teach you a swordsmanship suitable for fighting. But Phyllis nodded. After awakening the dragon bloodline, Phyllis's strength had reached the 1st grade, but because she was not good at fighting, her strength could only be regarded as average, and it was completely due to the improvement of her physical fitness. Her current physical fitness was very strong, and she could basically crush ordinary knights. After a complete test, although Phyllis was very tired, she was very excited. She was obviously very happy with the power she had just gained. Take a rest, Su Lin said with a smile. Since you've awakened the dragon bloodline, don't be lazy in the future. Phyllis panted and took the towel handed to her by the maid to wipe her sweat. After Phyllis awakened the dragon bloodline warlock, Su Lin put away the remaining bottles of dragon heart potion. These potions could no longer increase the concentration of her bloodline. He planned to let others try it in the future. While Su Lin was busy processing the materials from the Hydra and the Swamp Giant, Hathaway was studying the creation of the Tower Genie. It was very difficult to create a tower spirit. Originally, Hathaway had planned to use the normal method to create a tower spirit. However, after obtaining the Mageweth inscription technology, it could also be used to create a tower spirit. After some discussion, Su Len and Hathaway decided to use the Mageweth inscription technology to create a tower spirit. Initially, Su Len had thought that Hathaway would still need some time to learn this technique, and that it wouldn't be the best time to create the tower genie. However, he didn't expect that after advancing to the legendary level, her learning ability would also increase. It only took her a few days to completely master the Mageweth inscription technique. Compared to Su Len, who was a wizard who only focused on one subject, Hathaway, who had a formal wizard education and a part-time master alchemist, learned all kinds of skills much faster. She could learn all kinds of knowledge by analogy. When he saw Hathaway again, she was full of energy. Su Len, I'm going to make the tower spirit. Su Len's face lit up with joy. You've already mastered the Mageweth inscription technique? Yes, I've succeeded, Hathaway said with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make the tower spirit. Su Len excitedly pulled Hathaway directly to the wizard tower. The two arrived at the laboratory, where all kinds of equipment were ready. The energy of the elemental pool was turned on, and the concentration of elemental elements in the laboratory rapidly increased. Su Len took out a legendary-level soul crystal. This high-quality soul crystal looked very beautiful, like a bright gem. It contained powerful soul energy, which was the main material for making a tower spirit. Hathaway gently pointed with her finger, and a large amount of elemental energy rushed out. The rune circle that had been prepared in advance quickly lit up. Su Len handed the soul crystal to Hathaway, and Hathaway took out a magic staff. Then she gently pointed at the soul crystal, and the purple soul crystal floated in midair. A chant was heard, and Hathaway summoned a ball of elemental fire that kept jumping. This elemental fire was a power that only a master alchemist could control. The blue elemental fire seemed to have no temperature, but it was actually very hot. She took out a piece of mithril and threw it into the elemental fire. Soon, the mithril melted into a silvery white liquid. Arcane powder. 13 ounces. Hathaway said to Su Len. Su Len skillfully weighed out 13 ounces of arcane powder with a balance and handed it over. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and the powder flew up and entered the fire bit by bit. Elemental powder. 6 ounces. Stardust. 1 ounce. As the elemental fire continued to burn, Hathaway added all kinds of magic materials. The original silvery white liquid gradually turned pale gold. When all the materials were fused together, Hathaway picked up the soul crystal with a serious face. She held the soul crystal with the sorcerer's hand and let it slowly enter the elemental fire. The blue elemental fire quickly wrapped around the soul crystal, and then it fused with the pale gold liquid. The fusion lasted for about an hour. When the two were completely fused, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, this was only the first step. The next step was to inscribe runes on the half-finished material. This step was very crucial. If there was a mistake in the runes, the material would have to be reforged. Every time it was reforged, it would lose a lot of soul energy and materials. Hathaway took out the tools she had prepared. Ordinary carving knives could not be used to inscribe runes, so she used a special tool. Powerful elemental energy gathered in midair. Hathaway activated the tool, and the half-finished soul core in front of her instantly enlarged from the size of a palm by a few hundred times. Next, Hathaway controlled the special carving knife and began to inscribe runes. These runes had been simulated in her mind hundreds of times. Although it was her first time doing it, she was very familiar with it. Runes quickly appeared one after another without any mistakes. The runes connected with each other, and finally, the entire soul core was engraved with runes. When the last rune was engraved, a light flashed, and all the runes lit up. Finally, they connected into one. Soul control. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and powerful magic waves emanated from her body. In the next second, a stream of soul energy was extracted from the soul core. Traces of vague whispers appeared in the laboratory, and the negative energy in the surroundings began to gather. If someone was here, they would clearly feel that the place had suddenly become gloomy. A huge amount of soul energy appeared. Although this soul energy had lost its consciousness, it quickly began to struggle and wanted to escape. Soul shackle. A pale golden chain suddenly appeared and directly entangled all the soul energy. The soul energy, which was still moving, immediately became obedient. Su Lin lit up the ghostwood that he had prepared earlier. The ghostwood was a type of magical plant that grew in graveyards and other places with dense negative energy. It was usually used to make concentrating incense, which could increase the efficiency of a wizard's meditation. It could also protect and calm the soul. With the appearance of the smoke, the soul energy seemed to have become more solid. Soul construct. Hathaway softly chanted, and a purple light merged with the soul shadow. The soul shadow also began to undergo various changes. Hathaway continued to repair the soul energy. Soul weave. Rays of light flashed, and as time went by, the soul energy gradually became the appearance that Hathaway wanted. There were many types of tower spirits, from the combat tower spirits to the auxiliary tower spirits, to the dual-purpose tower spirits, and so on. Generally, wizard towers used auxiliary tower spirits or dual-purpose tower spirits. The tower spirits used in floating cities were large and comprehensive tower spirits. A floating city's tower spirit would be composed of many auxiliary tower spirits and combat tower spirits. Sullen's wizard tower naturally did not need so many tower spirits. The tower spirit that Hathaway made this time was a dual-purpose tower spirit. Because of the use of Mageweth inscription technology, the tower spirit made by Hathaway had a powerful computing ability, much stronger than the average tower spirit. The current world's tower spirit technology was only upgraded from the early tower spirit technology of the Arcane Empire era. Compared with Sullen's tower spirit, the gap was not small. This tower spirit would become the tower spirit of the wizard tower. It would assist Su Lin and Hathaway in controlling the wizard tower, adjust the energy supply of the wizard tower, and command the puppet golems to patrol according to the predetermined route. It was the manager of the wizard tower. When the tower was invaded by foreign enemies, it would command the puppet golems to fight. After completing the soul construct and soul weave, Hathaway gently snapped her fingers, and the soul energy once again merged into the soul core. Soul fusion. With a flash of light, the soul core in midair returned to calm again. Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to take the soul core and began to examine it. After finally confirming that everything was normal, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. But until now, the tower spirit was still not completed. Hathaway was not in a hurry to complete it. Instead, she took a short break. When her mental strength recovered to its best state, Hathaway began the next step. Activate the construct life. Soul awakening. The surging elemental energy was quickly extracted by Hathaway. Her mental strength guided the magic to quickly construct a complex magic array. Melodious spells were constantly chanted from her mouth, and a powerful magical wave appeared in the laboratory. A golden aura appeared out of thin air. The soul core, which was originally a dead object, seemed to have undergone other changes. The brilliance dissipated, and another soul wave appeared, followed by a strange life wave. Finally, all the light dissipated, the soul power was completely recovered, and a special construct life appeared. Chapter 383. Tower spirits were not simple magic creations. They were a special kind of life form. They were very similar to elemental creatures, but they were different from elemental creatures. According to the template of society in his previous life, tower spirits should be a high-level artificial intelligence. Master, a cold mechanical voice sounded. From today onwards, your name is Milky Way. Su Lin gave the new tower spirit a name. Yes, Master. Tower spirit Milky Way is at your service. The new tower spirit quickly accepted its name. Hathaway began to add all kinds of information to Milky Way. A newly born tower spirit was not a blank piece of paper. Because of the remnant soul consciousness in the soul crystal, it usually received some simple general knowledge. However, this general knowledge was not enough to control the wizard tower. Hathaway needed to instill all kinds of knowledge into the tower spirit. With the continuous infusion of knowledge, the tower spirit quickly learned through a large amount of computing power and constantly grew. When Hathaway finished instilling all kinds of knowledge, she picked up the tower spirit's soul core and went to the 7th floor of the wizard tower. The 7th floor of the wizard tower was divided into 2 parts. One was the astrology platform, and the other was the control center. The control center had been completed long ago, but because there was no tower spirit, it was empty. Now that the tower spirit was completed, it naturally had to be placed in the control center. Only in this way, the tower spirit could control the wizard tower and assist Su Len and Hathaway in controlling the wizard tower. In the empty control hall, there was nothing other than the control center. The floor here was paved with white marble, and it was enchanted with a hardening spell. Its hardness was far greater than that of steel. A large number of energy channels were laid under the marble, and these energy channels were all connected to the control center. Hathaway arrived in front of the control panel in the middle. This stone platform wasn't made of stone, but it looked like it was made of stone. Hathaway had used several dozen kinds of magic materials to create it, and it had a very strong magic conductivity. A large number of magic patterns had already been engraved on the control panel. In the middle of these magic patterns, there was a groove. With a light tap of her finger, several rays of magic light flashed, and the control center slowly rose. Hathaway took the tower spirit's soul core, and then placed the soul core into the groove. With a light snap, the soul core was tightly sealed. With a flash of light, the runic array of the control center was activated, and the entire console emitted a dazzling magic light. The energy of the elemental pool was instantly activated, and a huge amount of elemental energy flowed into the control center through the energy channel. Then, a powerful soul wave came, and the surrounding magic patterns all lit up. Master, Tower Spirit Milky Way has successfully taken over the Sorcerer Tower. Self-check mode is in progress. The elemental pool is functioning normally. The Sorcerer Tower's energy channel is functioning normally. The Sorcerer Tower's security is functioning normally. The Golem Squad is moving normally. The Ecological Garden is functioning normally. The dungeon is not activated. The isolation room is not activated. The laboratory is functioning normally. Self-examination complete. Magus functions normally. Would you like to restart the Sorcerer Tower? After rebooting, the Sorcerer Tower will be fully taken over by Tower Spirit Milky Way. Su Lin asked, will restarting the Wizard Tower affect the ongoing experiments or other things? When the Adept Tower is reactivated, it will reserve a portion of energy to maintain normal operation. Then restart it. Su Lin said. Restarting. Following the cold voice of Yin He, the light of the control center gradually dimmed, and the elemental energy continued to decrease. Prepare to restart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Restart. The elemental pool is operating. Beginning to supply energy. The magic array is activated. The energy channel is beginning to self-check. Self-examination complete. Beginning energy transfer. A huge amount of elemental energy instantly gushed out from the elemental pool and was transferred to various parts of the Sorcerer Tower along the energy channel. Beginning to scan the structure of the Sorcerer Tower. Scan complete. Constructing a 3-dimensional model. A ray of light flashed, and a large amount of light suddenly appeared in front of Hathaway and Su Lin. Then the light gathered, and a 3-dimensional model quickly appeared in front of the two of them. It was the 3-dimensional model of the Sorcerer Tower. This model had all the places of the Sorcerer Tower marked, and it could be enlarged, shrunk, or rotated according to the movements of the two of them. Every part of the Sorcerer Tower could be analyzed and observed. It was very intuitive. 3-dimensional model construction completed. The Golem Squad is moving. Resetting the patrol route. The patrol route has been revised. Cleaning and repairing 28 loopholes. The isolation room is functioning normally. The laboratory is moving normally. The ecological garden is functioning normally. Alert mode activated. As Xianxia's voice sounded, the Sorcerer Tower once again resumed its normal operation. The Sorcerer Tower is functioning normally. Hathaway and Sulen looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that this tower genie had done a good job. Master, please set the permissions. Sulen and I are set to the highest permissions. Hathaway said directly. Setting complete. Chris, Karina, Alex, Grace, Phyllis, Anna, and Angela are set to level 7 permissions. All Sorcerer Apprentices are set to level 2 permissions. Sorcerer Lorraine and Sorcerer Andre are set to level 4 permissions. Permissions setting complete. As a ray of light rose, the various permissions were divided. As the Tower Genie took over the Sorcerer Tower, Su Len and Lei Lin had full control of the Sorcerer Tower. Xianxia, activate the three-dimensional model of the Sorcerer Tower. Scan the energy channels and the surrounding ley line network. Hathaway stood in the middle of the hall and said, along with a faint golden light, a ring of light suddenly appeared in the control center. The ring of light paused for a few seconds, and in the next second, the ring of light rapidly expanded. In just a moment, it turned into a ray of light that could not be seen by the naked eye and spread out. The light quickly scanned the Sorcerer Tower, and then Xianxia's cold mechanical voice sounded again. Model activated. The model of the Sorcerer Tower appeared in front of Su Len. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and the model of the Sorcerer Tower was instantly divided into a dozen different areas. Hathaway marked out some of the areas and then slowly said, begin calculating the energy transmission efficiency of the Sorcerer Tower. Establishing mission. Mission established. Data collection complete. Beginning calculation. The light flashed, and Xianxia began to calculate quickly. Starting from the elemental pool, the magic rune marks in every position of the Sorcerer Tower began to appear, and they were constantly combined in the three-dimensional model. After a few minutes, the light disappeared. Calculation complete. The current energy transmission efficiency of the Sorcerer Tower is 63%. Recommend Master to optimize the internal structure. Xianxia's cold voice sounded. Optimize. Xianxia's cold mechanical voice sounded again. Begin optimizing the internal structure of the Sorcerer Tower. Calculation in progress. Optimization complete. Generating three-dimensional model. Model completed. Optimization plan generated. Add an energy hub in the energy transmission channel in the basement. Modify the energy hearing route in the hall on the first floor. Add more magic rune engravings on the magic rune nodes on the third floor. And add 3 energy transformation hubs on the 5th floor. Estimated consumption. 35 units of magic crystals, 20 magic gems, 12 ounces of arcane dust, stardust. After optimization, the Sorcerer Tower's energy efficiency will be increased by 17.6%, and daily energy consumption will be reduced by 12%. Seeing the new optimization plan, Hathaway nodded. Record the optimization plan. With the help of the Tower Genie, the management of the Sorcerer Tower was a lot easier. Su Len and Hathaway were relieved. Next, they needed to start optimizing the Sorcerer Tower according to the modification plan of the Tower Genie. Other than optimizing the Sorcerer Tower, Sullen's Sorcerer Tower still had a lot of things to build. For example, the Sorcerer Tower's attack system and the Sorcerer Tower's defense system. These two facilities were very important. Normally, a Sorcerer Tower needed to be protected by the Sorcerer Tower. The Sorcerer Tower was a special magic technique. It was weaved with magic energy. It was a powerful enchantment that covered a large area. It had a simple consciousness. The Sorcerer Tower could also record all kinds of spells and store magic energy. At the same time, those who had access to the Sorcerer Tower could use all kinds of power within the Sorcerer Tower. It could be said that with the Sorcerer Tower, one's combat power within the Sorcerer Tower would be doubled. The Sorcerer Tower could not only record spells, but it also had the ability to suppress magic. The spells recorded in the Sorcerer Tower could be changed. The Sorcerer Tower's ability to suppress magic was much more limited than Sullen's Sorcerer Tower. It could only suppress a single series or type of spell. It was not easy to build a large sorcerer tower. The cost of such a sorcerer tower was very high, and Su Len did not have the craftsmanship to make the sorcerer tower. The sorcerer tower was highly confidential. Su Len did not have enough money to build such a thing, so he planned to build a magic enchantment for the sorcerer tower first. In addition to the sorcerer tower also needed an attack system. This attack system was not to deal with the golem puppets, but it was a trump card. For example, the sorcerer particle railgun, the sorcerer crystal pulse railgun, and many other powerful weapons. For example, the sorcerer particle railgun. This thing's attack power was very exaggerated. Even if a legendary sorcerer was hit, he would not be able to escape. If the sorcerer tower was hit, he would die on the spot. This kind of powerful weapon had existed since the era of the Arcane Empire. After the Arcane Empire's era, this technology had been improved many times and became even more powerful. The sorcerers were now using the improved technology, but it was rarely used. However, although this kind of weapon was very powerful, it was not suitable to be equipped because this kind of weapon consumed too much energy. A sorcerer particle railgun required a variety of materials. Mithril was only a part of it. There were more than a dozen other materials. It was not easy to build, and this kind of technology needed to be supplemented. Chapter 384. It was now June. The northern wasteland was lush and full of life. Northern Town had become even more prosperous. Since the beginning of the month, there had been more caravans coming to Northern Town. Apart from the caravans, there were also many nobles from different countries. "This is the 20th noble, right?" a peddler on the street whispered. "The 21st, a shoemaker who was mending a pair of boots added. "So many nobles are here to celebrate our Lord's founding," the peddler said excitedly. The itinerant man said excitedly, "I really hope more nobles will come. Then I can earn more money." "Hey, Jack, you've made about 3 silver nars this month, right?" "Don't be too greedy," the shoemaker said. "You're talking like you've made less money, Harry." Jack glanced at him and said, "Hee hee. I really want to earn 5 gold nars as soon as possible so that I can have my own piece of land here." Jack said with a sigh. "Yes, thanks to our kind Lord. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to save enough money to buy a piece of land," Harry said with a smile. Harry smiled and said, "This month, our Lord is going to officially establish a duchy. May the gods protect our Lord and our country." When night fell, Jack walked briskly to the market. Every day, when the market was about to close, he would come here to buy some cheap food. Northern Town had a lot of seafood, so the price was not expensive. Now that the market was about to close, the price was even lower. A 2-pound fish only cost 8 copper nars. When the market was about to close, the price was even lower. If it was a dead fish, it would only cost 4 copper nars. Although it was a dead fish, it had been dead for less than a day. His son was lucky. Now, he could eat fish soup every now and then. When he was young, he couldn't even eat enough potatoes, let alone meat soup. It was really a good time. Jack's house was on the west side of the outer town. It was a small house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. He lived here with his wife and 3 children. The house was small and shared a yard with several other families. Outside, there was a drainage ditch. There were 3 faucets in the yard. There were some empty spaces in the yard for drying clothes. There were also a few chicken cages next to the yard. There were a few hens in the cages. The eggs that the hens laid would be accumulated and sold at the market when there were enough eggs. As a commoner who had lived here for almost a year, Jack had his own plans. He wasn't like some people who enjoyed a good life and lived a careful life. He planned to work hard to earn money and buy a few acres of land when the price of land in Northern Town was low. Then, when his 2 sons grew up, his elder son would continue to be a peddler, his younger son would work as a farmer, and his daughter would find a good husband and give them a dowry. This way, their family would be able to take root in Northern Town. At the thought of this, Jack's heart was burning with passion. He could be considered worthy of his 3 children. When their grandfather and his father died, not to mention the land, even the house was in ruins. The inheritance that he left for them was already much better than his father's. When Jack returned home, he found that Hansen's family, who used to live in the same yard, had moved away. Hansen's son, Bernie, had successfully joined the army of Northern Town. His family had also left the commoners class. The soldiers in North Town City were paid handsomely, and their families were allowed to have their own houses. It wasn't like the 40-square-meter house he was currently living in, where 5 or 6 families were squeezed together. It was a real house with a courtyard. As long as they became soldiers, they would be treated very well. The army provided food and shelter, and they could eat meat every day. This was something that countless commoners envied. After becoming soldiers, Northern Town would also distribute land. It could be said that as long as they became soldiers, their family wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. However, it wasn't easy to become a soldier. Every day they had to undergo cruel training. If they were eliminated during training, they could only become a militia. The treatment of a militia was far worse than that of a soldier. Jack once wanted to join the army, but he gave up after trying. People died in war. His son wanted to join the army, but Jack didn't agree. Now, he just wanted to live a stable life and make his family better little by little. Northern Town was under construction every day. Although many places were completed, there were still a lot of empty spaces in the city. These empty spaces would naturally be used for construction in the future. The most important thing in Northern Town now was to prepare for the Lord's founding celebration. The entire Northern Town was busy preparing for this. For the celebration, every street in the city had to be cleaned. Trees and flowers were planted on both sides of the road. The city was decorated with beautiful flowers. Perhaps Northern Town wasn't as prosperous as the cities in the Southern Alliance, nor was it as populous as the capital of Florence. However, anyone who came here first felt that everything was solemn and neat. Everything was in order. The refugees from various countries quickly got used to the order of the city. They accepted their new life and quickly integrated into it. In just over 2 years, such a magnificent city had appeared in the northern wasteland. The sea breeze from the eastern sea brought enough rain to the northern wasteland. Many caravans from the Kingdom of Florence came to Northern Town along the road to the northern wasteland. Carts of goods were transported to the warehouse by laborers. These were the goods and daily necessities that Northern Town had purchased from various countries. For example, cloth, oil, slaves, spices, salt, preserved fruits, and enchanted materials. The number of slaves purchased by the Northern Town City had never decreased. The slave trade used to be the Northern Town City's biggest business. The Northern Town City would purchase around 2,000 slaves every month, so the population of the Northern Town City had been growing rapidly. Northern Town also produced salt, but the output was average. The salt produced here was rock salt. It had a high content of impurities, so it needed to be filtered. Salt production also required a lot of people. It couldn't compare to the big salt lakes in other places. Therefore, the salt mines didn't expand their production. Dark clouds came from the southeast. It could be foreseen that a heavy rain was about to hit. Many merchants were busy packing up. The carriages were stored in special garages. The horses were also driven into the stables. The coolies and porters were shouting to speed up the transportation of goods. The weather in June was unpredictable. They knew that a storm would come and go as it wished. The merchants moved their goods to their shops. However, the tavern 2 streets away was still very lively. Because of the prosperous trade in the northern wasteland, many mercenaries came here with caravans every year. At the same time, many adventurers used the tavern as a base to explore the northern wasteland. Many adventurers and mercenaries liked to squander the money they earned in a short period of time. Taverns were built one after another in Northern Town. At the same time, some seafood merchants with a keen sense of smell came here to sell abalone. Although the drinks and food in Northern Town were good, the ratio of men to women in the city was a bit imbalanced. The ratio of men to women in the city was about 6-4. This was mainly because Su Len didn't buy female slaves when he first bought slaves. Although he later plundered a lot of people in the northern wasteland and his territory became more populated and alleviated the problem of the ratio of men to women to a certain extent, the number of seafood merchants in the taverns decreased. Mercenaries and adventurers were willing to spend money. This phenomenon lasted for a month or two. Many seafood merchants heard the news and came to northern town. Sulen didn't stop this situation. After all, these seafood merchants maintained the stability of the society to a certain extent. Otherwise, those mercenaries and adventurers who were bored out of their minds might not take the risk. There were many civilians in northern town. Some of these civilians were craftsmen. After hearing that northern town was rich, they came to live here. These civilians rarely left after coming here. This was because they only needed to spend a little money to obtain land here. Moreover, life in northern town was stable. There weren't many exorbitant taxes, so they didn't have to worry about the nobles seizing their property. Compared to other cities, this place was like heaven. A caravan slowly approached the city gate. The tax officer who was already at the gate walked over quickly with 2 soldiers. "Where are you from? What kind of goods are you selling? You have to pay 10% tax to trade here. Also, all goods are not allowed to be traded outside. You have to go to the trading market in the city." The tax officer walked up and said. Soon, a man dressed like a manager of the caravan came to negotiate with the tax officer. The tax officer recorded the information while checking the goods for contraband. After a while, the tax officer finished checking and took out a special piece of paper to record the goods. After confirming the goods, the tax officer asked the merchant to sign. After completing the transaction, the tax officer would give the merchant a token. This was the certificate of permission to trade. Only those who had the token could trade in northern town. Soon, the tax officer finished recording and left. It was going to rain soon. Although he was a tax officer, he didn't collect taxes. He was only responsible for recording the goods of the caravan. He would only collect taxes when the caravan entered the market. The caravan moved forward again. At this time, a few cloaked figures left the caravan. They nodded at the manager of the caravan and gently knocked on the belly of their horses. They left the caravan and entered the city. "So this is northern town? It's so prosperous in the north. Do you see that tall tower? There are actually wizards building wizard towers in this place. Do you feel it? The concentration of elemental energy here is very high." Chapter 385. Yes, the elemental concentration here is at least twice as high as the outside world. Another old voice sounded. "It seems that the Lord of Northern City isn't as simple as we thought." The older man glanced around and said, "This place is indeed different from what we imagined. We've seen many cities before and we know what they look like. The first impression I got from this city is that it's clean and then it's orderly. Along the way, whether it's Cult City, Cold Winter City, Monster City, or Port Tylon, you can smell the stench from afar. The terrible traffic and chaotic order. I really don't understand how the nobles manage the cities, and the streets are full of poor people in ragged clothes. Compared to those places, Northern City is simply heaven. Although it's still hard to live here, it's better than starving to death. The air and environment here are also very good. I can't imagine that this place was a wasteland 2 years ago." Along the way, they saw the poverty and filth under the appearance of prosperity in various countries. During those times of chaos and poverty, this place was orderly, and the lives of the commoners were very good. "Let's go to the tavern to collect some information." At the same time, in a corner of the city gate, a few figures noticed the 2 men who had left the caravan. One of them said, "Boss, who's here this time? Do we need to report it? It's closest to Northern City, and there are all kinds of people here." Under the dim light, the drow quickly recorded some information and said. Another drow looked for a while and said, "2 wizards, record it and report it later. Let people pay attention to it, but don't pay too much attention. They won't break the rules casually." Under normal circumstances, wizards rarely intervened in mortal affairs. This had always been a matter of convention. Most of the time, wizards wouldn't even take the initiative to expose themselves to society. They were also known as the mysterious ones among the commoners. Since coming to Northern City, Sulen had led them to victory again and again, which gave them a kind of blind confidence. Even if the two wizards dared to make a move here, they would be discovered immediately. They were confident that they could get rid of these slaves. Two wizards walked into the city. They observed everything while chatting. The fame of Northern Town City had spread far and wide with the help of the caravans. There were many rumors about this pearl of the northern region, and the majestic buildings in Northern Town City had also spread far and wide. Whether it was the exquisite structure of the elevated aqueduct, the solemn Arc de Triomphe, or the magnificent and magical Sky Garden, these buildings were said to be miraculous. Many people listened to them as myths, but in fact, even those who spread the word did not know that these buildings really had various miraculous effects. Madam! The workers on both sides of the road bowed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. The little succubus Chris had been in charge of the expansion of the Lord's castle. In order to establish a duchy, Sullen's Lord's mansion needed to be upgraded into a palace. Chris glanced at the crowd and said slowly, "Everyone else, leave. Architect, come with me." The Lord's castle in Northern Town City didn't have a master architect when it was built, so many parts of it weren't built properly. Now, Sulen needed to transform the Lord's mansion into a magnificent palace. It was very suitable for Chris to do this. As a succubus, they didn't think about tempting other people every day. Anyone who had been to the succubus territory knew that the succubus queen commanded many succubi to transform a lower realm into a paradise. Those were the masterpieces of succubi and all kinds of craftsmen. Therefore, Chris's artistic skills were very high. Sullen's palace was built on the foundation of the Lord's castle. The whole building looked like a whole. The design of the palace was made by everyone, and then it was finally confirmed after Sulen confirmed and modified some parts. The palace was slightly bigger than the Lord's castle. It was located on the west side of the Harvest Altar, in the center of Northern Town City. A lot of white marble was used to build the palace. During the construction, spells like mud to stone were used. The structure of the palace was very sturdy, and the ground was extravagantly enchanted with some hardening spells. The palace even had part of the power of the Wizard Tower. As the palace of Northern Wind Duchy, Sulen didn't want to lower the security of his palace. Sulen even planned to build an elemental pool and rune barrier in the palace. Of course, the construction cost of his palace was still not as high as the Wizard Tower next to it. After all, there was no tower spirit in the palace, nor was there a big waste of money like an ecological garden. Even so, it would cost 600,000 to 700,000 kinnar to complete the palace. Right now, the palace was only the outline of a building. The main building of the palace had been completed, but there were still many places that needed to be engraved with magic patterns and set up with magic circles. When the palace was completed, the energy field of the palace could be connected to the Wizard Tower. At the same time, Sulen also planned to include the miracle buildings in Northern Town City. When the palace was completed, its energy field could cover the entire city and even some of the territory outside the city. This was a huge project. In order to complete it, he might need the help of a legendary wizard like Hathaway. There were beautiful reliefs on the walls of the palace. Some of them were engraved with myths and legends. Some of them were engraved with Sullen's achievements, from him becoming a pioneer noble, to him building Northern Town City, defeating all kinds of enemies in the wilderness, and becoming the overlord of the Northern Wilderness. At the moment, only a part of these reliefs was completed. There was still a lot of space left on the surrounding walls. These spaces were used to engrave Sullen's achievements in the future. There might be racial wars or even national wars with other countries. The sculptors would continue to engrave Sullen's achievements in reliefs on the walls of the palace. Legendary wars, large-scale wars involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. If the outstanding generals of Northern Wind Duchy did something important, they would also be engraved. The palace of Northern Town City was built in Baroque style. In addition to many sculptures, there were also many curved and oval-shaped buildings. In the hall of the palace, there were 36 tall white marble pillars supporting it. The hall was elegant and grand, with a soft shape. The interior decoration was gorgeous. The dome was oval, with some flying angels and Pegasi engraved on it. The hall was spacious and could easily accommodate thousands of people. In the center of the hall was a platform about half a meter high. On the platform was Sullen's throne. Northern town cities' actions during this time attracted the attention of the countries in the northeast. After all, the birth of a new country had a certain impact on the surrounding countries. During this time, many uninvited people came to Northern Town City to inquire about information. They hid their identities, disguised themselves as merchants, or disguised themselves as adventurers, and observed in the dark. Sulen sent out all the drows in the city and had them monitor these people. At the same time, he also increased the number of city guards. The previous security team had now been upgraded to the city guard army, and the number of people had increased to 1,000. After all, it was a city with a population of 100,000. Relying on a security team of only 300 people was already a bit of a stretch. After learning about the rise of Sulen, these people did not jump out. From what they knew, Sulen had lost at least 3 legendary figures. There were not many legendary figures in a country, less than 5 on one hand. Now that Sulen had lost several legendary figures, it was enough to make these countries tremble in fear. Although a lot of people came to Northern Citadel during this time, there wasn't any chaos in the city. Su Luen had been flexing his muscles during this time. He sent out the 16 barbarian marauders and had them lead other barbarians to patrol the city. At the same time, the half-elf magic archers and half-elf rangers began to patrol the city. The appearance of so many Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts caused many people to be shocked. Such a powerful combat force was something that many kingdoms could not compare to. The entire northern town city was astonishingly calm. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. When the palace in Northern Town City was completed, the founding ceremony of Northern Wind Principality was about to begin. The entire Northern Town City was in a state of nervous preparation. Countless gazes were focused on the city. The army of Northern Town City also distributed new military uniforms. In the past, Northern Town City did not have any military uniforms. Because of the founding ceremony, Sulen had ordered uniforms for the army of Northern Town City. Many civilians of Northern Town City had changed into their new uniforms. The workers of Northern Town City had also prepared all kinds of uniforms. With the help of the half-elven druids, the decorations of the city were completed. Trees were planted on both sides of the streets, and flowers of various colors were planted in the flower beds on both sides of the roads. These flowers were all in full bloom. The entire city was surrounded by flowers today. Today, the various temples of Northern Town City had also participated. Although Sulen did not agree to accept the coronation of their pope, they would still participate in Sullen's ceremony. After all, as the lord of Northern Town City, if they really pissed him off, Sulen could use all kinds of rules to restrict them from developing their churches. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the various temples would try to maintain a good relationship with the local lord. The first rays of the morning sun scattered, and the orange sun slowly rose from the east. A melodious bell slowly rang. Countless people walked out of their homes and headed to the various plazas. Today was the day Northern Wind Principality was officially founded. Chapter 386. In the northern wasteland, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, the light of dawn flashed across the astrology platform on the top floor of the wizard tower in the northern wasteland. As the first ray of sunlight appeared, the bell in the northern wasteland city rang loudly. The quiet northern wasteland city was awakened at this moment. Dozens of magic fireworks shot into the sky, piercing through the darkness before dawn. They bloomed beautifully in the sky. The entire city turned into a sea of joy at this moment. The royal palace of the northern wasteland city. Outside the newly renovated royal palace, rows of well-equipped spear guards stood straight on both sides of the road. The roofs around the royal palace had been occupied by half-elf archers. The main roads of the city had been cleared. The wide and straight road extended all the way to the royal palace. The streets were covered with red carpets, and all kinds of flower petals were falling from the sky. All the residents of the northern wasteland city stood on both sides of the road, waving their arms and cheering. At this moment, a few black shadows quickly approached from the sky. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. With the first ray of sunlight, a group of people appeared in the sky. 9 giant Cryopterus bodies appeared in the sky. Although these pterosaurs were only 2 years old, their wingspan was already more than 6 meters. There was a drow knight sitting on each Cryopterus. Their armor made of fine iron was not heavy. It set off their tall and slender bodies. The ferocious pterosaurs under them looked extraordinary. However, they were not the main characters. They were only the vanguard guards leading the way. Behind these Cryopterus knights, a majestic Pegasus flew across the sky. Sulin had a sword at his waist, and he was wearing a gorgeous silver armor. He was riding the Pegasus at full speed. The morning glow in the sky covered them with a layer of golden red light, making them look like gods emitting a golden light. Long live Sulin, long live the Northwind Principality. After seeing the figures in the sky, the cheers sounded in unison. The army of the northern wasteland city cheered in unison. Their voices were deafening. The residents around them also cheered. Their voices echoed through the sky. Some people in the northern battlefront city were watching the ceremony from afar. As long as they did not approach the important areas of the city, the hidden guards would not chase them away. Sulin chose to hold the founding ceremony at dawn, the last touch of darkness before dawn. Then he waited for the first ray of sunlight to pierce through the darkness and descend from the sky. Accompanied by a golden radiance, Sulin descended from the sky with 9 winged dragon knights. The winged dragon knights glided in midair before taking off again. Sulin rode his Pegasus and landed on the red carpet covered with flowers 100 meters away from the Arc de Triomphe. The Pegasus raised its head to the sky and neighed, gently kicking its hooves. At this moment, the bell rang again, leisurely spreading throughout the entire city. It was like an order. The entire northern town city was filled with symphonic music. The bells and drums rang together, solemn music resounding in the city. A ray of golden light descended from the sky. The path under the Pegasus' feet instantly solidified. It was as bright as gold, but it was not vulgar. The golden path extended from under his feet all the way to the northern town city palace. Sulin smiled casually. He gently squeezed the horse's belly. The Pegasus snorted and stepped on the golden light. As he kept moving forward, the residents on both sides of the path knelt on the ground one by one. As he kept moving forward, the people in the crowd knelt down in rows like dominoes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Sulin kept moving forward, the solemn Arc de Triomphe emitted a faint spiritual light. As he kept getting closer, the spiritual light became brighter and brighter. At the same time, a faintly discernible song sounded around the Arc de Triomphe, and it became clearer and clearer. Finally, as Sulin came to the front of the Arc de Triomphe, the song became deafening. Dozens of faint golden figures could be seen on the Arc de Triomphe. These figures were all wearing armor and holding weapons. Their cold faces appeared. They were the faces of all the sacrifices since the founding of the northern town city. Or souls. These soldiers who died on the battlefield did not disappear. Instead, they became army souls and entered the Arc de Triomphe. If they were given enough time, these army souls would gradually transform into heroic spirits. At this time, these army souls woke up from their deep sleep and escorted Sulin's coronation. Seeing this, Sulin's footsteps paused slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to move forward. At this time, he had already sensed that a few miracle buildings in the city had been activated by themselves. Rays of spiritual light rose up and covered the entire city. In the magnificent song, Sulin gradually walked into the palace of the northern town city. At this time, the song stopped and the cheers sounded again. In the uniform cheers of the army, the originally uneven voices merged into one. Soon, all the voices merged into one. The loud voice soared into the sky and echoed in the sky above the northern town city. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered by this powerful sound. In the palace hall, the spacious hall was now filled with people. Several countries that were close to Su Len had sent envoys. Many nobles' envoys were also present. Next to these people were the senior members of the temples of the various churches in the northern town city. Today, they were all here to watch and witness the ceremony. Su Len came to the entrance of the hall and jumped off his horse. Hathaway, Chrissy, Alex, and Phyllis, who had been waiting here for a long time, all put on their best clothes and waited with smiles on their faces. Su Len nodded to them and walked in front. Hathaway held onto Sullen's arm and walked half a step behind him. The others followed closely behind. The group was led to the hall by a few maids and then stepped onto the central platform. Several other half-elf maids came up with a few trays with crowns on them. Su Len reached out and picked up a gorgeous crown and put it on his head. Then he put the crowns on Hathaway, Chrissy, Alex, and Phyllis. Special envoy from the King of the Kingdom of Florence congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. After Su Len put on the crown and sat on the throne, the prepared envoy stepped forward and bowed to the nobles before congratulating Su Len. The special envoy from the Kingdom of Florence opened the curtains, followed by many special envoys from other kingdoms and nobles who came forward to congratulate him. Special envoy from the Kingdom of Lorenza congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. Special envoy from the Kingdom of Amher congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. Special envoy from Marquis Savoy of Cult congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. All the nobles' envoys, including the Kingdom of Lorenza and the Kingdom of Amher, came forward to congratulate Su Len. Soon, the churches in the northern town city also came forward to congratulate him on the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind. After these people finished their congratulations, Su Len stood up. Ha! He laughed and took 2 steps forward. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind and my coronation. His voice was loud and clear. In an instant, the clouds parted and the sun rose in the sky. The dazzling sunlight shone on Su Len as if he was the only one in the world. In the hall and in the square, thousands of people stood on both sides of the square. Their burning gazes were all focused on Su Len. There was reverence, joy, admiration, and fear. At this moment, all of them gathered together. I announce the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind. In the name of the Duke of Northern Wind, I announce that today is the National Day of the Duke of Northern Wind. At the same time, I confer Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Phyllis as duchesses. Hearing Sullen's words, the surrounding nobles looked at each other. It was the first time that 4 duchesses were conferred at once. For a moment, the nobles' envoys in the hall whispered to each other. Hathaway stood up and walked to Sullen's side, snorting softly. Her voice was low, but it seemed to ring in their ears. In an instant, the whole hall quieted down. Then, a powerful energy wave surged from Hathaway's body. Even the jade ornaments in the surroundings were blown back and forth by this force. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Legendary wizard! How is this possible? A 20-year-old legendary wizard. So strong! After feeling the energy wave from Hathaway's body, the nobles' envoys, who had just fallen silent, suddenly burst into an uproar. They looked at Hathaway in disbelief. In this world, a legendary wizard's deterrence was much stronger than a legendary warrior's. After all, no matter how strong a legendary warrior was, it was still very difficult for one to destroy a city. However, a legendary wizard was different. They had too many ways to destroy a city. Meteor shower, meteor fall, undead calamity, and many other powerful spells. They could even permanently change the environment of an area. After knowing that Hathaway had become a legendary wizard, the nobles' envoys, who were whispering to each other, quieted down instantly. They were all as honest as quails. A legendary wizard's deterrence was very high. At this time, Su Len chose to show his strength. With a legendary warrior and a legendary wizard in charge, the Duchy of Beifeng's position was instantly stabilized. After all, many duchies didn't even have a legendary wizard. A young legendary wizard. This was simply shocking. It was not as easy to become a legendary wizard as a legendary warrior. There were very few duchies in the continent that had a legendary wizard in charge, and they all needed to support these legendary wizards' experiments. The annual cost of Kinner was a huge figure, but there were still many people who were willing to do it. Compared to warriors, wizards had a much longer lifespan. As long as there were no accidents, they could live for thousands of years. Chapter 387. A large amount of data flashed past Sullen's eyes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. Country template is being activated. Country data is being calculated. Data conversion in progress. Data calculation complete. Country template activated. Countless streams of data appeared before Sullen's eyes. A large amount of information appeared and disappeared quickly. Soon, all the data disappeared, and a template appeared before his eyes. Country, Northwind Dukedom. Location, Northern Wastelands, Underground World. Territories, Northgard City, Mirror Lake City, Centaur City, Orundo, City of the Grey Dwarves, Crete City, City of the Taurens. Omitted will be added later. The country template looked simple, but it contained many meanings. After establishing the dukedom, not only were the 3 cities in the Northern Wastelands included, even the cities in the Underground World were included in the dukedom. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. The reward is the Imperial Jade Seal. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received an exclusive troop class. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received the title, King of the North. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received a miracle building blueprint. A series of system notifications sounded in Sullen's ears. He did not expect that establishing a dukedom would give him so many rewards. At the same time, after the dukedom was successfully established, a powerful elemental energy gathered at the Harvest Altar in Northgard City. The energy in the surroundings was also attracted by this power. Those who were participating in the celebration and those who were hiding in the dark could all feel this power. This energy was somewhat different from ordinary elemental energy. It felt like the energy of a druid. What kind of energy is this? It seems like the energy of nature, but there are some differences. This energy has reached the legendary level. Could it be another legendary expert? That's impossible. No, this seems to be the energy of a magical building. At the same time, just as everyone was feeling puzzled, 2 other forces rose up from 2 other places in the city. The triumphal arch was surrounded by a faint spiritual light. After Su Lin entered the palace and completed the founding ceremony and coronation, the war spirits all returned to the triumphal arch. However, at this time, a huge amount of energy was extracted, and the triumphal arch suddenly shone brightly. The arcane garden was also glowing with light, and a beautiful song could be heard. At this moment, 3 forces were released at the same time. Harvest Blessing. Song of Triumph. Arcana Praise. 3 consecutive blessings exploded and enveloped the entire northern garrison city. Su Lin looked at the system interface in shock. He saw 3 buffs in the northern fortress town. Harvest Blessing. This city has received a blessing. During this period of time, the crops in the city will not be affected by pests and diseases. The yield will increase by 50% and the maturity period of the crops will be shortened by 15%. The duration will last for 1 year. Song of Triumph. When the Song of Victory is played, the morale of the entire city will increase by 50%. The rate of residents joining the army will increase by 50%. The sense of belonging among the residents of the northern garrison city will also increase by 20%. Arcana Praise, Special Effect. For the next 1 year, the strength of newborns born in the northern garrison city will increase by 50%. After seeing these 3 buffs, Su Lin was very happy. It could be said that these 3 buffs had increased the effect of the 3 wonders of the city by 50%. The founding ceremony ended with cheers and applause. The entire city became a sea of festivities. All kinds of food and performances were prepared in advance. The civilians began to celebrate. In the palace, the grand ceremony had also begun. Su Lin prepared a sumptuous feast for the guests. However, he did not have time to chat with these people. After leaving things to Chris, he returned to his room and began to check the rewards of the successful founding of the northern garrison city. After returning to his room, Su Lin opened his storage dimension and saw a jade seal carved out of beautiful jade. Imperial Jade Seal. This is the symbol of the northern garrison city's power. It represents the power of the Duke. Destiny plus 20, Destiny suppressing plus 20, Peace and Peace plus 20, People's Allegiance plus 20, Evil's Avoidance plus 20, Indestructible plus 20, The Way of the Emperor plus 20. Su Lin took out the jade seal, which was the size of a palm. It was made of suet white jade, which was smooth to the touch. A mythical beast was carved on it, and there were beautiful patterns around it. The bottom of the jade seal was engraved with the words, "Receive the mandate of heaven, live long and prosper forever." Of course, this imperial jade seal and the imperial jade seal from his previous life had nothing to do with each other except for the words carved on it. However, the attributes of this imperial jade seal seemed to be very good. It would benefit the territory a lot. After putting away the imperial jade seal, Su Lin continued to check the rest of the items. Su Lin had obtained an exclusive troop class. After Su Lin opened it, he realized that the troop class could only be obtained through a lottery. Su Lin chose to check. Suddenly, a Russian-like roulette wheel appeared in his mind. There were all kinds of troop classes on it, such as the White Horse Cavalry, Shiliang Cavalry, Xiandeng Death Soldiers, Wudong Flying Army, Brave Tiger Guards, Yulin Guards, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Imperial Guards, Yulin Guards, Yulin Cavalry, Winged Ho Archers, and about 20 to 30 other troop classes. After seeing the Dragon Cannon Guards and Imperial Guards, Sullen's eyes lit up. These 2 troop classes were very strong. Both of them could attack from a distance, and their attacks had additional effects. The Dragon Cannon Guards could shoot fireballs, which had explosive and burning effects. The Imperial Guards could shoot thunderbolts, which had paralyzing and chain lightning effects. The other special troop classes also had their own strengths. Su Lin was dazzled. Su Lin hesitated, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spun the roulette wheel. The roulette wheel spun quickly. Su Lin became nervous. Although he could definitely get a special troop class, each special troop class was different. He naturally wanted to get a high-value troop class. Soon, the roulette wheel slowed down. In the end, the needle went past the Wudong Flying Army and Xiandeng Death Soldiers. It looked like it was going to stop at the Dragon Cannon Guards, but the roulette wheel didn't seem to have run out of power. It moved forward a little more and stopped at the Imperial Guards. Seeing that the needle was pointing at the Imperial Guards, Su Lin was disappointed. The Imperial Guards weren't a fighting force. They were better at invading, assassinating, and spying. Although he was disappointed that he didn't get the Dragon Cannon Guards, the Imperial Guards weren't bad. Although they had lost a powerful unit, the Imperial Secret Service was still a good intelligence network. Together with the Flying Eagles in Northern Town City, the foundation of an intelligence network was almost complete. Although they had lost a powerful unit, it was still a good idea to build a perfect intelligence network. Su Lin happily put away the commander's seal of the Imperial Guards. Then he looked at the other rewards. After establishing the country, Su Lin also received the title of King of the North. It sounded very impressive. Su Lin was looking forward to the effects of the title. King of the North, exclusive title. After countless battles, you have defeated the gnolls, trolls, ogres, orcs, frost giants, hydras, and many other races and powerful enemies. You have successfully established a powerful country in the northern wastelands. You have become the King of the North. Your prestige has increased. Your people love and respect you. Your enemies are hostile to you. They are afraid of you. The other races in the wastelands also respect you. There is a certain chance of you receiving contributions. King of the North plus 20, coercion plus 20, submission of the 4 Cs plus 20, people's allegiance plus 20, intimidation plus 20. Effect is permanent. F***CK, this title is awesome. Su Luan rubbed his chin. The effect of this title was effective after he obtained it. He didn't need to wear it anymore. In this way, Su Luan could wear another title, and the attributes of this title were also very good. It was comparable to the bonus of a special building. After checking the effects of the title, Su Lin took out the remaining diamond treasure chest. This was the first time Su Lin had obtained a diamond treasure chest. He didn't know when he would get one again. Now that he had killed a legendary expert, he only got a platinum treasure chest. What kind of enemy did he have to defeat to get a diamond treasure chest? An advanced legendary? A demigod? Or an abomination? Su Lin shook his head and chased the thought away. After calming himself down, Su Lin deliberately washed his hands and prepared to open the diamond treasure chest. A series of beautiful special effects flashed, and the system's attribute notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item, Mystery Lock Theory and Creation. Mystery Lock Theory and Creation? After hearing the system's notification, Su Lin was greatly surprised. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still surprised by what he got this time. Mystery locks were first created by the High Elves. After the rise of the Arcane Kingdom, this spell was replaced and improved by the Great Arcanists and became the standard of the Floating City. Hathaway had not mastered this high-end magic technology. The only thing that was passed down in her school was the enchantment circle. Originally, Su Lin planned to make do with the enchantment circle in the Wizard Tower for a while. He didn't expect to get such a thing. In this world, there were still several large organizations that had the mystery lock technology. For example, the High Elves' Elven Court, the Silver Moon Council's Silver Moon Guardian, the Lava Tower's Heart of Flame, the Druid Council's Thorn Oak, and so on. Now, Northern Town City had also obtained this technology. Su Lin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He was going to study this technology with Hathaway and strive to master this technology as soon as possible. P.S. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't finish it. I'll make it up today. There are 2 more updates. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 388. At first, there were 24 runes that he had learned from the High Elves. After many years of development, the number of runes that had been published in the Arcane Empire had reached 36. It was said that some of the runes had been mastered by the Great Arcanists. There were rumors that the number of runes had reached more than 70. Each rune had its own unique power. During the Arcane Empire, there were even people who developed rune stones. They used a special method to make a rune into a gem, and then combined several rune gems according to a certain formula to make a powerful equipment. However, the process of making rune gems had been lost. Most of the rune equipment circulating now were products of the Arcane Empire, and some were made from rune gems excavated from ruins. Enigma was a spell sequence composed of a large number of runes according to a special arrangement. At first, the Enigma of humans did not cover a large area, generally only 300 to 500 meters. At the same time, the Enigma created by the High Elves could cover a city. During the Arcane Empire, the Enigma of humans developed by leaps and bounds and became the standard of wizard towers and floating cities. After putting away the important spell book, Enigma Principles and Creation, Su Lin took out the last remaining blueprint of the Building of Wonders. Building of Wonders Blueprint, Hero's Spirit Tower. After use, you can build a Hero's Spirit Tower of Wonders. Hero's Spirit Tower. Construction requires the Triumphal Arch. This is a tower built with iron and blood. It is the final home of a warrior. With this building, the martial spirit of the territory can be improved. Within 30 miles of the city, newborns have a 10% chance of becoming warriors. At the same time, the morale of all the soldiers in the North Town City plus 20. The souls of the dead soldiers will enter the Triumphal Arch, and the chances of the souls of war becoming heroic spirits plus 20. Martial spirit plus 35, indestructible plus 37, strong will plus 35, unyielding soul of war plus 28, with space of the heroic spirit palace, space can grow. The hero's spirit tower was not bad. It was a perfect match with the triumphal arch. With the hero's spirit tower, the chances of the souls of war becoming heroic spirits would increase a lot. However, to build this building he still needed 2 battle soul stones. Su Lin did not have any battle soul stones now, so he could not build it for the time being. It wasn't easy to get a battle soul stone. Su Lin had issued a mission to the caravans to purchase battle soul stones. Over 100 caravans from all over the continent had gathered in northern town city. As long as the price was right, someone would be able to get it. After packing up, the atmosphere of the banquet in the palace was very hot. Su Lin came to the banquet in a good mood and greeted everyone. After staying here for more than 10 minutes, he left the banquet. After the establishment of the principality, life in Su Lin did not change much. After all, it was only a small country with a population of a few 100,000. There was no need to appoint ministers. The caravans that had come to attend the founding ceremony of Beifeng Principality also began to load up the goods produced by Beifeng City and leave. Because of the celebration, Su Lin specifically ordered that the quota for this month would be doubled. Now, the most popular commodity in northern Battlefront City had changed from white sugar to toilet paper. This kind of toilet paper was not only popular among the nobles, but also among the commoners. Of course, the nobles would buy the delicate, soft and white toilet paper that was sprayed with perfume. The commoners would buy the yellow toilet paper that was of average quality. When Su Lin saw that the toilet paper was selling like hotcakes, he immediately thought of soap and perfume. However, when he was about to start making them, he suddenly realized that he had no idea how to make soap. After all, he was not an engineering student in his previous life. He had no idea how to make soap. Therefore, he could only let the craftsmen study it slowly. As for perfume, it was very simple. All he needed to do was dissolve the perfume with alcohol. The difficulty of making perfume was not low. The first step was to find high-purity alcohol. The alcohol content of the drinks in this world was average. For example, ale had about the same alcohol content as beer. It was not easy to find a high alcohol content. At present, the highest alcohol content was the vodka brewed in northern town city. The alcohol content was only between 30 and 40%. If he wanted to obtain high-purity alcohol, he would need to distill it. However, since vodka was selling well in northern town city, Su Lin did not plan to use vodka to make perfume. Therefore, he only made a few bottles for Hathaway and the others. The celebration lasted for 7 days. From this year onwards, this would be the national day of the year. After the grand celebration, everything returned to normal. The commoners in northern town city once again began their busy lives. The merchants seized the time to buy goods and make money. Every day, long caravans would come and go. The army also began their training and clean-up missions again. Su Lin yawned and rubbed his sore head. The book, Enigma, involved too much knowledge. It was a bit difficult for him to study it. Fortunately, with the talent of erudite, Su Lin's learning ability had been strengthened. It increased his learning efficiency by a lot. He was now studying Enigma while learning other wizardry knowledge. After stretching his body, Su Lin put away the book and left the palace. Although he had become a Grand Duke, Su Lin still liked to wander around the city. This way, he could better understand the situation of the city's lower class. A lot of things happened during this period. Some things happened in the Southern Sea. A pirate ship found the legendary treasure island. It was said that the island was covered with gold, silver, and all kinds of gems. The ship was brought there by a storm. When the pirates left, they recorded the route. As soon as they returned to the coast, the pirates on the ship had a fierce fight. In the end, only a few people managed to escape alive. The map was obtained by the first mate of the pirate ship. The remaining pirates sold the information to other forces. As a result, many forces started to fight for it. Of course, The northern wasteland was thousands of kilometers away from the southern sea. It took a few months for the news to reach here. It was said that this matter even alarmed the Red Dragon Queen. Red dragons loved treasure very much. There was also some other news. For example, a marquis of the Lorenza kingdom raised his flag and rebelled. He joined forces with another kingdom to attack the Lorenza kingdom. The Lorenza kingdom suffered heavy losses in the orc invasion last year and was now in a defensive state. Although this was the latest news from northern Battlefront City, the most recent news was from half a month ago. Su Lin listened for a while and went to the barracks. He planned to officially recruit the embroidered uniform guards and establish an intelligence network in the northern city with the help of the Eagle. In the barracks, Su Lin gathered the soldiers in the barracks. There were not many requirements to recruit the embroidered uniform guards. Their strength had to be grade 1 or lower. As long as the army in the northern city was a regular army, most of them were grade 2. A few of them were grade 3. Su Lin picked 500 people in the barracks and spent 1,000 kinar to change their profession to the embroidered uniform guards. Embroidered uniform guards, special forces. Specializes in spying, collecting, transmitting, and assassination. Additional skills: camouflage, detection. The 500 soldiers Su Lin picked didn't have much of a change in strength after they were converted into the embroidered uniform guards. They only gained some additional knowledge and 2 additional skills. Next, Su Lin built a house near the palace as the office for the embroidered uniform guards. The embroidered uniform guards were also officially named the prison guardians. They were given the first batch of 20 eagles. After the embroidered uniform guards learned how to feed the eagles, Su Lin began to send them to other countries around the North Wind Principality to establish intelligence bases. The 500 brocade gown guards recruited by Su Lin were divided into groups of 3 or 4. Each group would carry some funds or goods, and then leave northern town as caravans or wandering mercenaries. These brocade gown guards would establish strongholds in some large cities. These bases might be some taverns and hotels on the surface, but they would secretly collect local intelligence. Once there was something important or something he thought was important, he would send the information back. Part of the funds would be earned by themselves, while the other part would be allocated by the North Wind Principality. After all, intelligence was a very expensive business. How could 3 to 5 people in a city collect and transmit information? Of course, they would need to recruit some peripheral personnel. Why would these peripheral personnel collect information for you? Of course, it was because of money. Was it because they wanted to generate electricity? Su Lin wanted to maintain a huge intelligence network, so the money spent was naturally very high. Of course, Su Lin could also sell information to outsiders, but this would easily expose himself. Su Lin hadn't figured out how to do it yet. The number of eagles cultivated in the eagle nest wasn't many. Apart from a portion of the eagles left for the scouts, the rest were all given to the embroidered uniform guards. Originally, Su Lin planned to let these eagles breed on their own and then cultivate them. This way, the results would be better if all the eagles were born in the eagle nest. However, the establishment of the embroidered uniform guards required a large number of eagles. If he wanted to obtain a large number of eagles in a short period of time, he could only catch eagles in the wild and train them. Su Lin sent out nearly 100 embroidered uniform guards. These embroidered uniform guards would use various methods to integrate into various large cities and towns. Then, they would establish intelligence bases in the cities and towns. Each intelligence base would need about 3 to 5 eagles. This way, the eagle nest would need to cultivate hundreds of messenger eagles. Of course, this was only temporary. If the number of embroidered uniform guards bases continued to increase, then the number of eagles would also increase. Fortunately, Su Lin didn't want to eat a fat man in one go. The establishment of an intelligence network couldn't be completed overnight. Chapter 389. Su Lin woke up from a deep sleep as the morning sun shone through the curtains. He immediately felt something soft and smooth on his arm. He turned around and looked at the little succubus who was sleeping beside him. traces of the storm still remained on her delicate face. She looked seductive and a little tired, but she was still sleeping soundly. Although succubi were known to be fearless in bed, they were still defeated by the plasma cannon. Su Lun carefully pulled away the jade-like arm entwined around his arm and Phyllis, who was sleeping soundly on the other side. He got up, picked up a robe and put it on, and then covered himself with the soft silk quilt. It was already July, and the northern wasteland was already very hot. However, Hathaway had set up a large-scale thermostatic magic circle in the palace. Although the technology in this era was backward, many things that could not be done by technology in his previous life could be solved by spells here. Of course, these were only wizards' methods. They were not universal and could not be popularized. Since awakening the dragon bloodline, Phyllis had also undergone a lot of changes. For example, her body had undergone a second growth. The most obvious change was that she had changed from human to all the way from B+ to D+. In addition, she had become more beautiful. Some of the original flaws had disappeared after awakening the dragon bloodline. Phyllis's charm value had increased from 19 to 23. Perhaps she felt Su Lun leaving, Phyllis murmured but did not wake up. She subconsciously waved her arm, trying to grab something. In the end, she just happened to grab Su Lun. She curled her body into a more comfortable position. As a dragon bloodline sorcerer, although his body was very strong, it depended on who he was compared to. Even if it was 1 against 2 last night, the succubus and Phyllis would still lose. Since Phyllis did not want to let him go, Su Lun naturally would not refuse. He smiled and slid his fingers down the smooth silk quilt. Phyllis, who was resting, trembled slightly when she felt the smooth, plump softness in his hand. Su Lun, who had just woken up, was full of energy. He once again discussed the mysteries of life with Phyllis. Phyllis had realized that something was wrong. She struggled weakly to escape, but was easily caught by Su Lun. Su Lun patted the peach that was as plump as a full moon. Pia. It was clear and melodious. Then he used his arm to help her position it into a triangular structure with the bed. A triangular structure was the most stable structure, and it was perfect for a cannon. Soon, a melodious sound came from the room. The sun was high in the sky. Su Lun finally came out of his room. The air was filled with the smell of heather. Reaching out his hand, he slapped the perky peaches of the 2 blushing personal maids. After that, Su Lun walked towards the dining room delightedly. After becoming a Grand Duke, Su Lun's life did not change much. He still lived the same life as before. Of course, there was one more activity now, which was to learn about puzzles and magi knowledge. The system would sort out and summarize everything that happened in Beifeng Principality. All he needed to do was take a look at the way the council hall handled matters. If something important happened, the system interface would directly notify him. Su Lun's job became much easier after he digitized the information of Beifeng Principality. Wizard Tower. A tall steel golem stood still. Hathaway spent a lot of effort and finally completed the steel golem. The steel golem's strength was at grade 4, and its challenge level was 17. Hathaway got the technology to build the steel golem from the tower spirit in the secret realm. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and a flash of energy disappeared. Then, the steel golem's eyes lit up slightly. Master! The steel golem bowed slightly. From today onwards, you are the guard of the wizard tower. The Milky Way will arrange things for you. Go. Hathaway waved her hand and said. The steel golem's heavy body turned around and walked away. In fact, although the steel golem was only at grade 4, there were many powerful golems that were upgraded and modified based on the steel golem. The most famous was a golem construct during the Arcane Empire with the ability to transform and repair. This golem's body could transform and repair itself. As long as there was enough energy, it was very difficult to deal with. This technology was the top technology during the Arcane Empire. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it could gradually restore to its original appearance. It was even more shameless than the army of the undead. It was said that this technology was the top technology developed by the great arcanists and the technology of the Giths. It was usually used on high-end golems. This golem had a very strong self-repair ability and could play a very strong combat power in battle. Many times, you would spend a lot of effort to create some scars on it, but in the next second, it would restore to its original appearance. This kind of high-level golem generally appeared in the ruins of the ancient arcane empire. Many wizards found this kind of golem and wanted to study the formula of memory metal to use this metal to strengthen the golem puppet. But so far, no one had succeeded. Hathaway could now make the steel golem. Next, she would study the legendary golem. In fact, the legendary golem was the wizard's trump card. Your Excellency Hathaway, His Excellency Su Len wants to see you. The Milky Way's voice sounded. I know, I'll go now. Hathaway moved her body and closed the laboratory. Hathaway went all the way to the top of the wizard tower, the astrology platform. At this time, Su Len was lying on a recliner and reading a spell book. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Hathaway snapped her fingers, and another recliner flew directly to her side. Hathaway leaned back and lay down. I got a book, and I need you to take a look at it. Su Len dropped the spell book in his hand. The spell book flew by itself under a strange force and returned to its original position on the bookshelf in the room. Hearing that Su Len got another spell book, Hathaway immediately became spirited. Last time, Su Len got a spell book about magic tattoo techniques. Hathaway had only heard of this kind of high-level spell knowledge. The two books about magic tattoo techniques could be said to have benefited her a lot. Now that Su Len got another spell book, Hathaway was naturally full of expectations. What spell book? What kind of spell book? Su Len smiled slightly and then took out the book, The Theory and Making of Riddles, from his storage space. Here, it's this one. The Theory and Making of Riddles was a silver-white book. It looked very precious. Hathaway quickly reached out and took it. After seeing the Nesser title on the book's surface, her body instantly jumped up like a spring. This is the method of making riddles? Hathaway exclaimed. She stared at Su Len without blinking. Su Len yawned, stretched, and said, Isn't it written on the cover? Why are you asking me? You don't know Nesser? Of course I know it. I taught you Nesser. I'm asking if this book really has information about riddles, Hathaway asked. Would you believe me if I said it now? You'll know when you see it for yourself. Su Len rolled his eyes at her. Hathaway flipped through the book suspiciously. Riddles contained a lot of information, and it was not a normal book. It was a magic book. Riddles was made of a strange material. Although it looked like paper, after careful inspection, one would find that it was two completely different things. Riddles did not contain everything about riddles. In fact, it contained a lot of knowledge that extended to many different fields. Since this book dared to name itself The Theory and Making of Riddles, the knowledge contained in it was all-encompassing. Su Len even suspected that the author of this book was not an ordinary arcanist. When Su Len read the book, he found that if one's mind power and intelligence did not meet the requirements, they would not be able to understand the content. There was a strange magic in this book. It seemed to be able to categorize the mind power and intelligence of the reader. Not everyone was qualified to read this book. Take Boulder and Johnson for example. Their brains were full of muscles, so they couldn't open this book at all. This thing could be used as an intelligence detector. Of course, even if one was qualified to read this book, it did not mean that one would be able to understand it after reading it. This book was a magical item. To read it, one would need to concentrate his mind power, which would consume a lot of his mind power. To understand this book, not only did it require a lot of wizardry knowledge, but it also required the reader to have high intelligence and power. Even if Andre were to read this book, he could only scratch his head and not know where to start. Hathaway flipped through the book and immediately found that this book was different. She frowned and began to read it. Many words automatically appeared on the cover of Riddles. There were also many special symbols that were formed by golden lines. As she read, the lines would automatically form various complicated rune patterns and diagrams. Hathaway could not move her eyes away from the first time she read it. Although this book did not look thick, it contained a lot of knowledge. If all of it was recorded in words, It would take a few million or even tens of millions of words. Su Lin spent a week reading about 500,000 to 600,000 words. It was not that he did not want to read more, but that he did not have enough knowledge. If he forced himself to read it, he would find that he could recognize all the words, but could not understand the meaning when they were connected. This was the problem of not having enough professional knowledge. The more Su Lin wanted to read this book, the more he needed to learn the other basic knowledge and read it. This method was too time-consuming. He wanted to find Hathaway to find a teacher who could explain it. P.S. Thank you to book friend Long Teng Guishio, Cici Makujio, Yun Xiao Shifan, Hin, I like martial arts, Sockfield, Pain in the Dark, Nightmare Bodyguard, Are You Alright? Shengguan Chuha, Q. Ice, 350 degrees C, The Beauty of Poetry, Isa, Ashima More Popular, Crazy Me, Nameless Emotion, Unforgettable Thoughts of Death, Nangong Shu, Floating Dreams Short and Small, I Am Not Short and Not Small, Sa Zhu, Treasured Spear Edge Sharpened, Yang Shua, Huang Junming, Forgotten Darkness, Heaven Rewards the Diligent Book Friend, Floating Dreams Thanks. Thank you to book friend Rats, Isa for your rewards. Thank you to CC Scar of the Heavens for your rewards. Floating Dreams thanks again. Happy New Year to all book friends who support Floating Dreams. Chapter 390. Hathaway's reading speed was not fast. Seeing that she was reading seriously, Su Lin did not disturb her. Instead, he picked up another book from the shelf and began to read. After about 2 hours, Hathaway let out a long sigh of relief and closed the book. After exiting from that state, Hathaway only felt a sense of exhaustion. Her temples were slightly swollen and painful. Just now, she had finished reading, and her power of will and magic were severely depleted. How do you feel? Su Lin walked over and gently pressed her temples with his fingers. Hathaway moaned comfortably and closed her eyes in enjoyment. Phew. After a while, Hathaway let out a long sigh of relief. I feel much better now. When I put down the book just now, I felt like my head was going to explode. Su Lin smiled. You read for too long. I only read for half an hour each time, and then I rest for a while before continuing. You read for more than 2 hours in one go. Of course your head is going to explode. Don't force yourself in the future, Hathaway said with a frown. What did you learn? Su Lin asked. Hathaway frowned. I learned a lot, but I think I still need to wait a while before I can understand the riddle. The content of this book is too profound. Explain it to me when you've mastered it. I still have a lot of things I don't understand, Su Lin said as he massaged her. Okay, I'll find you a few books later. The knowledge in those books is all prerequisite knowledge. You need to master it. Hathaway's body curled up in Sullen's arms and changed into a more comfortable position. Although your basic knowledge is lacking, your talent for learning is really good. As long as you fill in the basic knowledge, it won't be hard for you to catch up with me. In reality, apart from the limitation of aptitude, the requirement of intelligence was also very high. Many powerful wizards had the ability of encyclopedic knowledge. Wizards with this kind of talent would be heavily nurtured as long as they were discovered during their apprenticeship period. Every time, they would be the target of many wizards when they were recruiting disciples. Above the talent of encyclopedic knowledge, there was an even more powerful talent called eidetic memory. With this talent, as long as one didn't die prematurely, becoming a legendary wizard was basically something that was set in stone. With this talent, they could master a lot of knowledge, and the Wizard Academy would fully support them. Hathaway had the encyclopedic knowledge talent, which allowed her to easily master a lot of knowledge. Retentive memory was a rare talent. A Wizard Academy might not even have one in 100 or 200 years. Su Lin looked at the list of books that Hathaway had made. Those books were almost as tall as him. With so many books to learn, it was no wonder that wizards were all otakus. After a simple lunch with Hathaway, Su Lin went to the training ground. He had not slacked off on his combat skills for a long time. When he arrived at the training ground, Su Lin saw that Phyllis was already training in a hunting suit. Although Phyllis was a princess, She was not delicate at all during training. She had a serious look on her face as she practiced with the half-elf ranger. To be honest, the skills of human warriors were not suitable for Phyllis, so Su Lin let the drow warrior and the half-elf ranger teach her combat skills together. Su Lin did not go to the training ground. Instead, he stood not far away and watched for a while. Phyllis swung her long sword very vigorously. She was much stronger than before, and her footsteps were also very nimble. What she lacked now was combat experience. Looks like the effect of the dragon blood baptism is not bad. Su Lin looked at Phyllis up and down with satisfaction. Her slender waist and plump but were not bad. The recovery ability of the dragon pulse is good. Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. After the awakening of the dragon pulse, a person's physique, strength, reflexes, and so on would be strengthened. It was an all-round improvement. Dragon warlocks were different from normal spellcasters. They usually learned a lot of melee combat skills. It could be said that a dragon warlock was not inferior to a warrior in melee combat. Compared to wizards, a dragon warlock had a lot less spells. When faced with a large number of enemies, they would have to pick up a sword and kill directly after using up their spells. Generally speaking, a wizard who could not fight in melee like Gandalf was not a good wizard. Of course, there were not many wizards who could fight like Gandalf, but Gandalf's fighting style was very suitable for a dragon warlock. Su Lin stood aside and watched Phyllis train with the half-elven ranger. Since the awakening of the dragon pulse, Phyllis's physique had improved significantly. The half-elven ranger in charge of teaching was also shocked. As Phyllis's teacher, he was very surprised by Phyllis's performance. In less than half a month, Phyllis had gone from a weak girl who had just learned how to hold a weapon to an elite warrior. Was her talent really that good? Okay, take a break. Su Lin said to the group. Yes, Lord Duke. The training stopped. Phyllis, just training is not enough. If you want to become stronger, you need to undergo some training on the battlefield. After a while, I will let someone take you to participate in the cleaning of the territory. You should be able to easily deal with those goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. Su Lin looked at the heroic Phyllis and said. Phyllis drew a beautiful sword with one hand and said confidently, I will do my best. After the establishment of the Northwind Principality, the construction of the Northgard city did not stop. All kinds of projects were carried out step by step. A few people in black cloaks walked through the crowd. Their attire was not eye-catching in the Northgard city, and many mercenaries and adventurers liked to dress up like this. As the largest city in the northern wastelands, there were many adventurers who went to the northern wastelands in search of ancient ruins or rare materials. A small market similar to the black market of Calent City had gradually formed in Northgard City. It was often used to trade things brought out from ruins or materials found in the northern wastelands. Su Lin did not ban this spontaneous market. Instead, he sent a few tax officers to collect taxes. He didn't care what people were trading, but they had to pay taxes. At first, there were some who did not pay because they were strong, but soon, they were taught a lesson by the powerful military of Northgard City. These people in black cloaks came to the market. They were very interested in all kinds of things that came out from ruins. Have you heard? The Grand Duke is going to build a wizard academy here. A young man in a black cloak picked up a piece of metal from the stall and said. Another person in a black cloak nodded and said, I heard. Are you going to join? I haven't decided yet, but if the pay is good, I will consider joining, the young man said. The young man said. Then he waved the injured metal shard and asked the stall owner, How much is this metal shard? 10 kner. The stall owner was an adventurer in his 30s. He was wearing a shabby leather armor and had a scar on his face. He looked a little down, but the light in his eyes showed that he was not as simple as he seemed. The young man paused for a moment and put the piece of metal back. Hee, you can keep it for yourself. After that, he stood up and walked to another stall. The other person in a black cloak also left. With our current strength, we will need a lot of resources to advance. It is almost impossible to rely on ourselves. If we want to advance, we have to join an organization. Of course I know that. But there is a problem. How can you be sure that we will not be used as cannon fodder if we join an organization? The other person in a black cloak asked. We have also studied the Northwind Principality and the personality of the Grand Duke. The probability is very small. The younger man in a black cloak said, We've come all the way from the Southern Sea to here, and we've met quite a few wizard organizations along the way. However, those organizations don't trust foreign wizards. Even if you join them, you won't be treated well. Most of the time, you're just cannon fodder. They trust the wizard apprentices they've cultivated more than people like us. Of course, I know that. But you should know that those wizard organizations are all old forces. The most recent one has a history of almost 1,000 years. They have enough apprentices and all kinds of people. But Northwind City is different. I have already asked around. There are less than 10 wizards in Northwind City. They have no one to use. We do not have to worry about being used as cannon fodder. Alright, since you've already made up your mind, let's give it a try. If any of the Grand Dukes can offer decent conditions, I'll join the academy as well. The other magus thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After hearing his companion's agreement, the black-cloaked wizard was very happy. Then it is settled. After we are done here, we will go to the wizard tower to sign up. Okay. The other wizard nodded and said, Northwind City is not bad. The concentration of elements here is much higher than normal places. The northern wasteland has a lot of materials, and the price is much cheaper than the south. I heard that the legendary wizard has a botanical garden in his wizard tower. I don't know if it is true or not. I think it is true. Have you sensed the garden in the sky in the city? The concentration of elements there is even more shocking. Also, there are a lot of magic plants there. It is said that as long as you can join the Magic Academy, you will be able to get a small piece of land. You should know that it is a piece of land that can grow magic plants. I really admire that Grand Duke. The cost of building such a garden is shocking, and he is using it as a reward. Let's not go to the market today. Let's go sign up now. If we wait any longer, the Sky Garden might have already been divided up. Another wizard heard the news. He stopped walking around the market and left with his companions. Chapter 391. Su Len, Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Karina, Grace, and the others were all sitting together in the astrology platform of the Wizard Tower. Wizard Lorraine and Wizard Andre were also listening on the side. What did you say? Hathaway was stunned after hearing Sullen's words. It was obvious that Sullen's words had a huge impact on her. You're planning to officially open a wizard academy? And it's not going to be a teacher-student education system? Instead, it's going to be a classroom education system? As Hathaway's voice faded, the other people on the scene were also a little surprised. In this era, the education system was very low. Not to mention wizard academies, even normal academies were educated like aristocrats and elites. If a wizard only taught a few students, the commoners wouldn't be able to read for the rest of their lives. Wizard academies were even more serious. They would usually select some apprentices to join the academy, and after some screening, they would accept the ones with the best qualifications. The rest of them would serve the academy as wizard apprentices. The probability of those wizard apprentices becoming high-ranking wizards was very low. Most of them would become low-ranking wizards to create value for the academy. Yes. Su Len nodded. He had already prepared for the establishment of a wizard academy a long time ago, but the conditions were not right yet. He looked at the others and said in a deep voice, I'm going to open a wizard academy. You should have noticed it by now. The elemental tide has begun again. The elemental tide has really begun. Hearing Sullen's words, the other spellcasters were stunned. As spellcasters, they naturally knew the meaning of the elemental tide. In the world of wizards, everything in the world was made up of energy. The whole world was filled with energy, but only a small part of this energy could be used by them. This was the elemental energy. Energy was not static because all the energy came from the original sea. Therefore, the elemental energy was constantly moving. Some of the original sea's movements were similar to the sea. Just like how the sea had its ebb and flow, the original sea also had its own way of moving. This was the elemental tide. When the elemental tide began, the concentration of elemental energy in the entire multiverse would slowly increase. This process of increase would continue for hundreds of years, and even many planes that were originally lacking in elemental energy would become rich in elemental energy. Of course, this was a good thing for wizards. This meant that it would be easier for them to increase their strength, and the world's upper limit would also increase. The material plane was like a fish pond. Before the elemental tide came, the water in the pond was not deep, and the shallow water could only support small fish and shrimps. After the elemental tide came, the water level in the pond would rise rapidly, creating an environment for the big fish to live in. Therefore, every time the elemental tide came, all kinds of legendary champions would emerge one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. In history, there was no lack of talented geniuses, but they were born at the end of the elemental tide. Their elemental energy continued to decline until it finally fell to the freezing point. Then, they wasted their entire lives and were unable to enter the legendary realm. Now that they knew that the elemental tide was coming again, these spellcasters were naturally excited. What? You don't believe me? Then you can ask Hathaway. She's a legendary wizard. She should know more about the elemental tide than I do. Seeing the look in their eyes, Su Lin said with a smile. Hathaway looked at them and nodded. During this period of time, the concentration of elemental energy has been slowly rising. The probability of the elemental tide coming is very high. After hearing Hathaway's words, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of these spellcasters. It was obvious that they would be able to enjoy the benefits of the elemental tide. After getting the confirmation, everyone kept talking. Dong dong dong. Seeing that these people were getting further and further away from the topic, Su Lin could only knock on the table and remind them. Today, we are discussing about the Wizard Academy. You can discuss the elemental tide in private. Yes, sir. Everyone stopped talking. After the hall became quiet again, Su Lin continued, there's another benefit of the elemental tide. The number of people with the potential to become a wizard will increase. There are now hundreds of thousands of people in the North Town City. There are many newborns with the potential to become a wizard. We must make use of them. Quite a few wizards have come to North Town City these days. Although most of them are low-ranking wizards, they don't know many spells, and they aren't very powerful. The knowledge they have accumulated is very valuable. If the North Wind Duchy wants to develop, we need a lot of talents. Also, we have built the largest wizard tower in the Northern Wasteland, but we don't have enough wizard apprentices to do the daily work. The maintenance of the wizard tower can't all rely on the puppet golems. Although they are very useful, there are still some details that they can't handle. A functioning adept tower requires a large number of apprentice adepts and low-grade adepts. We don't use the aristocratic elite education method because although it's good, the efficiency is too low. A wizard usually teaches 6 to 7 wizard apprentices. It's too slow compared to the big classroom education method. Also, this kind of big classroom education method doesn't have high requirements for the teachers. Although the old way didn't teach many wizard apprentices, it took up a lot of time. After all, not all wizard apprentices have the same learning speed. Now that we're following the big classroom style of education, this kind of situation is rare. We can divide these apprentices into several stages. Every wizard only needs to take out a class every day to teach them in turn, and those apprentice wizards will be able to obtain a large amount of knowledge. Under this kind of education method, the wizard apprentices will have enough time to do all kinds of research and learning. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Su Lin explained the benefits of this kind of education method. As soon as he finished speaking, Karina continued, Lord Duke, the method you're talking about does have a lot of benefits, but it also has a lot of problems. The most important thing is that the success rate of wizard apprentices who use this method to become a high-ranking wizard will decrease. You know, the value of a high-ranking wizard is more than 100 low-ranking wizards and wizard apprentices. This kind of education method will cause a gap in the high-end fighting power of our northern town city. Su Lin smiled and said, Karina, I understand your concern, but it's not impossible to solve. Just like you said, if the success rate of becoming a high-ranking wizard is decreased, then we can increase the number of wizard apprentices. We can increase the number of wizard apprentices who can successfully become a high-ranking wizard apprentice. But there aren't many wizard apprentices in the first place. Even if there's an elemental tide, there won't be many wizard apprentices. It won't reach the level you're talking about. Su Lin laughed in his heart. Of course, the elemental tide alone wouldn't be enough, but with the bonus of the arcane garden and the arcane praise from the Duchy of North Wind, the number of wizard apprentices in the northern town city would increase by a few times. With such a base number of wizard apprentices, even if they used the big classroom education method, they wouldn't have to worry about not having enough wizard apprentices to become high-ranking wizards. That's not necessarily true. Su Lin smiled mysteriously at him and continued, if you're worried about the education in the big classroom, we can also give some of them individual tutoring. We can gather some of the wizard apprentices who have good potential and give them special treatment. We can train them as elites. This way, the number of wizard apprentices who can become high-ranking wizards will definitely increase. After hearing Sullen's solution, everyone thought it was a good idea. Also, we will build a golem workshop in the future, as well as some other workshops. This will require a lot of labor, including polishing the parts of the golem, assembling the structure of the golem, arranging the rune paths, and so on. These parts can be done by wizard apprentices. If we can form a production line, then the wizard apprentices will only need to activate the golem workshop. In that case, the wizards only need to be responsible for the most important activation and charging parts. This way, we can increase efficiency. Su Lin said with a smile. This kind of education method could provide a lot of manpower for the northern town city. The northern town city didn't lack people who worked at the bottom. What the wizard tower needed was skilled labor. To Su Lin, the wizard apprentices were like tools. They didn't need to be strong or have ideas. They just needed to work according to Sullen's requirements. That's right, Su Lin was now getting closer to capitalists. In order to build the academy, we're going to recruit more wizards as teachers. We've also discussed the conditions. As long as they pass the exam, they can join our wizard academy. After gathering the opinions of others, the Northwind Principality officially started the Northwind Academy. At the same time, many wandering wizards came here in advance. After hearing about the benefits of the Northwind Academy, many wizards went to sign up. After everything was arranged, Su Lin began to busy himself with other things. Su Lin sent 2 construction teams to build the Wizard Academy. The others were also busy. Hathaway was mainly learning the knowledge of Enigma. Once she mastered the knowledge of Enigma, she would build Enigma around the Wizard Tower. Alex was in charge of the Mystery Realm, and Chris was in charge of the Underground World. Karina and Grace helped Su Lin manage the city. Everything in the northern town city was developing in an orderly manner. In addition, Su Lin also planned to upgrade the academy in the northern town city. In the past, the academy in the northern town city was called an academy, but in reality, it was used to train low-level officials. Now, Su Lin wanted to train more people. The northern town city was limited by the lack of talents when it was first developed. If the Northwind Principality wanted to develop quickly, it naturally needed to train more talents. Chapter 392. The academy in Northern Town was not big at first. In the beginning, there were only 2 or 3 scholars as teachers. After several expansions, the number of teachers was less than 20. Now that the number of officials in Northern Town was almost enough, he planned to turn the academy into a school. When he built Northern Town, Su Lin promised the soldiers that he would build a school in the future so that the children of the soldiers could learn to read and learn. Now that Beifeng Principality had been built, he planned to fulfill his promise. In the arena, it was the only place in Northern Town where legal duels could be held. It was as lively as ever. There were a lot of mercenaries and adventurers in the city. Usually, these people who lived on the edge of blades had bad tempers. They would start a fight if they had a disagreement. Because of the strict laws in Northern Town, these people did not dare to fight in public. Therefore, they would come here to arrange a duel. Because of this, there were often single elimination matches in the arena. The officials of Northern Battlefront City were quite supportive of this. This was because these single elimination matches would attract a lot of spectators. The officials would directly sell tickets in the arena. Some of the more famous ones would even set up bets for the matches. Now, the arena had become a stable industry. When there were no duels, the officials would arrange for some gladiators to fight. Martial arts were popular in Northern Town, so the arena was very popular here. The arena in Northern Town could hold 3,000 to 5,000 people at most. The ticket price was from 3 to 5 silver nars. The VIP seats were as high as 1 kinar. There were not many entertainment activities in this era. Apart from taverns, seafood merchants, bards, and circuses, there were only gladiator fights. Traveling poets and circuses rarely came to Northern Town. The cheapest drink in the taverns cost at least 3 copper coins, and the amount was not much either. It would be gone in a few mouthfuls. It was not affordable for ordinary people, so the gladiator arena was more exciting. Today, the gladiator arena was packed with people. 2 people were fighting in the gladiator arena. There were several types of fights in the gladiator arena. The most common type was the performance type. This type of gladiator arena was very exciting and had many rules. Although there were casualties, it was very low. The other kind was the arranged duel. This kind of duel often had casualties, so many people liked to watch it. However, it was not every day. Today, it was an exhibition fight in the arena. However, unlike the hot-blooded shouts of the past, many people were whispering to each other today. Is this true? Of course it's true. The City Hall has already announced it on the bulletin board. The Academy is officially open to the citizens of the Northern Battlefront City. As long as you are a citizen of the Northern Battlefront City, you are eligible to enroll. Really? Do you have any other requests? There are no requirements. Also, if your family has a family member in the military, you can waive your tuition fees. The school will provide you with 1 meal a day, and the school will last for 5 years. This is the Grand Duke's promise to us. Since the establishment of the Duchy of North Wind, Sulin had been addressed as Grand Duke. More and more people began to praise Sulin's great achievements. After all, the entire North Town was built because of Sulin, and they could live such a good life because of Sulin. The people at the grassroots level were actually very easy to satisfy. Hee, if you're not a citizen of Northern Battlefront City, you won't be able to enjoy such treatment. A bearded man beside him said excitedly, the City Hall has already explained the situation in detail. The teachers in charge of teaching are the ones who taught the officials before. What does this mean? The people around him looked at him curiously. However, the bearded man was no longer in a hurry. The other man next to him rolled his eyes and immediately picked up his own wine pot and handed it over, saying, brother, you drink. How can I? The bearded man gave him a thoughtful look. He reached out and took the wine jug, then raised his head and took a big gulp. This feels good. The bearded man breathed a sigh of relief and said with an intoxicated look, you've drunk the wine. Hurry up and tell us. Someone beside him urged. What's the rush? The bearded man closed the wine jug and moved his body for the man, then said, think about it. Those teachers used to teach the officials. Now they're teaching the students. Are they teaching the ordinary students? You're saying? A hint of surprise flashed across the faces of the surrounding people who were still somewhat at a loss. The bearded man chuckled, they're recruiting probationary officials. Hearing that the riddle had been solved, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Probationary officials, they were officials. Although the treatment of officials in Northern Town City was not as good as that of soldiers, soldiers had their risks. Look, Northern Town City is big enough. It only took 2 years. Our Grand Duke will definitely continue to expand his territory. In a few years, he will definitely build more cities. How will the officials in the city come? Won't they be trained in this school? The bearded man said with a smile. In this era, it was very difficult to cross the social class. Naturally, people were very willing to cross the social class in this way. Su Len did not expect that the establishment of his school would be interpreted in this way by these people. However, even if he knew, he would not refute the rumors. Sometimes, the more you refute a rumor, the more people would believe it. Of course, he could not say that it was a rumor. After all, if the Duchy of Northern Wind continued to expand, these people would definitely be transferred to serve as low-level officials. You think that's all? At this time, a nearby soldier who looked like a city guard said with a smile, "Not only that. I heard that Northern Town City will start to check all the children in the city this year. The purpose is to select children with the potential to become wizards. If your children can pass the test, I'm telling you, you'll definitely earn a lot. They have the chance to become wizards. TSK. This is a great opportunity to reach the sky in one step. I heard that there are no restrictions on the selection. As long as you live in Northern Town City, you can join." Hearing this, the others were stunned for a moment. Then they said with joy, "Is that true?" "Of course it is. I'm going to go back and register my son." "I'm going back too." For a moment, these people did not have the time to watch the performance. They turned around and left the arena. If a wizard appeared in a family, it was like reaching the sky in one step. Wizards were born to be nobles. Once they had the potential to become wizards, they would instantly become the upper class of society. For those who lived in the lower class of society, the temptation was too great. Northern Town City was full of discussions. All kinds of news spread quickly. All the topics were about the Northern Town City Academy that was about to open. As the ruler of Northern Wind Duchy, Sullen's every move had already affected the thoughts of everyone in Northern Town City. And what Su Luen had done in the past had proved himself. The people in Northern Town City followed Su Len blindly. When they heard that Su Len was going to establish the academy himself, they immediately thought that it was a very promising thing. So now, many people in Northern Town City were rubbing their hands and preparing to send their children to the academy. Even if they did not have a son, they wanted to send their talented and smart relatives to the academy. Unknowingly, the most promising group of people in Northern Town City gathered together with Sullen's simple policy. The number of talents that could be born in the future would determine how stable Northern Wind Duchy's foundation would be. The sun was scorching. The scorching sun was scorching the earth. Northern Wind Duchy kept going west. After passing through the lonely forest, the land gradually became barren. This was the trade route from Northern Wind Duchy to the western countries. To the southwest was the desert kingdom of Am. After passing through the desert kingdom was Gondor. To the north of Gondor was the Dwarven Kingdom, which was a stretch of mountains. It was said that there were 3 Dwarven kingdoms in this mountain range: the Iron Hill Dwarven Kingdom, the Iron Furnace Dwarven Kingdom, and the Riptide Dwarven Kingdom. The Lonely Forest was a very special place. There were some dead magic areas. To put it simply, the elemental energy in this area was very chaotic, or there was no elemental energy at all. It was difficult for spellcasters to cast spells here. There was a high chance of failure, and even if the spell was cast successfully, it would consume a lot of energy. There were many fierce beasts and some magic creatures living in this place. There were also some relics left from the Arcane Empire in this forest. It was said that this forest used to be a battlefield in the Arcane Empire. The scars caused by the battle had not been repaired until now, and there was even serious pollution left behind. Countless adventurers who wanted to get the treasures of the Arcane Empire tried to enter here, but few came back alive. Of course, there were also rumors that a god had actually fallen in the depths of the lonely forest. Of course, no one knew whether this was true or not. Some people claimed that there was a secret realm in the depths of the forest, which hid the treasures of the great arcanists. The sun was scorching, the temperature was very high, and the surrounding environment was very barren. After passing through the lonely forest, it gradually became desolate. It was a dry Gobi desert, where some gnolls and orcs lived. The cruel environment made the monsters here fierce and powerful, and there were even legendary monsters among them. The gnolls here also believed in the king of gnolls on the 422nd floor of the abyss, Yinagu. In the abyss, Yinagu was not a very powerful abyss lord, but no one could underestimate him. The king of gnolls was not alone. He also conquered another abyss lord, the king of ghouls, by force. He had been active for thousands of years under the pressure of the succubus queen and the Tauren king. Although the succubus queen and the Tauren king had other enemies, it also showed that Yinagu still had some skills. And there was a rumor that Yinagu had a powerful artifact in his hand, the time chain. Of course, this artifact was not complete. It only had 3 chain hammers. Some people said that the time chain in Yinagu's hand was just a replica. Chapter 393. It was still uncertain whether the 3-headed flail in Yinagu's hand was a divine artifact or not, but he had been searching for the parts of the flail of time to restore this powerful divine artifact. However, many people did not want this divine artifact to be restored. Whoosh! An arrow flew across the sky and instantly pierced a gnoll with khaki fur. The powerful force directly penetrated its body and sank deep into the hard Gobi Desert. Su Lun shot and killed a Jack-Allen scout that was following him. He pulled his cloak over his body to block the sandstorm outside. Su Lun did not bring anyone else out this time. It was more convenient for him to ride the Pegasus alone. The strong wind blew by, and the Pegasus shook its head and snorted. Obviously, it did not like this environment. Su Lun took out a shabby parchment map from the storage space. He opened it and looked at it. The map was very simple. There was no standard way to make a map in this era. Most of the time, he could only guess while looking at it. This map was sent by a caravan. Because Su Lun issued a message to buy the Battle Soul Stone, a month had passed and the caravan had not received the Battle Soul Stone. They only received this map and some news. The map recorded a ruin in the desert. It was said that in this ruin, there might be a Battle Soul Stone. It was said that this ruin was destroyed in a war. Both sides could be said to have perished together. The probability of a Battle Soul Stone being born in such a large battlefield was very high. After Su Lun learned about this situation, he planned to explore the ruin himself. The deeper he went into the Gobi Desert, the fewer traces of surrounding plants there were. Some desert plants such as camel thorns struggled to grow in this cruel environment. However, as he went deeper, even camel thorns, which were tenacious plants, became fewer and fewer. In the end, the Gobi Desert became a desert. A gust of wind came out, and the yellow sand danced in the sky. There was almost no green in front of him. This was the result of the war between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods in ancient times. This was part of the main battlefield. Many once glorious cities were now buried under yellow sand. At that time, the various magic energies released by the 2 sides changed the world. The originally rich land became a barren desert. The rivers dried up, and the land was desertified. That desert was not the largest desert in the world. Continuing to the west, in the south of the continent, there was a vast desert that stretched for thousands of miles. It was called the Death Sand Sea. That was the largest desert. That desert was the most intense battlefield between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods. It was almost impossible to survive in the Death Sand Sea. Although thousands of years had passed, the damage caused by the war still affected the place. The elemental energy was chaotic, and there were even some spatial cracks. Some places caused by the war between the 2 sides. The death. Fortunately, Su Lun's target this time was not the Death Sand Sea, which was a place where even legendary masters could die if they were not careful. Although the desert Su Lun came to this time was not small, the degree of danger was not so high. Although the desert kingdom of Am claimed that the whole desert was their territory, in fact, the area under their control was only the western and southern parts of the desert, where the desertification was not serious. There were also some large oases in the desert. As for the rest, it was occupied by various small forces. The Druids had a high status in the desert. Since the land became a desert, many Druids who believed in nature came here. They used their own power to transform the desert. They had not stopped for hundreds of years. Many oases in the desert were transformed by these druids. Because the energy left over from the war had not dissipated, it also made the transformation of the desert difficult. These druids were believers of the goddess of nature. It took a lot of effort to transform a desert area into an oasis. For others, crossing the desert alone was a very dangerous act, but for Su Len, it was not difficult. The most dangerous thing in the desert was to get lost and not find an oasis to resupply. Sullen's storage space was filled with all kinds of supplies, enough for him to eat for a few months. With some spells, Su Len could easily identify the direction in the desert. Su Len did not let the Pegasus fly. It was difficult to identify the position in the desert. If he wanted to find the ruins in the desert, he could only explore it bit by bit. Although the flight was fast, some things buried under the desert could not be found at all. After the Pegasus retracted its wings, its appearance was no different from an ordinary horse. However, it was enhanced and its eyes were smart. There was no need to worry about being discovered. It was a kind of self-protection. After entering the desert, Su Len walked in the desert for 2 days. Along the way, besides the yellow sand, there were some white bones. Some of the white bones looked very strange. Su Len found several camels kneeling on the ground. There were no wounds on their bodies and they did not struggle. Under the continuous sand dunes, some broken buildings were buried. These buildings were seriously damaged. Many of them could not be seen clearly. The surroundings were buried by yellow sand. It was very difficult to dig them out. Excavating the ruins in the desert needed to be careful of quicksand. As long as the sand collapsed while excavating, one could be buried alive if one was not careful. Moreover, there might not be enough rewards in these ruins. There were often all kinds of dangers in the ruins of the arcane kingdom. Su Len simply rummaged through the ruins. This was not what he was looking for. Su Len also found a lot of traces of fire around the ruins. Obviously, this ruin had been visited by many people. Even if it was excavated, it might not be able to get anything. After a simple check, Su Len rode the Pegasus and continued to move forward. When the sun set, a touch of green finally appeared in the distance. It was an oasis. After seeing the oasis, Su Len was shocked. He patted the Pegasus's neck gently. The Pegasus neighed, its 4 hooves flew, and it quickly galloped toward the green. How fast was the Pegasus? Although it did not gallop at full speed, the green in the distance was also expanding rapidly. Soon Su Len saw it clearly. It was a forest of haloxylon trees. Farther away, there were many poplar trees. The poplar trees were arranged neatly. Obviously, they were not naturally formed, but planted. Seeing this, Su Len knew that he had found an oasis. Although he could live in the desert, no one wanted to face the yellow sand for a long time. If there was an oasis, naturally, he would not miss it. As the Pegasus approached quickly, a broken city wall made of sand and stone appeared in front of him. The city wall was not high, about 6 or 7 meters. The city wall was severely weathered. Some people were coming in and out of the city gate. Some caravans led camels into the city. Although the oasis was not very big and the city wall was dilapidated, it was very prosperous inside. There were many caravans coming and going. Su Len saw many merchants hawking on the street. The buildings in the city were also made of sand and stone. They looked rough. Su Len dismounted and led the Pegasus slowly to the city. The inspection of the city was not strict. Several soldiers stood at the door. A fat tax officer was checking and recording with a pen. A caravan leader nodded and bowed to the tax officer. Su Len saw that when the two of them bowed, the merchant nimbly put a heavy bag of money into the tax officer's arms. After the tax officer felt the heavy bag in his arms, he waved his hand in satisfaction and let the caravan enter. Su Len slowly followed behind the caravan. Soon, after a simple inspection, they finally entered the city. There were people from all over the continent in this city. They were communicating with each other in different accents. Fortunately, Su Len had the ability to understand languages. This was the power given to him by his divinity. With the ability to understand languages, Su Len could communicate with any intelligent creature. In fact, other than understanding languages, there was also a spell called all-night writing. However, this spell was not commonly used. Only wizards could learn it. This spell was often used in ruins exploration. There were too many types of ancient writing. Even wizards could not remember all of them. The most eye-catching things in the city were the domes. The domes looked like big peaches. This was the unique architectural style of the desert area. In the center of the domes, there was a tall metal pointer. In the center of the city was the desert temple. At the top of the temple, there was a golden sun. In the sun, there was a pattern similar to an eye. That was the church of the sun god. The clergy of the sun god had always been an important field of competition among the gods. Almost every divine system would have a god involved in the sun. Every god named sun god was very powerful. In this world alone, there were 3 gods involved in the sun: the Lord of Dawn, the Lord of Light, and the God of Sky and Sunday. The temple in front of them was the church of the god of space and sun in the desert divine system. This was a powerful god. He was involved in the fields of the sun, protection, and revenge. This was a god of the neutral camp. He had the most followers in the desert divine system. The desert divine system was an outsider during the time of the ancient arcane kingdom. It was said that their original world was destroyed for some reason and they had to leave. Many of these people were slaves captured by the arcane kingdom. The relationship between the desert divine system and other divine systems was not harmonious. There was a fierce war between the two sides. However, the desert divine system only lived in the desert and did not expand. The two sides finally reached a tacit understanding. There were often various battles between the other gods on the continent. The desert divine system had always been watching coldly. Su Len found a clean hotel in the city to stay. Then he arranged the Pegasus and went to the nearby tavern to inquire about the news. It was very difficult to find a place in the desert. After all, there was no obvious reference in the desert. Sometimes after a sandstorm, the environment would change greatly. It was not easy to determine the location of the ruins. There were often caravans passing through the desert. These people walked in the desert all year round and knew a lot of information. Chapter 394. It wasn't a simple task to excavate relics in the desert. In a desert environment like this, if there weren't any professionals, one would be buried if the sand was dug too deep. Other than a guide, Su Len also needed to hire a group of workers to help him excavate the ruins. This oasis city was called Halta, which meant outpost. It was the first oasis to enter and exit the desert. Caravans and adventurers from all over the world could be seen here. Every year, monks would come here to travel or do ascetic practices. In order to temper their will, many martial monks would deliberately go to some areas with extremely harsh environments to practice on foot. Su Len saw several bald heads in the city. Most of these monks were wearing old clothes, and their hands were covered with calluses. Although they did not wear heavy armor or weapons, none of them were below grade 3. Most of these monks had made the poverty oath. Many of them wanted to become ascetics, but only a few succeeded in the end. Su Len walked through the bustling street and wandered alone in the streets and alleys here. His eyes swept around from time to time. Soon he found his target here. It was a tavern. Outside the tavern, a shabby sign was waving in the wind, Shadow Howl. The tavern was not in a very good location, and the outside was also shabby. A few rats scurried through the garbage next to it. Su Len frowned and walked into the alley. He came to the tavern's door and pushed it open. When the door of the tavern was pushed open, a burst of noise immediately came out. Unlike the outside, the inside of the tavern was very lively. What surprised Su Len the most was that there were more than a dozen maids in revealing clothes here. The tavern was full. The guests were toasting and drinking loudly. Among these guests, there were mercenaries, dwarves, thieves, and even desert bandits. Su Len also saw some orcs and barbarians. The maids were like butterflies flying around the tables. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 screams and laughter, followed by a series of curses. There was no need to guess. "A cup of Heart of Flames, please." Su Lin sat down on the bar counter and tossed a tar over. His arrival attracted the attention of some people around him. Su Lin didn't look like a mercenary. In a dark corner, a few eyes glanced back and forth at Sulin's clothes and money bag from time to time, judging whether this person was a fat sheep, whether he was strong or not, and whether he was worth their time. In the corner of the tavern, there were several figures hidden in the darkness. They were shadow dancers, an advanced class of rogues. They were proficient in assassination and liked to use curved swords and daggers. They were the best assassins and assassins. As long as they were paid well, there was no one they didn't dare to kill. Of course, daring to kill and being able to kill were two different things. A few fierce-looking desert swordsmen with scars on their faces glanced at Su Lin from time to time. This was a profession unique to the desert. They used scimitars, worked with agility, and attacked very quickly. At this time, one of the swordsmen was shaving with a knife. His eyes fell on Sulin's bulging pocket from time to time, and a trace of uncontrollable greed flashed in his eyes from time to time. As soon as Su Lin entered the tavern, he felt the malicious gazes around him. Even the human mercenaries were secretly communicating with each other. The Shadow Wailing Tavern belonged to the dark corner of the city. It was said that the tavern was supported by the Shadow Brotherhood. The Shadow Brotherhood was also notorious on the continent. "Your Heart of Flames." A scantily dressed maid put a glass of strong liquor in front of Su Lin. She even deliberately sat on his lap with a big, white and soft peach. The pair of huge breasts in front of her chest almost hit his face. Her eyes were hot and full of provocation. Her small tongue licked her bright red lips as if she was looking at a delicious food. Su Lin took the wine glass. He was not interested in this maid. Although this body had a good figure and was beautiful, Su Lin, who had been spoiled for a long time, did not like to be with others. Moreover, the strong dark aura showed that this woman was either a vampire or a sucking demoness. She was not only lusting after his body, but also his life essence. After casually sending her away, Su Lin picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. This Heart of Flames was made with vodka and a few other spices. Drinking it was like drinking fire. When he put down the glass, he used a little force, and the glass was slightly dented. The bar counter of the tavern was made of iron oak wood. It was tough and sturdy. After seeing Su Lin casually use the glass to leave a dent on the table, the people who had been watching him looked away. Although these people in the tavern were not good people, they still had good eyesight. They knew what they were capable of and what kind of enemies they could not provoke. If they did not have good eyesight, they would not have survived. They would have been buried in the endless sandstorm outside the city. "I want to ask for some information." Sulin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the bar counter. "Sir, what information do you want to ask for?" The tavern owner looked at the glass on the table. A hint of fear flashed through his eyes. "Have you found any ancient ruins around this city recently?" Su Lin asked. The tavern owner shook his head. "This is the periphery of the desert. There are very few ruins. No new ruins have been found in the past 3 years." Su Lin nodded and continued to ask, "You should have a map of this desert, right? I want a detailed map of this place. The oases and cities need to be marked on the map." "Sure, but the price?" The tavern owner heard Sulin's words and made an international gesture. "How much?" Su Lin smiled. If he could solve it with money, then he would solve it with money. The tavern owner gestured with his hand. 50 kinar. Not only are there oases and cities marked on the map, but there are also some ruins. "Sure." Su Lin took out a bag and threw it on the bar counter. The sound of metal hitting metal came from the bag. "This is the down payment. If I am satisfied with the map, I will give you the rest." The tavern owner reached out and grabbed the bag. He weighed it in his hand. There were at least 20 kinar inside. The crisp and melodious sound of gold coins colliding attracted the attention of some people around. Their eyes, which had been turned away, once again looked at Su Lin, but not as blatantly as before. The tavern owner looked satisfied and put away the bag. He got up and went into the room. After a while, he came out with a piece of parchment. This is the map you asked for. It should meet your requirements. Su Len took the parchment and opened it. All the cities and most of the oases in the desert were marked on the parchment. There were even many ruins marked on it. Su Len compared this map with the strategic map in his system. There were no mistakes. He nodded with satisfaction. The map he bought before only marked the approximate location of the ruins. With this more accurate map, it would be much easier to find the ruins. Not bad. This is your reward. Su Len nodded and put away the map. He threw a bag of money to the tavern owner and got up to leave. Just as Su Len left, a few people quietly followed him. With the map in hand, Su Len didn't need to stay here. He planned to go to the ruins as soon as possible. But before that, he needed to recruit some people. After all, how long would it take for him to excavate the ruins alone? It was easy to hire people in this desert city. Compared to other areas, the people at the bottom of the desert had a harder time. Adventurers Guild. Su Len saw many professionals here. Although the desert was dangerous, there were a lot of ruins buried in it. If they could bring something out of the ruins, they could easily sell it for a good price. Therefore, many adventurers liked to come here. "Sir, how may I help you?" A young man appeared in front of Su Len. Judging from his clothes, he was the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. "I need to recruit some people." Su Len looked at the receptionist and said, "You want to issue a mission? Please come with me." Hearing Su Len's words, the receptionist's eyes lit up. He led Su Len to an office desk. After Su Len sat down, the receptionist smiled and said, "Sir, what mission do you want to issue? This is a form. You can fill it out." Su Len took the form and looked at it. Then he filled it out according to his requirements. After a few minutes, he finished filling out the form and handed it to the receptionist. Exploring ancient ruins? You need 200 people to excavate? You also need an adventurer team. The difficulty of this mission has reached the A level. You need to pay at least 2,000 kinar. Do you agree? The receptionist looked at the form Su Len filled out and said, 2,000 gold nars, huh? Su Len nodded and said, "Since you agree, we will publish the mission information as soon as possible. Please tell us your contact address. If someone takes the mission, we will send someone to inform you." Su Len left 100 kinar as a deposit, then left the address of the hotel. He turned and left the Adventurers Guild. It would take some time to recruit people. Su Len intended to study some maps while he still had time. He now had 2 maps in his hand. Su Len intended to combine these 2 maps with the map in his system to find the exact location of the ruins he was looking for. At the same time, he also had to prepare some tools needed for the exploration of the ruins. Although these underground ruins had been buried for thousands of years, as the ruins left from the era of the Arcane Empire, Su Len would not be careless. The desert environment was harsh, but being buried by sand was also a kind of protection. There were likely to be a lot of mechanisms and traps inside. Chapter 395. After sending off Su Len, the staff member of the Adventurers Union took the mission list to the back of the hall and handed it to a one-eyed man. The one-eyed man glanced at it and asked in a deep voice, "What mission?" "Ruins exploration." Looking at the requirements, it should be a large ruins. The staff member handed over the mission list. The one-eyed man sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Ancient ruins exploration? If these ruins were so easy to explore, would we leave them to them? Maybe they're strong enough?" The staff member next to him said with a smile. "Then I wish them good luck. Just post it. 2,000 kinar. This is not a small number. We can earn a commission." The one-eyed man shrugged and handed the mission list back. A few minutes later, an important mission appeared on the mission bulletin board. An A-level mercenary mission might not appear in a month, so naturally, it was hung in the most conspicuous place. Level mercenary mission. Ancient ruins exploration. Recruiting 200 excavators. Recruiting experienced veterans. The minimum reward is 2,000 kinar. The reward is quite generous, but the risk is a bit high. 2,000 kinar. You can take it but not spend it. The mission board quickly attracted everyone's attention, but after seeing that the mission was to explore ancient ruins, many people chose to give up directly. Adventurers and mercenaries who often wandered in the desert knew the risks of exploring ancient ruins. Although the reward was generous, not many people were willing to sign up. There were not many who were sure that they could enter the ancient ruins and come out unscathed. It looks good. I'm a little short on money now. I can go and talk to him, a rogue hidden in a brown cloak said in a deep voice. 2,000 kinnar. A high-level warrior tidied up his armor and got up to check the bulletin board. At noon the next day, Su Lin recruited some people. A high-level rogue, a high-level warrior, and a dwarf heavy armored warrior. Including Su Lin, there were a total of 4 people. As for wizards and warlocks, there were few spellcasters in the Adventurers' Union. Moreover, 2,000 kinnar was not attractive to spellcasters, let alone high-level priests and druids. In addition to these 3 people, the 200 workers recruited by Su Lin were also recruited. After a simple meeting and discussion, Sullen's adventurer team left the city with a large number of materials on the morning of the 3rd day. 200 workers, 50 camels loaded with goods, and 3 high-level professions, led by Su Lin, set out into the depths of the desert. Yellow sand filled the sky. The long team moved slowly in the desert. The speed of the team was not fast. The physical fitness of those ordinary people could not be compared with Sullen's at all. In this environment, the consumption of physical strength was very high. The deeper they went into the desert, the stronger the wind and sand. Sometimes, they would encounter terrible sandstorms. The feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth made even Su Lin feel scared. Fortunately, there was a strategic map in the system, which found sandstorms in advance, giving them enough time to prepare and successfully avoided sandstorms. Of course, compared to the sandstorm, the quicksand was also very dangerous. The sand looked no different from ordinary sand, but once one stepped on it, they would quickly sink. If there was no rescue in time, they would soon be buried alive in the sand. In order to prevent people from accidentally falling into the quicksand, the workers used ropes to connect the people around them. This way, even if they fell into the quicksand, they would be held back by others. Su Lin rode back and forth in the team. 50 camels carried a lot of materials. The weather was hot, and the whole team was very tired. Captain, the weather is too hot. We need to take a rest. A rogue who was scouting outside came to Sullen's side and said, I hate sand. Valadin the dwarf said in a muffled voice. He was a mountain dwarf, 53 years old this year. He had strong muscles and liked liquor. Su Lin only used half a bottle of vodka to become good friends with him. Because of the dwarf's weight and armor, it was very difficult for him to walk in the desert. If he was not careful, his heavy body would fall into the sand. Moreover, the iron armor on his body would often have sand get into it. Coupled with the sweat on his body, it was even more uncomfortable for the sand to stick to his body. Su Lin looked at the tired people, then nodded and said, Let's go to the back of the sand dune in front to rest. It can shelter us from the sun. Everyone, work harder. We can rest when we reach the sand dune in front. The leader of the craftsmen shouted. After hearing the voice of the craftsman, the artificial people were refreshed and immediately quickened their pace. The human rogue was called Baron. He often wandered in the desert area. His weapons were curved swords and crossbows. As for the warrior, he was a local adventurer named Jane. He was good at two-handed swords. His strength was average, but he was very experienced. About 10 minutes later, the team came to the back of the sand dune and then began to rest. People took out their own food and water to replenish. Su Lin took out the sheepskin map and compared it to see if the team's route had deviated. At this time, some red light spots suddenly appeared on his strategic map. There were about 50 people in the light spots, and they were moving quickly toward their current position. Desert bandits? Seeing the red light spots, Su Lin frowned slightly. He did not find anyone watching them in the past 2 days. How did these desert bandits find them so accurately? Screech! There was an eagle's cry in the sky. Su Lin looked up and saw a goshawk hovering over the team and then flying away. An eagle. Su Lin immediately understood. It was obvious that these desert bandits were using falcons to watch them. If the northern town city could tame falcons, then other people could tame falcons as well. Guards! Su Lin put away the map and shouted, "Sir, what can I do for you?" The leader of the craftsmen ran over and asked, "Desert bandits are coming. Everyone, immediately form a circle around the camels." "Craftsmen, go into the circle and hide," Su Lin said in a deep voice. "Desert bandits?" Hearing the word desert bandits, the leader of the craftsmen's face changed drastically. As someone who lived in this area of the desert, he was very familiar with the desert bandit style. These desert bandits often robbed caravans. Their methods were cruel. They usually rode fast horses and held scimitars in their hands. Like a whirlwind, they rushed up to kill. Their speed was fast, and they did not leave anyone alive. They also did not negotiate. It could be said that they were notorious. "Get up. Everyone, form a circle around the camels. The desert bandits are coming. Move fast." The team that was resting immediately exploded. One by one, they jumped up from the sand and pulled the camels into a circle. They took out all kinds of bows and spears and were ready to fight. After hearing that the desert bandits were coming, the three advanced professionals picked up their weapons and went to Su Lin to discuss it. "Should we just run away?" The rogue glanced at the workers not far away and said, as an adventurer who often moved around here, he clearly knew the strength of the desert bandits. Although there were only 40 to 50 of them, the weakest among them was still at grade 1. Among them, the leader of the desert bandits was a high-grade professional. There were only 4 of them. Facing so many desert bandits was simply courting death. As for the workers, they basically could not count on them. No need. Su Lin shook his head. After seeing their expressions, Su Lin continued, "When the desert bandits come later, you are responsible for protecting the workers. Leave the rest to me." "This." The 3 of them looked at each other. A cloud of dust rose in the distant sky, followed by the rapid sound of horse hooves. Dozens of masked desert bandits quickly approached from the other side of the dune. When they were about 500 or 600 meters away, the desert bandits divided into 2 teams to surround them from the left and right, directly choking off the team's retreat. The notorious desert bandits did not hesitate at all. Under the command of the desert bandit leader, the rest of the desert bandits waved their scimitars and rushed up. Some of the desert bandits attacked from the side, while the others took out their bows and arrows to shoot. "After walking in the desert for so long, I can finally move my body." Speed looked at the desert bandits rushing up and moved his shoulders. Then he tapped the horse's abdomen and the Pegasus instantly accelerated. The storm halberd also appeared in his hand at this moment. "He's crazy." Seeing Su Lin rushing directly to dozens of desert bandits, the other 3 advanced professionals' faces changed greatly. The speed of the Pegasus was amazing. In just a few breaths, Su Lin was about to meet the desert bandits. The arrows shot by the desert bandits were directly left behind. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Su Lin waved his storm halberd and instantly cut off the head of a desert bandit. Even the scimitar in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. The Pegasus' speed did not decrease at all. Su Lin waved his storm halberd and rushed forward. In an instant, the halberd swept across. Accompanied by the whine of the horse and the sound of metal clashing, all the desert bandits who alternated with Su Lin were cut down one by one. Storm! Su Lin waved his hands and the storm halberd was like a wheel. The power of thunder and storm on the storm halberd also burst out. Streams of chi were like sword chi, instantly killing the 4 desert bandits around him. Then, the halberd was waved again and again. Light blades flew out and directly killed the desert bandits in the distance. "Quick, shoot the arrows, kill him." Seeing that his men had suffered heavy casualties as soon as they came into contact, the leader of the desert bandits panicked and hurriedly ordered the archers to focus fire. However, the arrows were useless against Su Lin. He waved his halberd and deflected the arrows that were shot at him. The Pegasus accelerated again and directly dodged the sound of the rain of arrows. Then, it quickly rushed to the remaining desert bandits. Seeing that the arrows were useless, the remaining desert bandits quickly threw down their bows and grabbed their scimitars, ready to attack. Just before the desert bandits could react, Su Lin had already rushed directly into them like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Chapter 396. Clang, clang. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing continued. Su Lin rushed into the group of desert bandits like a hot knife through butter. One enemy after another was beheaded. Su Lin quickly brandished his storm war halberd like a reaper. Every move he made would take the life of an enemy. None of the dead bodies were intact. Wherever he passed, there were broken limbs everywhere on the ground. This bloody and cruel scene made even the desert bandits, who killed without blinking, feel scared. Some of them even turned their horses and fled when they saw Su Lin rushing up like a killing god. But how could Su Lin let go of these bandits who robbed him? He waved the storm war halberd and 3 crescent-shaped light blades flashing with thunder flew out in an instant. Half Moon /X3. The speed of the light blade was very fast, and 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The light blade drew a straight line in the sand and instantly hit the desert bandit who was running away. The bandit was cut in half along with his horse before he could react. The remaining 2 light blades directly swept through the gathered desert bandits. Wherever the 2 light blades passed, all the desert bandits in front of them were all cut in half. In the blink of an eye, the light blades swept through the desert bandits like plowing through a hole in a courtyard. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, the rest of the desert bandits could no longer bear the pressure. They screamed and fled in all directions. But it was too late. The Pegasus was like a bolt of lightning, leaving a phantom on the sand dunes. It caught up with the desert bandits in a breath and was easily harvested by Su Lin. More than 50 bandits were finally killed by Su Lin. Only 2 bandits who Su Lin deliberately left behind for interrogation survived. Swoosh! The storm war halberd pierced the 2 bandits' thighs into the sand between them. The 2 bandits who had already become frightened could not help but tremble. A fishy smell wafted over. "Do you want to live?" Su Lin looked at the 2 bandits and revealed his white teeth. But in the eyes of the 2 bandits, this was simply the smile of the devil. "Yes." The 2 bandits nodded repeatedly. "Then tell me the location of your desert bandits' lair and where the treasures that you have plundered are. I, Johnson, will spare your pathetic lives. Don't even think about lying to me. I'll make you guys talk separately. If I get a different answer, then I'll let him have a taste of what it's like to live a life worse than death." Su Lin smiled at the 2 desert bandits and pretended to say casually, "I wonder how this desert weather would be for drying dried meat. Which one of you is willing to give it a try?" Sir, I'll tell you. I know where Varfa hid the treasure. Please let me go. Sir, don't listen to me. I'm VRFA's confidant. I know all of VRFA's treasures. Please believe me. In order to survive, the 2 desert bandits scrambled to tell Su Lin the location of their nest and their treasures. Su Lin smiled as he lifted one of the desert bandits and asked him to tell him everything he knew. Then, he used the same method to make the other desert bandit tell him everything he knew. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Su Lin brought the 2 desert bandits back. At this time, the 3 high-grade professionals had already ordered the workers to clean up the battlefield. All the war horses and weapons had been collected. Other than the dead and injured horses, there were still 32 horses that were intact. After the battle just now, whether it was those craftsmen or the other 3 senior professions, they all looked at Su Lin with awe in their eyes. Even the loud-mouthed Valadin became more careful when he spoke. "I found the location of the bandits' nest. It's not far from here. I'm going to make a trip there," Su Lin said to the 3 of them. The others naturally had no objections to this. Then Su Lin asked the 2 desert bandits to take the crowd to the nest of the desert bandits, which was about 30 kilometers away in a straight line. It was a very small oasis. Although it was called an oasis, it was actually a gathering place. There were only a few houses made of khaki-colored rocks in the yellow sand. After entering the room, Su Len was surprised to find that the space inside was very large. It looked like an ancient ruin, but the ruin was severely damaged. Only the underground hall in front of him was left. The temperature of the underground hall was comfortable. There was also a well and an underground river flowing through the well, so there was no shortage of water. This place could be said to be very hidden. As long as the hole was blocked, no one would be able to find it. As long as there was enough food, the desert bandits could live here for a few months. Seeing that there was a water source here, the whole team became excited. They had been walking in the desert for 2 days. When they saw a large amount of water, they immediately ran over to drink and refilled their water bags. After arriving at the nest of the desert bandits, Su Len asked the 2 desert bandits to dig out the treasures they had hidden here. Soon, a pile of gold, silver, and jewelry was piled up in front of them. After looking at it, although there was a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of them, Su Len estimated that it was worth at most 5,000 to 6,000 kinar. He did not believe that these notorious desert bandits only had so much treasure. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. The storm war halberd stabbed into the ground. The hard ground instantly cracked like a spider web. The 2 desert bandits were so frightened that they quickly knelt and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Sir, this is really all the treasure. We didn't hide a single kinar. Sir, please spare us. We've already dug out all the treasures. All the treasures? Su Len snorted coldly. He reached out and lifted one of the desert bandits up. All the treasures? As far as I know, you've been here for at least 10 years. 10 years, this is all you've taken? Sir, please spare us. This is really all we have. The rest was given to the nobles in Halta. The goods we robbed were sold to them. The nobles took half of it, and the rest was used to buy food and weapons. Su Len casually threw the bandit to the ground. He knew that these desert bandits were not lying. Caravans would not carry large amounts of gold, silver, and jewelry for trade. These desert bandits must have needed to sell the goods after robbing. Only the nobles in Halta had the ability to swallow the goods. The reason why these desert bandits had been active for so long without being killed was probably because of the nobles' connivance. Since you found the treasures, you can go now. Su Len waved his hand and said. The 2 desert bandits' eyes flashed with surprise. They then turned and ran out. However, just as they ran less than 10 meters, 2 arrows flew out in an instant and hit them in the middle of their backs. One of the bandits' body instantly stiffened. He looked at Su Len with eyes full of hatred, then his body went limp and fell to the ground. What are you looking at? It was Johnson who killed you. What does it have to do with me, Su Len? Su Len casually put away the bow and arrow, then put the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of him into his storage space. 5,000 or 6,000 kinar was enough for him to pay the commission this time. After a night's rest in the bandit's nest, the team set off for the desert ruins again the next morning. But this time, there were no more desert bandits. After 2 days, Su Len and the others finally arrived at their destination. There was a landmark here, an obelisk. The obelisk was about 30 meters tall, with a large number of patterns, pictures, and words carved on it. However, the obelisk in front of them was broken. The pictures and words on it had been eroded by the wind and sand. This is it. Su Len looked at the map and compared it with the surrounding environment. He said in a low voice, "Tell the workers to set up camp and get ready to work." Under Sullen's orders, part of the workers set up camp, and the other part began to clean up the sand in the ruins. The ruins had been buried for thousands of years. Su Len did not know the door to the ruins, so he could only clean up the surroundings. The workers took out all kinds of attacks and began to clean up the sand. Because there were 50 camels and more than 30 horses, the cleaning work went smoothly. Be careful, pay attention to the reinforcement. I don't want to be buried in the ruins. The 200 workers began to get busy. It was not easy to find the entrance to the ruins. Fortunately, the leader of the craftsmen was very experienced in excavating these ancient ruins. He knew that there were a few locations in these ruins that had a high probability of being the entrance. The workers began to dig at these locations. Excavating the ruins was not a simple job. Because this was a desert area, if they wanted to dig a passage, they had to clean up all the surrounding sand. Otherwise, the sand would continue to slide down and block the passage. Su Len supervised the workers for a while, then let the others supervise them. He rode his Pegasus and began to wander around the ruins to see if there were any abnormalities. He did not want to spend so much effort to dig out the ruins, only to be picked up by someone else. The sky gradually darkened and the bonfire rose. The workers who had been digging for the whole day returned to the camp to rest and eat. Su Len also rode his Pegasus back to the camp. There were no traces of other people around the ruins. It seemed that after he exterminated the desert bandits, those spies had left. However, Su Len was not careless. After dinner, the workers who had worked hard for the whole day returned to their tents to sleep. Su Len and the other 3 professionals took turns to keep watch. The temperature of the desert at night was very low, and from time to time, there would be gusts of wind blowing by. Lying by the bonfire, he looked up at the starry sky. The starry sky in the desert was very beautiful. There were no dark clouds in the night sky, and countless stars twinkled in the night sky. Su Len knew that those stars were not just stars, other than some ordinary celestial bodies in the starry sky. Some of the stars were actually projections of the divine kingdoms of the gods, so there was a legend in this world that when the stars in the starry sky fell, it represented the fall of a god. Chapter 397. After eating sand for half the night, it was Bane's and Jane's turn to keep watch. The 2 sat in front of the campfire, drinking and chatting. Su Len glanced at them and went back to his tent to rest. The night passed quickly. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the workers were already called to work. The temperature in the desert was very high. If they did a lot of work during the day, it was very likely that they would get heat stroke. Therefore, they had to get up early to work and then go back to rest when the weather was the hottest. They would continue working in the afternoon when the weather was not so hot. The 200 workers were digging in several places, but after digging to a certain depth, they found that these places were not the entrance. After a day of digging, there were only 2 places left that the leader of the craftsmen had designated. On the 3rd day, the workers continued to dig. When there were only 2 places left, the digging speed was much faster than the previous 2 days. Ah! Monster! Suddenly, there was a scream, and then several professionals rushed up. The workers who were digging on the site ran in all directions, trying to hide from something. For a moment, it was very chaotic. Sullen's body flashed, and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Mummies. It's mummies." A worker answered Su Len. At this time, he was panicking and wanted to escape. Mummies were a kind of undead creatures unique to the desert. Compared to ordinary undead, mummies moved much faster and had high defense. Although the layer of shroud on their body looked tattered, its defense was higher than leather armor. However, they also had a weakness, which was their low resistance to fire. Su Len left the frightened worker and appeared at the edge of the sandpit in a flash. At this time, a mummy wrapped in linen was about to pounce on a worker. This mummy was still relatively intact, but now its body had completely withered and decayed. The skin exposed under the linen cloth was black and surrounded by a foul stench. The bandages wrapped around its body were yellowed, and the shriveled skin clung tightly to its body. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and there were sharp black nails on its fingers. At first glance, one could tell that it was highly toxic. Su Len jumped and appeared next to the mummy in an instant. He kicked the mummy away. Looking at the mummy, Su Len frowned slightly. The kick just now gave him a strange feeling. It was like kicking a hard stone. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The mummy that was sent flying crashed into the sand, but it did not cause any damage. In the next second, the mummy quickly flipped over. These mummies' shriveled bodies contained an astonishing amount of strength. All workers, retreat. At this moment, a few more mummies rushed out of the hole that had been dug. At the same time, Barn, Jane, and the dwarf warrior also rushed over. After seeing the mummies, they rushed up directly. For a moment, the mummies were forced to retreat. However, at this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. A mummy shrouded in the aura of death rushed out. This mummy was different from the other mummies. It had a pair of red eyes and a metal mask on its head. Its body was obviously much bigger than the other mummies. Its sickle-like hands had amazing destructive power. Its body was emitting a strong negative energy. Poisonous mummy! Seeing this mummy, the rogue immediately shouted. The toxic mummy was a powerful monster. Aside from having great strength and the plague effect on their attacks, they also had the ability to revive other mummies. They were very difficult monsters to deal with, and their challenge rating was at level 16. Su Lin moved and rushed up in an instant. At the moment when the two sides clashed, the storm war halberd felt like it had pierced rubber. Su Lin directly kicked the poisonous mummy away. Su Lin frowned slightly. A strange energy wanted to invade his body, but as soon as it got close, it was directly rejected by his body. Don't get too close to Hector. The poisonous mummy can spread diseases. Barn, the rogue next to him, reminded. Su Lin nodded and rushed up again. With his vitality, the negative state of the poisonous mummy could not cause any damage. Thunder Spear. The powerful power of thunder and lightning appeared on the Storm War Halberd. The Storm War Halberd was full of thunder and lightning, and fiercely hit the poisonous mummy. The power of thunder and lightning broke out, and the negative energy on the poisonous mummy dissipated. Sullen's whole body turned into a shadow, and the Storm War Halberd in his hand kept attacking. For a time, the poisonous mummy's body was full of thunder and lightning. The poisonous mummy was not slow, and it was not much slower than the average rogue. Unfortunately, it was now facing Su Lin, a high-grade legend, and its reaction speed was not enough. The poisonous mummy didn't fight back. After Su Lin sped up, the poisonous mummy was completely beaten up. The poisonous mummy was attacked by Su Lin more than a dozen times in a short time, but it did not even touch Sullen's clothes. The poisonous mummy was extremely angry, and it roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. While Su Lin was besieging the poison mummy, more mummies rushed out of the dug hole. Bane, Jane, and Valadin fought while retreating. Although these mummies were no match for them individually, they had no choice but to dodge the fearless attacks of a dozen mummies. After all, they were not undead creatures like the mummies. After seeing the situation, Su Lin could not leave it alone. The poisonous mummy had thick skin, and Su Lin could not kill it in a short time. However, the other mummies could not. Fireball. The orange-red fireball quickly took shape, and then flew directly into the mummies that were besieging the three. Boom! With a loud bang, flames rose, and instantly wrapped several mummies around it. The mummy that was directly hit was directly blown to pieces, and the other mummies were also ignited and turned into human-shaped torches. These mummies were like dry wood covered with grease. The flames burned bigger and bigger, and there was no way to put it out. Soon, they were burned into a pile of charcoal. The air was filled with the unpleasant stench of corpses. With nearly a third of the mummies gone, the pressure on the three was instantly reduced. Su Lin swung his storm battle halberd again, and the powerful lightning energy dissipated the poisonous mummy's aura. The mummy's tall body kept retreating. Just as Su Lin was about to rush up and finish off the poisonous mummy, a thick ray of negative energy suddenly flew out of the mummy's mouth. Su Lin dodged it. The black ray of negative energy hit the mummy that had just been burned into charcoal. The next moment, an aura of death erupted, and the mummy that had turned into charcoal was resurrected. Undead resurrection. After resurrecting one mummy, the poisonous mummy did not stop. It was ready to resurrect another mummy. Su Lin naturally would not give it another chance. His body flashed, and the storm battle halberd with powerful lightning energy instantly hit the poisonous mummy. The poisonous mummy in front of him stiffened, and then the bandages that were wrapped around its body were torn apart, and the aura of death that was gathering dissipated directly. Su Len took the opportunity to attack like a storm, and did not give the poisonous mummy any chance to fight back. The poisonous mummy kept retreating, and the negative energy around its body was mostly dispersed. Then, the storm battle halberd ruthlessly cut the poisonous mummy in half. A wave of aura of death spread out from the poisonous mummy, and then slowly disappeared. The poisonous mummy's body that was left on the ground was instantly set ablaze. The flames rose as if turpentine had been added, and quickly burned the poisonous mummy's body into ashes. Without the poisonous mummy, the rest of the ordinary mummies were easier to deal with. Soon, all the mummies were burned to ashes. Su Len bent down and picked up a purple crystal from the ashes of the poisonous mummy. It was a high-level soul crystal. Su Len would not mind having more of it. Hathaway was preparing to build an army of golems, and it was just right for her. The battle ended quickly, and all the mummies around were killed. However, there were still casualties among the workers. A worker's throat was bitten when the mummy appeared, and now he could not be more dead. Since he was killed by the mummy, there was a strong aura of negative energy in his body. If he did not find a priest to purify it, it was very likely that he would be resurrected as an undead creature. Naturally, there was no priest here. The best way was to cremate him. After killing the mummy, Su Len called the workers back again. The workers did not run far. The desert was hundreds of miles away, and the workers did not have the strength to run back. After dealing with these things, Su Len prepared to enter the ruins. The workers had already dug out a passage. The ruins were very dangerous, and ordinary people would die if they entered. Therefore, they had to clean up the place first before continuing to excavate. Bane, Jane, Valadin, come with me. The rest of you wait above. There should be a lot of monsters in the ruins. Let's go down and clean them up. Let's go, I want to let those skeletons have a taste of my axe. Valadin said as he waved his battle axe. Bring torches, those undead creatures are afraid of fire. Bane took out a few torches and kerosene and handed them over. We should be the first group to enter the ruins. There should be a lot of good stuff in there. Jane said excitedly. Those who dared to take the risk to explore the ruins were basically here for the treasure. According to the usual practice, the treasures found in the ruins would be divided. Su Len could take a little more, and the others, including the workers, would get a share. It was just that some people had more than others. Hee, be careful when you go down. Don't get yourself into trouble before you earn any money. When the time comes, even if I want to share the treasure with you, you have to be able to get it. Su Len said in a deep voice. Chapter 398. Don't worry, I'm not a rookie. I'm the great dwarf explorer, Valadin. The dwarven juggernaut patted his chest and said, and my armor will protect me from harm. I hope so. Su Len shrugged. Soon, the workers cleared all the sand and stones piled up at the entrance of the passage. Su Len nodded to the three and said, let's begin. After that, Su Len snapped his fingers and summoned a gust of wind that blew into the passage. Then, 10 seconds later, a gust of wind rushed out with a foul and decaying smell. Okay, you can go in now. After the foul air in the passage was sucked out, Su Len gestured to the workers next to him. Then, the workers came over with various tools. Supports, pulleys, ropes, torches, hooks, medicine, bandages. After all the preparations were completed, Sullen's figure flashed, and he slid down the passage with one hand holding the rope. The entrance of the cave was about 10 meters away from the entrance of the passage. After Su Len came to the passage, he looked around. With dark vision, he could see normally in the dark. He did not find any danger in the passage. He lit the torch and fixed it on the wall next to him. Su Len then shouted, "It's safe, you can come down now." The second to come down was Bane the Rogue. The agile Bane grabbed the rope and slid down quickly. When he was 3 meters away from the ground, he landed firmly on the ground after a light flip. "Hey, excuse me, I'm coming down." At this moment, Valadin's voice came from above. Bane took 2 steps back and said, "Okay, you can come down now." As soon as his voice fell, a black shadow fell from above. Whoosh! Duong! The dwarven juggernaut landed with a dull thud. Damn it, I hate falling. The dwarf in heavy armor shook his head, then grabbed his battle axe and stood up from the ground. His heavy armor was at least 50 pounds. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a height. Buddy, you should be gentle. This is the ruins. Don't wake those guys up, Bane reminded him. However, Valadin wasn't too bothered. Don't worry. If those skeletons dare to wake up, my axe won't mind killing them again. Soon, Jane also came down from above, and all four of them were present. Next, the few of them walked into the depths of the passage with torches in hand. There were many well-preserved murals on the walls on both sides of the passage, which recorded the construction of the city ruins. In the corner of the passage, there were many bottles and jars. Valadin seemed to be interested in those jars. He opened them and took a look, only to find that the contents had long rotted, leaving only a pile of black stuff. At this moment, Su Len suddenly heard a rustling sound, like the sound of leaves being dragged on the ground by the wind. Something's happening. Su Len reminded him immediately. The other three immediately moved closer to the center and stared at their surroundings without blinking. However, after a few seconds, they did not discover any enemies. Boss, did you hear wrongly? There are no enemies here. Valadin looked for a long time, but no enemies appeared. Sullen's expression was serious. He didn't let down his guard because of Valadin's words. They're here. At this moment, along with a rustling sound, small mounds of dirt suddenly rose from the ground. In the next second, countless sinister-looking insects with black carapaces rushed out from the sand like a tide. It's the sacred death beetles. Damn it, run. Valadin hates insects. Tens of thousands of strange insects rushed over like a tide. Bane, Jane, and Valadin felt their scalps go numb as they quickly ran back. Use fire. Su Len raised his hand and threw a bottle of kerosene. The bottle shattered and the kerosene instantly ignited. The surrounding sacred death beetles were immediately engulfed in flames. Yes, use fire. The three of them immediately reacted. They grabbed the kerosene and threw it over. Soon, a wall of fire appeared in the passage. The temperature of the wall of fire was very high, but the sacred death beetles didn't have the slightest fear. They directly rushed into the fire. Soon, a series of crackling sounds came from the flames. At the same time, the sacred death beetles also attacked from the walls and ceiling. Although the wall of fire was very big, there were too many sacred death beetles. There were still many sacred death beetles that rushed through the flames. The few of them hurriedly killed the sacred death beetles. However, at this moment, the ground behind them bulged and countless black sacred death beetles rushed over like a tide. Behind. There are also insects behind us. Valadin, who was using his axe to hit the gophers, to hit the insects, turned around and almost dropped his axe as he shouted in fear. It's over. It's over. I can't go back and marry my little Nasha. I won't be able to see her bucket-like waist and that sexy beard again. I'm sorry, Nasha. Valadin said with a sad face. Damn it, why are there so many insects? Kerosene? Is there any more kerosene? Quickly throw a bottle over. Jane stepped on a few sacred death beetles that rushed over and waved his hand to sweep away the sacred death beetles that climbed onto his leg. The kerosene has been used up, Bane said helplessly as he chopped 2 sacred death beetles into 4 pieces. He was too excited to throw away the kerosene just now. Get out of the way! Su Len shouted. He turned around and aimed his palm at the tunnel. Burning hand! Scorching flames instantly flew out from his palm and covered the entire tunnel in a breath. The flames wreaked havoc and instantly swallowed all the sacred death beetles in the tunnel. This counts as surviving? Bane looked at the burning tunnel and sighed in relief. The flames burned for close to 5 minutes. The temperature in the tunnel also became hot and the air was filled with a burnt stench. There were a lot of sacred death beetles. After 5 minutes, the insect tide finally retreated. When the black insect tide retreated, A thick layer of burnt sacred death beetles was left on the ground. Pay! Stinks. Valadin stomped a sacred death beetle that was still alive to death. After the battle, Sulen once again lit a torch and continued to explore the depths of the ruins. After the sacred death beetle died, the group became more cautious. However, they did not encounter any more disgusting insects in the following exploration. After passing through this section of the tunnel, Sulen discovered that the tunnel behind them had been buried by sand. He could only inform the workers above to come down and dig up the tunnel again. Exploration of ruins was like this. Most of the time, they needed to clear the path bit by bit. Fortunately, the tunnel was not buried for long. After half an hour, the tunnel was dug up. A gust of cold wind blew. Sulen frowned slightly. Some strange sounds came from the tunnel, making people feel creepy. After the tunnel was dug up, Sulen saw the scene behind the tunnel. It was a hall with an area of about 2,000 square meters. The entire hall looked like it had been ransacked and was very messy. On the floor of the hall, there were a large number of skeletons. These skeletons seemed to be divided into two camps. Many of the skeletons were still fighting each other before they died. Crash! A sudden sound came from the empty hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, a blue flame suddenly appeared and the skeletons on the floor began to move. It's the undead. All workers, retreat. Su Lun immediately ordered the moment he saw the blue will-o'-the-wisp. The workers hurriedly ran back to where they came from. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of bones colliding could be heard. Over 100 skeletons stood up in the hall. The strength of the skeletons was not high. They were only slightly stronger than the lowest level skeletons and zombies. Their challenge rating was level 5. Barnes, Valadin, and Valadin were all high-level professionals. Dealing with these low-level undead was not a problem. In the previous battle, the three of them were unable to use their full strength against the sacred death beetles. However, facing these skeletons, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Valadin was wearing heavy armor. He waved his axe and rushed forward. The attacks of the skeletons could only cause some shallow scratches on his armor. However, every time he swung his axe, he could smash the skeletons into pieces. Barnes and Jane, who were following behind, waved their scimitars and swords. The skeletons were quickly destroyed. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes. Therefore, the skeletons were dealt with. The hall was filled with broken bones. After dealing with these skeletons, they did not rest and began to clean up the battlefield. These skeletons were very poor. In addition to some broken weapons, they only had some low-level soul crystals. The quality of these soul crystals was very poor and their value was very low. What a bunch of poor bastards. Jane, who was on the side, picked up a soul crystal and cursed. This hall is a side hall. Look around and see if there are any passages that lead to other places. Sulen said as he looked around the hall. Soon, they found a closed stone door. Rogue Barnes looked in front of the stone door for a long time and finally found the opening mechanism of the stone door. He pressed the mechanism, but the stone door did not move. It should be broken. Barnes said awkwardly. Let me do it. Sulen took a step forward. A light flashed and instantly hit the stone door in front of him. In the next second, the heavy stone door turned into a pile of soft soil and slid down. After entering the stone door, a small room appeared in front of them. There were a few skeletons inside and some gold items scattered around the room. Seeing these items, the three of them were very excited. Fortunately, they remembered that Sulen was the captain. Although they were envious, they did not make a move. Clean it up. We'll distribute it when we get out. Sulen was not very interested in these things. These gold items had been buried in the ruins for thousands of years. Many of them were shrouded in negative energy. Normal people who came in contact with them might get sick. They needed to find a priest to dispel the negative energy or let them be exposed to the sun for a period of time. Chapter 399. Many people explored the ruins and got a lot of treasures. As a result, not long after they came back, they were seriously ill or even died of illness. Then there was a saying that the things in the ruins were cursed, and those people died because of the curse. This saying made some sense. Some items in the ruins did carry curses, but most of them were funeral goods. Most of them were found by Su Len and the others. Because they had been stored in this environment for a long time, they were contaminated with some negative energy. As long as they were removed, they would be fine. These negative energy auras were actually not strong. They could only make ordinary people sick. For professions, they would at most feel some discomfort. Very quickly, the few of them packed up all of these things. After checking that they did not miss anything, they continued to search in the ruins. The area of the hall was not big. Since they found some hidden rooms again, they got a lot of things after opening them. After a few times, they were very satisfied with these gains. But what made Su Len unhappy was that he did not find the battle soul stone he wanted here. "There's a passage here," Ban the Wanderer shouted. Surin hurriedly took the others and rushed over. The mechanism of the passage discovered by Bane was still intact. At this time, he had already reactivated it. The group carefully moved forward along the passage. As they continued to move forward, they quickly approached a relatively intact building. There were even some moss-like plants here. There were even a few weak magic lamps on the surrounding walls, but because they had not been maintained for thousands of years, these magic lamps had become mottled. It seemed that they would be damaged with a touch. There were also some broken magic crystals around. They were used to transmit energy. They did not expect that after thousands of years, they were still working. Intruder found. Intruder found. Activate Magic Energy Construct 3. Start charging backup energy. Implement Level 1 Alert Defense Plan. As soon as they entered, a cold mechanical voice came from the surroundings. In the next second, a rumbling sound rang out, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. A 3-meter-tall magic golem made of silver metal walked out. The golem puppet's body was smooth, and the silver metal was very smooth. The whole golem looked like it was made of technology by Su Len. "Be careful, everyone. This is a high-level golem puppet," Rogue Barnes said after seeing the appearance of the golem. "Don't fight him head-on. This place has been sealed for thousands of years. They don't have much energy left to fight," Su Len reminded. In these ancient ruins related to the Arcane Kingdom, they often encountered such steel golems. In the era of the Arcane Kingdom, these steel golems belonged to the city guards. However, although these golems could still move, there was not much energy left in them. Therefore, although these golems were powerful, there was still a way to deal with them. Target found. Lock onto the intruder. Activating Level 1 Defense Alert. Eliminate all intruders. Activate Elemental Fisher Blade. Crack. With a soft sound, Su Len saw some changes in the arm of the puppet golem in front of him. Then, a weapon that looked like a light blade appeared in an instant. Energy blade weapon? After seeing the weapon in the golem's hand, Sullen's expression changed in an instant. This kind of energy light blade weapon was also high-end equipment during the Arcane Empire. This kind of weapon was very sharp. The lowest damage was equivalent to the legendary level. Ordinary armor was no different from paper in front of this kind of weapon. After the light blade weapon appeared, the puppet golem immediately launched an attack. To Sullen's surprise, although the puppet golem looked very heavy, it was very fast. The puppet golem rushed directly toward Jane. Jane did not show any weakness and waved his long sword to meet the attack. Sullen's expression changed greatly. "Get out of the way. Its weapon is very dangerous." After hearing Sullen's reminder, Jane's body, which was waving his long sword, changed his posture instantly. He rolled to the side to dodge the attack. The light blade quickly passed over his head, and a scratch appeared on the hard ground as if it was cutting tofu. Jane, who had escaped the attack, looked back and felt a chill on his back. If he had not dodged just now, he would have been cut in half along with his sword. Su Len waved the storm halberd and rushed up. Clang! The harsh sound of metal colliding rang out, and the storm halberd drew a string of sparks on the puppet golem. Bane's figure also moved, and his body flashed to the side to launch an attack. The dwarven juggernaut also reacted quickly. He was the closest to Bane. When the golem attacked Bane, he charged and waved his battle axe at the golem's thigh. It was not that he did not want to attack other places, but that he could not reach it. Bang! A heavy impact sounded. Sullen's attack did not have a good result. It only left some traces on the puppet golem. The light blade swept and cut directly at Sullen's waist. It was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Sullen's storm halberd swept, and the light blade and the halberd collided. A huge force came from the halberd, and Su Len used the force to gently retreat. The light blade flickered slightly twice, and then returned to normal. Su Len exerted force on his feet and rushed up again in a flash. The storm halberd carried a powerful force of thunder and lightning and stabbed at the puppet golem. The golem puppet turned around, aimed its light blade at Su Luen, and slashed directly at the enemy's waist. Clang, clang, clang. The storm halberd and the light blade kept colliding, and every time a loud sound rang in everyone's ears. Sullen's expression became more and more dignified. The golem statue's strength was in no way inferior to Su Lun's. After unleashing a series of attacks, Su Luen's figure was forced to retreat again and again. The floor beneath his feet cracked, but it was not as if he had gained nothing. One wound after another appeared on the golem statue's body. Even the blade of light had clearly dimmed. Thunder domain. A powerful force burst out from Sullen's body in an instant, and then he roared to the sky. Sullen's muscles swelled as if they were inflated with air. Accompanied by the crackling sound of bones, streaks of lightning appeared around him. The light blade slashed again, and Sullen's storm halberd instantly blocked the light blade. At the same time, the halberd deflected, and with a sweep, the sharp halberd directly slashed the puppet golem's arm joint. The harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out, and a serious gap appeared at the puppet golem's joint. Just as Su Len and the puppet golem were entangled, the others took the opportunity to attack the puppet golem's leg joints. These experienced adventurers had their own way of dealing with the golems in the ruins. Although the puppet golem's defense was very strong, it would still cause serious damage in the face of continuous attacks on the same part. Elemental Fissure Light Blade Insufficient Energy. Turn off Elemental Fissure Light Blade. Magic Construct Guardian, switch to combat mode. Just as Su Len and the puppet golem were fighting fiercely, the light blade in the puppet golem's hand flickered a few times and disappeared. Then the puppet golem's arm began to move quickly, and the steel quickly changed. In just a breath, the light blade in the puppet golem's hand transformed into a metal greatsword. Whirling slash. After the transformation, the puppet golem's greatsword swept across, directly sweeping away the dwarven juggernaut who could not dodge in time. The magic steel greatsword cut Valadin's body, and sparks flew everywhere. Valadin's body was like a baseball that had been hit, and he flew out in an instant. Even the fine dwarven heavy armor on his body was torn open. If his armor was not strong enough, Valadin would have been directly cut in two. Fortunately, it was the dwarven juggernaut. If it were Barnes or Jane, they would have been seriously injured. It could be said that they were not the main targets of the puppet golem's attack. Otherwise, even 3 high-grade professions would have been easily hammered by it. If the puppet golem in front of him was in its complete state, it was basically similar to a Gundam. It even had energy weapons. Even if it had some long-range energy attacks or energy shields, he would not be surprised. Fortunately, this ruin had been buried for too long, no one maintained it, and there was a lack of energy. Otherwise, the puppet golem's combat power would be even more powerful. Clang. The puppet golem slashed at Jane. Jane's face changed. He held the long sword in both hands horizontally, trying to block the puppet golem's attack. There was a harsh sound of metal colliding, and Jane was sent flying with his weapon. The fine steel longsword in his hand was bent 90 degrees. Jane's chest was hit hard, and the chain mail on his body cracked. his body smashed into the wall like a mural and then slid down. If it were not for his heaving chest, Su Len would have thought that he was dead. The storm war halberd swept across, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Deep scratches appeared on the puppet golem. The alloy craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire was very strong. This high-level puppet golem made Su Len feel like he was fighting a Gundam. After the puppet golem was enchanted with special craftsmanship, its physical and magical defense was very high, and it was immune to most negative states. It could be said that it was very difficult to deal with. In fact, in the face of this situation, heavy weapons caused relatively higher damage. Su Len dodged sideways, and with a turn of his feet, he had already circled to the side of the puppet golem. The storm war halberd in his hand turned with one hand and slashed hard at the puppet golem's knee joint. After dozens of heavy blows, the metal at the puppet golem's knee joint finally could not bear and was torn open by the storm war halberd. Seeing this situation, Su Len would not miss the opportunity. In an instant, the storm war halberd was brandished into dozens of light shadows, constantly attacking the puppet golem's knee joint. Clang, 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 clang. The puppet golem's knee joint was completely broken. Its body shook involuntarily, and its movement speed was greatly reduced. Chapter 400. The golem's body shook slightly, and its speed was greatly reduced. Sullen's figure flashed, and he had already circled to the other leg. Its leg is damaged. Attack the other leg and make it lose its ability to move. Su Len said in a deep voice. The leg joint was damaged, the golem's movement speed was limited, and its attack was blocked by Su Len, so its threat to the others was greatly reduced. Slash! Rogue Barn's figure flashed and appeared behind the golem. The curved sword in his hand quickly slashed at the golem's leg joint. Among the four of them, his defense was the lowest. Like Jane and Valadin, he could still resist one or two attacks, but if he was hit, he would probably be killed directly. The sharp curved sword quickly slashed a few times at the golem's leg joint, and then he didn't have time to look at the result of the battle. Before the golem's counterattack came, his figure flashed and directly fled. After being attacked by Surin, the golem became exhausted. After several consecutive sneak attacks by Bane, cracks finally appeared on the golem immortal's leg joints. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and the ground under Sullen's feet burst, and his body retreated with the help of the impact. At this time, the dwarf Valadin finally recovered, and then he waved his battle axe and rushed up again. Watch me! Valadin's two short legs ran quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the golem, and the battle axe in his hand smashed fiercely at the golem's leg joint. But before he could hit the target, a black shadow appeared in front of him in an instant. Duang with a muffled sound, the next second, Valadin flew out at the same speed. Then he slammed into the wall. Even if the dwarf had a strong physique and well-made armor, he was in pain all over and couldn't get up for a while. Taking advantage of the gap between the golem's attack, Sullen's figure flashed and rushed up again. The storm halberd in his hand carried dazzling lightning and hit the golem's leg joint fiercely. As a legendary weapon, the storm halberd's blade was very sharp, and it could easily cut through gold and jade. Coupled with Sullen's terrifying strength, the golem's broken leg joint could no longer support it. Thunderbolt slash! With a flash of lightning and sparks, the storm war halberd drew a cold light and instantly cut into the leg joint of the golem. Crack! The sound of metal breaking rang out, and the legs of the high-level golem could no longer support its heavy body. After swaying a few times, it crashed to the ground. With one leg broken and the other leg badly damaged, the puppet golem lost the ability to move and could no longer pose a threat to Su Len and the others. The puppet golem's eyes flashed with a red light. It tried to stand up with its arms supporting its body, but it couldn't maintain its balance without a leg. Su Luan's figure flashed and appeared on top of the puppet golem. He exerted force with his feet and stomped the puppet golem down. The storm battle halberd flashed with a cold light and pierced towards the back of the puppet golem's head. After a few consecutive hits, A huge wound appeared on the back of the puppet golem's head, and the components inside were destroyed. Next, Su Len destroyed the joints of the puppet golem's arms. In the end, the puppet golem could only lie on the ground, unable to move. Only its eyes were still flashing red. Su Len moved his arms. He had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. It's finally dead. Barn breathed a sigh of relief and then sat on the ground. Although he wasn't injured just now, he had to concentrate on such a dangerous battle. This thing is too hard to chew. My scimitar was almost scrapped. Bane said with some heartache as he glanced at his severely damaged scimitar. After all, a good weapon was a second life for a rogue. Go and see how the two of them are doing, and then collect the spoils, Su Len said slowly after resting for a moment. When he heard Sullen's words, Barn's eyes lit up, and he got up to check on the injuries of the other two. Although Valadin the dwarf was hit twice, the quality of the dwarf's armor was really good, and his physique was strong enough. Although he was sore all over, his body didn't suffer any serious injuries. The warrior Jane was a little unlucky. One of his ribs was broken. Fortunately, Barn was experienced in setting bones and reconnected his ribs. Su Len threw them a bottle of healing potion. This kind of beginner potion could speed up the recovery of injuries. Although it couldn't fully recover, at least it wouldn't affect their movements. Looking at the puppet golem in front of him, he was very interested in this thing. Although it was damaged, the design, structure, and components inside were at the level of the Arcane Kingdom's craftsmanship. He would take it back and let Hathaway study it to see if it could be repaired. Even if it couldn't be repaired in the end, he would still get a lot of useful information. If this golem had enough energy and was in good maintenance, its challenge level would be at least legendary, or even high legendary. For example, the elemental fisher light blade. How could an ordinary magic golem be equipped with such equipment? Su Len put the entire golem into his storage space. Fortunately, his storage space was large enough to fit the 3-meter-tall golem. Su Len looked around and even found the broken zeros of the golem puppets one by one. While Su Len was collecting the golem puppets, the others had already begun to enter the ruins to look for valuable things. After he put away the golem puppets, the three of them came out with a lot of things. Su Len glanced around and pointed at some magic gems and elemental crystals that seemed to have been removed from something. They were quite valuable. After collecting the spoils of war, everyone began to patrol the surroundings. Many places had been buried by sand and stone, but judging from the remaining buildings, even if this was not the core area of the ruins, it should be a relatively important place. Would an ordinary place have such a legendary golem puppet guarding it? Obviously, there must be a lot of good things here. Su Len looked around and said, "Bane, go call those workers and let them come down to clean up. There should be a lot of good things here." But Bane nodded and left through the passage they had come from. About 10 minutes later, the workers came with torches. These workers were obviously still afraid of their previous experience, but they came under pressure from Su Len and the others. "Okay, we have cleaned up here. There is no danger." Su Len comforted them and said, "Clean up here. When you are done, you can get 20% of the things you find here. I'm sure you've heard of the value of the items in the ruins." Su Len smiled and stopped talking. Su Len had become very familiar with the routine of holding a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. Sure enough, after Su Len finished speaking, the workers began to clean up the ruins with all their might. The many torches illuminated the ruins very brightly. Su Len looked around and found that this seemed to be a square. The square was badly damaged and many buildings had collapsed. In the center of the square stood a statue. The statue looked like the image of a spellcaster. It was a very powerful wizard wearing a gorgeous wizard robe. He held a magic staff in one hand and a book in the other. His eyes were looking straight into the distance. However, the statue was damaged. One of the arms was broken, and even half of the statue's head was damaged. Su Len went forward to observe and found that there were some words carved on the stone platform under the statue's feet. It was written in the ancient Nesser language. "Great Pioneer, Teacher, Star Explorer, Surarn." There were some words below that introduced some of Surarn's achievements. Through these words, Su Len learned some of the history of this city. The Pearl of the Crescent Plain, Nordenham. It's dug, there's a passage here. At this moment, there was a noise. Su Len hurried over. Soon he saw a tunnel that had just been dug. This tunnel was still relatively intact. Bane carefully held a torch and entered it. Look what I found. Barn exclaimed in the passage. Valadin could not help but run in with a torch. Moradin above, we're rich. After confirming that it was safe, Su Len walked in with a few craftsmen. The passage was not long and was connected to a solid stone room. After Su Len entered, he saw golden light everywhere. It took him a few seconds to recover, and then he could not help but exclaim. So many gold coins. Surin was surprised by what he saw. In this small room, there were 3 chests piled up. It seemed that because of the passage of time, these chests had decayed, so the gold coins in the chests were all scattered out. A large number of gold coins were piled up on the ground, and Barnes and Valadin were holding bags to put the gold coins in. You guys go and help too. Su Len waved his hand. The eyes of the workers behind him lit up. They had been impatient for a long time. When they heard Sullen's words, Ji Hu immediately rushed up. Su Len did not care about the gold coins. Instead, he looked around the room. In addition to the gold coins, there were many other things stored here, but most of them had decayed because of the passage of time. Su Len tried to pick up a sheepskin scroll, but as soon as he exerted force, the scroll shattered into countless pieces. The other sheepskin scrolls around it also shattered into ashes. Seeing this, Su Len shook his head slightly and then looked for other things. The stone room in front of him seemed to be a treasure room, but he did not know who the original owner was. In addition to the 3 boxes of gold coins, Su Len also found some gems and even a lot of silk. However, like the sheepskin scrolls, they all turned into ashes with a light touch. Basically, except for the metal and gems that were preserved, the rest had decayed and been damaged. Chapter 401. After some inventory, they found a total of more than 14,000 gold coins in this treasure room. Moreover, the gold coins in these ruins were much better than the gold coins in circulation today, both in terms of craftsmanship and gold content. This kind of gold coin could usually be exchanged for 3 ordinary gold coins. The 14,000 gold coins in front of them would be more than 40,000 gold coins after all the gold coins were exchanged. These gold coins would be given out when they left the ruins. With these gold coins, the morale of the whole team was high and they dug with all their might. About an hour later, the workers dug another passage. Unlike the treasure room just now, the passage in front of them was very long and had many gaps in it. Su Len walked in first. After walking in the passage for about 5 minutes, the group finally came out. Su Len and the others came to another area. This area should be the noble area of the city. Although the buildings were badly damaged, it could still be seen that the materials of these buildings were good. Many of the buildings were made of marble. There were many corpses on the ground. At this time, these corpses had become mummies in the dry desert environment. Among these corpses, Su Len also found a few steel golems. The surface of these steel golems was rusty, their bodies were seriously damaged, and their power source had been scrapped. They could only be recycled and sold as scrap iron. At this time, Su Len felt a little uncomfortable and quickly reminded them, "Go back, there is a strong corpse smell in here." The workers at the back immediately retreated. With a snap of his fingers, a whirlwind appeared in his palm. Then he gently threw it. The whirlwind instantly turned into a gust of wind and blew out. Soon, the air here was replaced. Although there was still some corpse smell in the air, it was no longer harmful to humans. Kacha! Kacha! There was a burst of noise. The next second, the corpses that were originally dead slowly stood up. Mummies! Everyone be careful. Su Len did not care about these mummies. These mummies in front of him were not very strong and were afraid of fire. With a snap of his fingers, a flame flashed. Burning hand! The high-temperature flame appeared in an instant and ignited the resurrected mummies. Then, under his control, the flame flew and spread like a living dragon. In a short time, the hundreds of mummies in front of him were all ignited. Rumble! Just as Su Lin thought he could get rid of all the mummies, a few mummies that were burning in the sea of fire were thrown over. A powerful death energy suddenly appeared. Prepare for battle. Su Lin's eyes narrowed. He gently waved his storm battle halberd and sent a few mummies flying away. At the same time, the power of thunder and lightning in his body burst out. Ding! You are affected by the power of death. Your life force is being extracted. Your constitution has passed the test. Extraction failed. Ding! You have been affected by the spirit of despair. Your will has been attacked. Your will has passed the test. You are immune to the effects of the spirit of despair. Ding! You have been affected by the land of blasphemy. You have been attacked by the power of blasphemy. Your vitality has passed the test. You are immune to this attack. Suddenly, an evil force appeared, and Su Lin heard the continuous sound of system notifications. Then, a strange mummy that was different from all the previous mummies appeared in front of him. Ancient mummy, high undead. Mummies were originally undead creatures that were commonly seen in the desert. Some were mummies that were made, while some were mummies that were produced due to natural reasons such as the climate. Usually, due to the dry air and hot temperature in the desert, corpses could easily become mummies. After being contaminated with some negative energy, the mummy would be resurrected as an undead creature. The strength of these mummies was limited. Although their defense was good and they were fast, these mummies were very afraid of fire. As long as they were careful, even ordinary civilians could deal with them. However, among these mummies, once some mutation or evolution occurred, their strength would be greatly increased. For example, the poison mummy and the ancient mummy were similar. Su Lin was now facing an ancient mummy. The ancient mummy was much more powerful than the poison mummy. Most importantly, the ancient mummy was already a legendary creature. Any creature that had the word ancient added to it would become very powerful. For example, the ancient dragon was the most powerful creature in the material world. Although the ancient mummy was also very powerful, it was far inferior to the ancient dragon. The challenge rating of the ancient mummy was level 20, and it had many spell-like abilities. Previously, Su Lin had to be judged by the negative energy surrounding it when he was attacked. The ancient mummy was a powerful monster that appeared after hundreds or even thousands of years after ordinary mummies absorbed a powerful death energy. It could be said that it was very difficult to deal with. In addition to these, the ancient mummy also had high undead, negative energy erosion, immunity to ordinary weapons, corpse belt entanglement, fast movement, disease, curse, and more than a dozen other abilities. Of course, this kind of ancient mummy was not the most powerful. There was a kind of demigod mummy that was above the ancient mummy. However, this kind of monster rarely appeared in the material plane. Even if there were, most of them were sealed in remote corners. The creatures stronger than the demigod mummy were the abominations, life withers. This was a powerful monster that was born in the god of death. Because they died before they were born, the life witherers had a strong hatred for all the living. This kind of monster was the legitimate child of the gods and was even more powerful than the demigod. The difference between them and the gods was that they did not have divinity. An evil energy field quickly spread out, suppressing the burning flames. The intensity of the fire was greatly reduced. Immediately after, a tall and big mummy walked out. This was a monster that was covered in bandages and surrounded by a strong death energy. Its scarlet eyes stared at Su Lin. A strange figure dashed over. It was the ancient mummy. In a flash, it passed through the sea of fire and pounced on Su Lin. Su Lin frowned as he smelled a foul odor. This damn mummy didn't care about martial ethics and even dabbled in biochemical weapons. A monster wrapped in bandages rushed out from the shadows. Su Lin's storm war halberd swept out, and a powerful force was transmitted. The mummy's figure was forcibly blocked, and it was even forced back a few steps by Su Lin's weapon. Bah! It's too smelly! He was surrounded by a strong stench. Su Lun almost thought that he couldn't breathe. Wild wind. A whirlwind appeared around Su Lun. This whirlwind had no lethality, and its only effect was to blow away the surrounding air. With the help of the wild wind skill, Su Lun felt much better. Then he rushed to the culprit again, the ancient mummy. Greater haste. Dragon's strength. Bear's endurance. Cat's grace. Insight. Rays of light rose from Sullen's body, and Sullen's speed increased again. He moved and appeared around the ancient mummy, swinging his storm battle halberd. Su Lun swept past from the right, and the storm battle halberd hit the ancient mummy. The originally withered body of the ancient mummy had been modified by the rich death energy, and it was abnormally tough. Su Lun felt as if he was cutting steel. And as he attacked, a powerful negative energy quickly enveloped his body and tried to invade it. Su Lun frowned as a chill came over him. The next moment, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body, and the dazzling lightning instantly dispersed the negative energy enveloping him. The chill around Sullen's body disappeared in an instant, and the powerful force of lightning turned into countless flashing lightning snakes that attacked the ancient mummy. Large amounts of lightning appeared on the ancient mummy's bandages. Thundercleave. The storm battle halberd took advantage of the recoil force and spun in the air. Then, it struck again with the power of thunder. Lightning flashed on the primordial mummy's body, and a huge hole was cut in the bandage, revealing the dark brown body inside. It was the mummy's dried flesh. Death entanglement. The ancient mummy was pushed back by Sullen's attacks, and its body was constantly attacked by lightning. The ancient mummy roared angrily, but it was useless. At this moment, the ancient mummy moved back slightly, and the bandages on its body wrapped around Su Lun like the tentacles of an octopus. In an instant, countless bandages appeared around Su Lun, directly sealing his surroundings, and then suddenly wrapped around him. Su Lun could not dodge in time, and was instantly bound by a few bandages. The moment he was bound, a cold force tried to invade Sullen's body through the bandages. At the same time, his life force was being pulled and sucked away. Thunder field. The powerful force of lightning exploded from Sullen's body, and directly removed the cold force that had invaded his body. The life force that was being pulled away was restored to normal. Since you like to absorb so much, I'll give it to you. Su Lun smiled ferociously and grabbed the bandages with one hand. The violent force of lightning in his body flowed through the bandages and into the ancient mummy's body. In an instant, the two types of energy exploded in the ancient mummy's body. Large amounts of lightning flashed, and strands of negative energy kept spreading. The ancient mummy's body was constantly crackling, and its body was constantly trembling. The bandages that were tightly wrapped around its body also loosened. Sullen's arm exerted force, and he grabbed the bandages with one hand and threw them out. In the next second, the ancient mummy's body fell heavily to the ground. Su Lun did not let go, and he grabbed the bandages on the ancient mummy's body with one hand and slammed it hard. The marble floor in the ruins was full of cracks. Chapter 402. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, especially Valadin and Jane. As warriors, they knew how strong the ancient mummy was. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Although they already knew that Su Lun was very powerful in the battle with the puppet golem, they were still stunned when they saw Su Lun holding the ancient mummy and smashing it around like a sandbag. Sullen's strength was now 50 points, while the average legendary warrior's strength was around 25 or 26 points. Even the giants, who were known for their strength, only had around 40 points. Only the puppet golem's strength could compare with Sullen's. Sullen's entire body was covered with a layer of lightning. Powerful lightning energy burst out. After grabbing the ancient mummy, he used his arm to smash the ancient mummy to the ground again. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous pits appeared on the hard ground of the ruins. Then, the sound of the ancient mummy being smashed could be heard. Along with the trembling of the ground, the ancient mummy was being smashed back and forth. In just a few breaths of time, pits appeared on the ground one after another. The bandages on the primordial mummy's body had also become tattered. Its bones, which were originally as hard as steel, had begun to crack under the continuous heavy blows. Bang! Another loud noise. The bandages in Sullen's hand finally could not withstand the pressure and completely broke. Although Su Len did not attack again, the ancient mummy was unable to move for a while. Su Len did not give it a chance to recover. The storm battle halberd in his hand shone with lightning again. The storm battle halberd stabbed down fiercely. Dazzling lightning enveloped the area. The powerful lightning energy made everyone who was dozens of meters away feel a sense of oppression like a natural disaster. Thunder Dragon Strike. Su Len jumped up and stabbed the storm battle halberd in his hand at the ancient mummy's head. Boom! Lightning flashed. The storm battle halberd directly pierced the ancient mummy's head and deeply penetrated into the ground. Crack! With a light sound, Su Luen slowly withdrew his weapon. A big hole was opened in the head of the ancient mummy on the ground. With a sigh of relief, the power of death on the ancient mummy's body quickly dissipated. Then, the body turned into countless dust like sand. A vague shadow appeared in front of Su Len. It was a middle-aged man who looked quite valiant. Judging from his skin color, he was very similar to the desert people. He smiled at Su Len and bowed. The next second, he directly turned into a faint fluorescent light and disappeared in front of Su Len. Clang! A purple soul crystal fell to the ground. Su Len quietly watched the soul dissipate. Then, he gently waved his hand, and the soul crystal flew into Sullen's hand. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have received 86,300 experience points and the Battle Soul Stone. You have obtained the item Mithril Ingot X1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have obtained a Platinum Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have obtained a legendary skill point. Battle of the Desert Ruins, level, legendary. July, 1688 of the Huiyue calendar. You brought a map of the ruins to the desert to search for treasures. After a search, you have successfully found the desert ruins. You have also defeated the poison mummy, the advanced golem puppet, and an ancient mummy in the ruins. Your name has spread throughout the desert country. Prestige plus 15. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed 356 mummies. You have gained 356 experience points. You have gained an item, Air-Dried Bandage X20. A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Su Len slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The powerful lightning energy on his body dissipated, and the pressure around him gradually dissipated. After moving his body, Su Len lightly jumped and landed on a relatively intact piece of ground. He turned his head and looked at the passage behind him. The craftsmen were like quails, quickly shrinking their heads. Their eyes were fixed on their toes, not daring to raise their heads. Many of them were even trembling slightly. Valadin, the dwarf who always liked to speak loudly, seemed to have something stuck in his throat. He looked at Su Len with a pale face. The rogue Bane's hand holding his sword was trembling slightly, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The warrior Jane's body was also trembling slightly, and his expression was extremely stiff. It was obvious that all the muscles in his body had been stretched to the extreme. All right, what are you still standing there for? Clean up the battlefield and continue to search for the ruins, Su Len said to them. He then turned around and walked into the ruins. Phew! Bane quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure had dissipated, and it was as if he had been reborn. Suddenly, he heard a violent gasp. That almost scared me to death. It was too scary. A worker next to him whispered. Yeah, my heart was in my throat. Our adventurer team has killed the primordial mummy. When we go back, those people will definitely be scared to death. Valadin the dwarf's loud voice rang out. What are you jealous of? That primordial mummy was killed by the captain's stomach. What are you so proud of? Jane, the warrior next to him, said. The captain and I are in the same team. If the captain killed it, it was also our team that killed it, Valadin the dwarf said with a stiff neck. Jane laughed. Then why didn't you go up just now? I was just about to go up. Who knew that the captain was too strong? That primordial mummy was too weak. It fell before I even made a move. Valadin's expression showed that it was not that he did not put in effort, but that the opponent was too weak. Aren't you the one who was so scared that your legs went soft? You're the one who was so scared that your legs went soft. All right, stop arguing. Didn't you hear that the captain just asked us to clean up the battlefield and the ruins? Be careful of the captain coming back to deal with you. Bane the rogue immediately reminded the two of them when he saw that they were about to quarrel. The two of them looked at each other, then snorted and turned their heads away. After Su Lin killed the primordial mummy, he began to search the area. This was the noble area of the ruins, and also the essence of the ruins. Although it was very dilapidated and there was a big battle, there were still many good things left behind. At that time, this should be the place where the fiercest battle took place. There were broken walls everywhere. Many of the beautiful and solid marble buildings had collapsed. There were traces of battle everywhere. There were also many dead bodies on the ground. Many of the corpses had been resurrected under the effect of the death energy. However, the strength of these undead was not high. They were far worse than the primordial mummy. Wherever Su Lin went, these low-level undead fell in groups. Even if there was a poisonous mummy that occasionally appeared, it would be taken care of by him in a few moves. Sullen's main purpose here was to find the Battle Soul Stone. He was going to build the hero's spirit pagoda in the Beifeng Principality. He needed 2 Battle Soul Stones. When he killed the primordial mummy, the system rewarded him with 1. Now he was short of 1. Battle Soul Stones were generally born in large battlefields. The battle in this underground ruin was very fierce, and the number of casualties was likely to be as high as hundreds of thousands. Su Lin also found that the main reason for the destruction of this ruined city was the war. In a battlefield of this level, the probability of a Battle Soul Stone being born was very high. The area of the noble area was not small. Su Lin spent some time only to walk around more than half of it. At this time, he suddenly felt a strange soul fluctuation, which was very similar to the fluctuation of the Battle Soul Stone he had seen before. Su Lin paused, then closed his eyes and carefully felt the location of this energy. After a few minutes, Su Lin suddenly opened his eyes, moved his body, and walked to the side. This was a completely destroyed palace. Collapsed marble pillars, broken decorations, and a large number of corpses were left on the ground. It was no different from the other areas. Su Lin gently waved his storm war halberd, and a gust of wind blew, blowing the corpses up. A sparkling and translucent red crystal-like stone was lying on the ground. Su Lin gently waved his hand, and the strange crystal flew into Sullen's hand. His luck was not bad. It was indeed a Battle Soul Stone. Su Lin flipped his palm and put the Battle Soul Stone into his storage space. After obtaining the Battle Soul Stone, Sullen's purpose this time was completed. He did not continue to explore. The noble area was the essence of this ruin. According to the calculations of the previous ruins explorers, the noble area's harvest could account for more than 70% of the entire ruin. He did not plan to explore the remaining areas. The main reason was that the cost was high, and the harvest was just passable. And there was another reason. There seemed to be something sealed under the ruins. When Su Lin was fighting with the ancient mummy, he had already felt that there was a powerful decaying evil force under the ruins. That force was more powerful than the ancient mummy that Su Lin had killed. When he came to the desert country, Su Lin had inquired in advance. Many of the ruins held the sealers, prisoners and test subjects of the arcane kingdom. Among them, there were some demon lords and even ancient evil creatures. The period of the arcane kingdom was the most glorious period of the Arcanist civilization. They even dared to go to war with the gods. They had studied the gods, divinity, and other powers. They had begun to touch the realm of the gods. There was nothing they did not dare to do. Those great arcanists imprisoned the demon lords, imprisoned the evil gods, captured the abominations, and even some taboo research. More than 80% of the taboo knowledge that had been passed down was researched during the period of the Arcane Kingdom. It could be seen how bold the group of arcanists was. Back then, they had almost overturned the gods. Who knew if there was an abomination, a demon lord, or an evil god sealed in this ancient ruin? With sullen strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed from these monsters. Maybe when he broke through the high-level legendary realm and stepped into the realm of demigod, he would talk to those sealed monsters again. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.